In a secluded corner of the heavenly all-palace, amid biting wind and snow, a lone figure was sharpening and practicing. It was none other than the young master, Tianyun. Although he had no vital energy and could not cultivate, Tianyun had no intention of giving up. With iron determination, he once more spun his spear through the air. But after only a moment, his breathing grew ragged, sweat poured down. The heavy spear clanged as he slammed it into the snowy ground. Exhausted, Tianyun leaned on the shaft to steady himself, yet his body could not take it. He staggered forward, unable to stand upright. The spear fell as well, ringing with a harsh sound. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly called from behind, "Young master!" Tianyun was still bent over retching, letting out a soft cough. The newcomer was Lu Menglian, a beautiful woman holding a warm cloak. She draped the cloak over him and reproached him. "Why are you out training again? Doing that will only hurt you." Helping him up, Tianyun, still weak and panting, replied, "Sister Lien, I'm fine. I just wanted to move around a bit. I'm the young master of Heavenly All-Palace. How could I neglect cultivation?" Menglian's voice held a hint of scolding. "You say you're fine? The hall leader told me to bring you to the main hall. If she sees you like this, she'll worry again. How many times must I tell you before you listen?" Tianyun gave a wry smile, his voice low. "Sister Lien, I know my condition. I have no qi. If I keep training I could die. But even so, I won't give up easily." Menglian said nothing further, only sighed softly. Then she changed the subject. "Young master, we should go. The hall leader is still waiting for us in the main hall." Upon entering the main hall, what greeted him was not respect but contemptuous glances and sarcastic remarks from the other female disciples. What is someone like him doing here? They showed no attempt to hide their disdain, regarding Tianyun with cold eyes and cutting words. "I don't understand why the sect leader keeps this useless thing. Isn't he just relying on his aunt? Otherwise he'd have been expelled long ago. A man who only hides behind women." Each bitter word felt like a blade. Yet Tianyun did not argue, for deep down he admitted, they were not wrong. Beyond his status as young master, he was a cripple who couldn't cultivate and might die at any moment. But there was another reason. He was the son of the previous sect leader. Heavenly All-Palace had a strict rule. The current sect leader must not have children. His mother broke that law. After giving birth to him, she left with another man. At the thought of it, an indescribable sorrow rose in Tianyun's chest. Even now his mother's whereabouts were unclear. He clenched his fist. A dignified voice rang out, cutting through his wandering thoughts. "Tianyun, you're finally here. Have you been sneaking off to train again?" Those around immediately bowed respectfully to the sect leader. Before him stood Shi Leyun, the sect leader of Heavenly All-Palace. She possessed peerless beauty far surpassing the other women present, and emitted an imposing aura that inspired involuntary reverence. Tianyun avoided her scrutinizing gaze and softly called, "Aunt." "Tianyun, you look unwell. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." He forced out a reluctant lie to ease her worry. Childhood memories surfaced. This aunt had no blood relation to him. She was entrusted with him by the original owner's mother. In his memories, Shi Leyun was like kin, always caring for and raising him. Whenever she practiced, she kept him by her side to prevent anyone from bullying him. Seeing him still distracted, Leyun showed displeasure. "Tianyun, why are you so unfocused?" She gently tapped Tianyun's forehead, her tone both reproving and caring. "You may not cultivate, but don't overexert yourself. Otherwise you'll suffer the consequences." Immediately her voice softened. "Right, I have something to give you." With that she produced an exquisitely crafted box with intricate patterns. Tianyun's eyes widened in surprise. Inside the box lay a pearl-like pill, the Dragon Blood Divine Pill. He was stunned. The Dragon Blood Divine Pill was extremely precious and could replenish a large amount of vital blood. To obtain it, his aunt must have paid a heavy price. Leyun seemed to read his thoughts. "Yes, this is the Dragon Blood Divine Pill. Take it and use it. It may restore and strengthen the blood energy in your body." Faced with this treasure, Tianyun looked hesitant. She gently stroked his head, giving him no chance to refuse. "No buts. Recovering your body properly is the greatest answer you can give me. Just then, a female disciple rushed in. Sect leader. Members of the Tianling sect have arrived. At the mention of that name, a cold light flashed in Tianyun's eyes. According to records in ancient texts and legends passed down for thousands of years, the powers on this continent are clearly divided into 5 tiers. 5th rank are divine nations, 4th rank are empires, 3rd rank are prefectures, 2nd rank are sects, and 1st rank are palaces. The Tianling sect is 1 tier above the heavenly all-palace. Lei Yun's expression grew displeased. She turned to Tianyun and instructed, "I'll go handle a few matters first. You stay here and rest well." Then she ordered in a low voice, "All disciples follow me," watching their backs as they left. Tianyun quickly understood the purpose of this visit. The Tianling sect had come to pressure the heavenly all-palace and vie for the chance to enter the ancient ruins. It was all because he was too weak to help. Thinking this, Tianyun felt deep frustration and helplessness. He wondered whether a priceless pill like the Dragon Blood Divine Pill could restore even a little of his blood energy. He sighed. Just then, a dry cough suddenly sounded behind him. Tianyun startled and turned his head to look, his gaze wary. The newcomer was Fang Shun, an outer disciplined disciple of the heavenly all-palace, with several underlings behind him. He sneered coldly, his tone provocative. "Young master, can you let us use that Dragon Blood Divine Pill? We're so close to breaking through lately. Since it won't help you anyway, why not give it to us?" Tianyun's brows immediately knit. He replied coldly, "What if I say no?" He curled his lip in contempt, full of mockery. "You're nothing but trash, yet you dare stand before us?" Rage welled up in Tianyun. Pushed to the limit, he snarled, "Get lost!" Fang Xin immediately flew into a rage and lunged without restraint. "I think you're tired of living." A punch struck his face before Tianyun could react. He only managed to groan. He lost his balance and fell face-first to the ground. The box in his hand fell open and the pill rolled out. Fang Xin's eyes lit up at once. "Oh? A pill?" Tianyun recoiled in horror.
Fang Shen laugaludli, triumfan. "Ah!
This Dragon Blood Divine Pill is mine now." He reached out to grab it. Summoning all his strength, Tianyun lunged and clutched his hand. "Let go!" Amid the chaos, Tianyun threw all his strength into grabbing the pill and, without hesitation, shoved it straight into his mouth, swallowing it immediately so the others had no chance to snatch it. Fang Xin snarled like a wild beast, roaring, "How dare you eat my Dragon Blood Divine Pill? Do you want to die? Beat him!" The 3 of them charged forward aggressively. "Even if I die, I won't give you the divine pill." Tianyun remained resolute, preferring death to submission. At that moment, a voice suddenly shang-ed in his head. "Congratulations, player Tianyun. You have successfully activated the mad level-up system." Tianyun looked around in horror. "What is that sound? What's happening?" He suddenly realized the 3 men before him were frozen in an extremely strange pose, as if time itself had stopped. Then a series of notifications appeared in his head. Player Tianyun received 1,000 experience points. "Congratulations, player. Level up. Reach tier 1 of body refinement." "Congratulations, player. Level up. Reach tier 2 of body refinement." Feeling the dramatic change in his body, before he could fully grasp it, the notifications continued. "Congratulations, player Tianyun. Level up. Reach tier 5 of body refinement." Immediately after, the system entered a temporary resource loading state. Tianyun clenched his fists, blood surging through his body. The rising power was almost unbelievable. Without hesitation, he punched Fang Shun in the abdomen and shouted, "Get out of my sight!" Fang Shun was sent flying, collapsing to the ground and groaning in pain. His underlings cried out in fear. Even Tianyun himself was astonished by his current strength. A thrill welled up inside him. "This is the mad level-up system?" Fang Xin scrambled up, disbelief on his face. You've reached tier 5 of body refinement? Impossible. In this world, power is the sole measure of status and rank. The realm's progress as body refinement, spirit refinement, core condensation, spirit transformation, pill transformation, spirit king, saint king, and god king. Tianyun had the clear upper hand. He felt intensely excited. He hadn't expected a single dragon blood divine pill to boost him so many levels. The next moment, Fangshan suddenly collapsed to his knees, his whole body trembling like a leaf. "Master, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't try to take your pill again." Tianyun looked at him coldly. "One, leave, two, die. I'm giving you one chance." Having said that, he turned to leave. But at that instant, a sharp knife was suddenly drawn, reflecting the murderous look on Fangshan's face. Fangshan lunged at him crazily, roaring, "Then go die for me." The gleaming blade stabbed straight toward Tianyun. But fortunately, his reflexes were now extremely fast. He immediately twisted to dodge, and simultaneously blocked Fangshan's attack. "Trying to stab me in the back?" Tianyun gripped the assailant's wrist tightly, then used Fangshan's own hand to force the blade back, making him stab himself. He delivered a powerful kick, sending him sliding across the ground. "Ay!" His eyes rolled back, void of any response. Immediately after, the two remaining underlings trembled in extreme terror. Tianyun's expression darkened when he realized the blade was poison. A series of notifications rang in his head. "Congratulations, player, for defeating Tianling sect disciple Fangshan. Received 300 experience points and 5 madness points. Congratulations, loot obtained. Low-grade martial art for humans, eagle claw technique, Lacuo sword art, and a restorative pill." Tianyun couldn't help but be astonished. Treasure can drop too? Just like killing monsters in a game. A list of items appeared. Immediately after, the system displayed his info panel. Player, Tianyun level, 5 experience, 300/ madness points, 5 cultivation method, none skills, eagle claw technique, Lacuo sword art divine artifact, mad level up system, level 1. Tianyun stared at the info panel, his heart racing. This was exactly like a game's attribute system. For someone familiar with games like him, it was perfectly clear. At that moment, a notification sounded. "Congratulations, player Tianyun. You've activated the newbie reward. Do you want to open it?" A gift box icon appeared before his eyes. Tianyun did not hesitate. "Open." Instantly, a message popped up. Player received experience card X10, 1 hour duration, 2 restorative pills. Tianyun rejoiced. "Great. I came here with no abilities, yet there's this level up system. As long as I keep leveling, my stats will grow massively." His gaze landed on an entry called Mad Mode on the interface. "Huh? There are multiple Mad Modes." He immediately clicked it. A confirmation box appeared. Mad Mode can double effectiveness, including pill refining, using pills, attacking, and cultivation to gain experience. Tianyun couldn't help exclaiming, "Everything doubled? And this is only level 1? This is truly a divine skill." Tianyun quickly realized an important point. Cultivation efficiency could be doubled, and usage effects were also doubled. That meant using 1 pill would be equivalent to using 2. Then he reread the info. Mad Mode. Consumes 1 madness point per minute. At this, Tianyun cursed inwardly. "What? Consumes 1 point per minute and I only have 5 points. Doesn't that mean it runs out in a few minutes? What else can I use?" This reward came from defeating Fangshan, but it was clearly far too little. Just then, the panicked screams of the 2 underlings pulled Tianyun back to reality. "Fangshan! Fangshan is dead." One trembling underling looked at Tianyun. You killed Fangshan," Tianyun replied calmly. "Did I kill him? If he hadn't tried to kill me first, I wouldn't have acted." At that moment, Lei Yun and the female disciples returned. The scene before them shocked many people. "Oh my! Someone is dead." Fangshan lay on the ground twisted, eyes rolled back, mouth agape. An elderly voice rang out. "Mistress of the palace, what happened?" They were people from the Tianling sect, led by second elder Zhao Hualong. Behind him was Fang Yun. Lei Yun kept calm and replied, "Elder Zhao, about this matter." But before she could finish, Fang Yun had seen the body on the ground. He let out a cry and rushed forward. "Fang Shan!" He grabbed the body, his face turning ferocious. Brother brother is dead. His eyes were bloodshot and murderous as he turned to Tianyun. Did you kill my brother? Tianyun remained calm. He tried to seize my dragon blood divine pill. I refused, and he attacked first. I only retaliated. The long-haired underling immediately protested loudly. No, we didn't try to steal the dragon blood divine pill. The remaining man chimed in. That's right, we were just passing by. Who knew he would suddenly attack us? How could our people possibly steal the pill? Zhao Hualong heard this and his face turned ugly. Mistress of the palace, you need to give us an explanation for this matter. We brought our outstanding disciples here to exchange and build relations between the two sides. We never expected something like this to happen. A dark glint flickered in his eyes. Lei Yun asked bluntly, So what do you want? Fang Yun immediately pointed at Tianyun, voice frantic. He killed my brother. I demand a life-or-death duel with him. Hearing that, Hualong also applauded in agreement. Indeed, our two houses cooperate and have clarified matters before. As long as one doesn't enter forbidden areas, there are no penalties. Now one of our disciples was injured and Fang Shun was even killed, he said calmly. We cannot let this slide. The offenders must receive a fair verdict. Let him represent you in a match contest once on the martial platform. Win or lose, we will then let it go. Immediately, Lei Yun stepped in front of her junior. He is not eligible to be chosen. Pick another disciple. Hualong feigned regret, but his words were venomous. Mistress, this isn't about eligibility. He has challenged the authority of the Tianling sect. It seems you intend to provoke a rift between our houses. Her stance was resolute, eyes blazing with killing intent. No, everyone except him may be chosen. The female disciples glared at Tianyun with hatred. That useless brat. His blood energy is insufficient. If he enters the arena, he'll surely die and cause Heavenly All Palace to lose. Yes, that cripple caused such a big incident. Doesn't he only bring trouble to Heavenly All Palace? Hualong sneered. If I recall correctly, he is the son of the previous palace leader. Rumor says his blood energy is lacking and he could die at any moment. No wonder the leader didn't want him to participate. He remained adamant that Tianyun be chosen to duel. Makes sense. Letting a useless weakling with insufficient blood energy into the match gives no hope. But since he challenged the authority of my Tianling sect, even a cripple must take the stage. Otherwise, it's an insult to our sect. Lei Yun stepped forward, clenching her fist. A moment later, she decisively slapped Hualong. He clutched his face, barely able to stand. Mistress, what do you mean by this? Would you stir a dispute between our houses over a useless brat? Lei Yun snorted coldly, full of contempt. Speak if you have something to say. If not, be silent. Has Elder Zhao not heard? Useless? If he is useless, then what does that make the person lying on the ground? Trash. Hualong was thoroughly provoked but tried to remain composed. The mistress slapped me. This is an insult. This matter cannot be resolved with mere words. If I'm wrong, why not let him fight? His expression turned dark as a demon. I'm not being difficult. He injured our disciple and must give us an answer. Lei Yun refused to yield, murderous intent radiating from her. I'll say it again. I believe Tianyun wouldn't attack recklessly. You wanted to seize his dragon blood divine pill and stubbornly pin this blame on him? Don't expect me to be polite. Seeing this, Tianyun thought inwardly. This was the aura of a core condensation expert. The female disciples immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. The male disciples on the other side matched them. The combat tension tightened like a drawn bowstring. But before the two sides could rush at each other, Tianyun declared loudly, I'll take this match. I'll represent Heavenly All Palace. Those words stunned everyone. The system immediately chimed. Task accepted. Defeat the disciple of the Tianling sect and secure victory for Heavenly All Palace. He murmured. To secure victory for Heavenly All Palace. His gaze grew cold, and he murmured, This mission suits me. The system's reward was generous. 10,000 experience points, 200 taels of gold, and a set of Heavenly General Armored Mail. Tianyun looked at the icons for the armor and the 200 taels on the screen and thought, This reward is pretty substantial. He quickly did the math in his head. Completing the task would yield a good harvest, especially experience points. Only the treasure seemed a bit low in grade. In this world, weapons and treasures were ranked in tiers, lowest being mortal iron and highest divine artifacts. But this was only a beginner task, so rewards at the mortal iron level were normal. A calculating glint flashed in Tianyun's eyes.
Walong laugh de artili, stroking his beard by habit. Ah, fine.
The party concerned has agreed, so the palace mistress has nothing more to say, right? Leiyun's expression was full of worry. Tianyun, don't say anything reckless. This is not a joke. He exhaled, eyes resolute. If I don't take part in the battle, can I still be called a man? I'm not fit to be protected by you. Tianyun's eyes widened with determination. Then he faced Leiyun and said loudly, agree to this duel. Leiyun had to relent. Very well. She nodded slightly, looking straight at him. I agree to this duel. Hualong smiled smugly. Good. Meet on the arena in half a month. Then it's a life or death duel. No concern for life or death. Tianyun set a condition. No problem, but in this life or death match, the contests of other disciples cannot count on my behalf. Hualong was inwardly annoyed but outwardly agreed. This is your feud, of course it's allowed. With that settled, Hualong waved his hand. Let's go. Fang Yun punched him in the head, then gritted his teeth and spat through clenched teeth, threatening, prepare your coffin first. When they had gone some distance, Leiyun spoke in a low voice, disperse. Yes, mistress. All the disciples quickly left. As they went, the female disciples couldn't help whispering, that useless brat really caused trouble. This match could affect our sex reputation. Indeed, no skill yet dares to accept a duel. Although he was lucky to kill Fang Shen, Fang Yun is no comparison to him. The whispers slowly faded down the corridor. Leiyun and her junior stood by the window. She smiled to comfort him. Don't force yourself then. Losing is fine. Just keep your life, and everything else can be discussed. Tianyun looked straight into her eyes, full of confidence. Do you trust me? The question stunned Leiyun. She had never seen such determination in her junior before. I trust you. She nodded, of course trusting him unconditionally. She reached out and gently stroked his neck, hesitating. But everything depends on strength, if your body. Tianyun cut her off immediately. I will definitely win. He smiled, pure as a child. Besides, even if I die, I'd rather not kneel to live. Let me be serious this once. His voice turned low, eyes tinged with pain. I don't want you to be gossiped about anymore, nor do I want you to suffer humiliation. Those words made Leiyun's cheeks flush. She wondered why her junior had suddenly grown up. What is this foolish child babbling about? Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. She was completely moved by his words. Tianyun wiped her tears with his hand and teased with a smile. What foolish child? How much older are you than me anyway? Then he beamed. You can still call me your little brother, right? Then he grinned brightly. You can still call me your little brother, right? Dyke Thien Van's residence sat in a quiet corner, its curved tile roof graceful, every carved detail exquisite. Tianyun sat on the bed, preparing to check the rewards. I just received the level 5 reward and haven't opened it yet. Let's see if there's anything good. The system gave 2 beeps and announced, congratulations. You've unlocked the Lucky Spin feature. You received 3 recovery pills, the skill Great Art Absorbing Essence, the cultivation method Divine Technique of Northern Bright, and a reward that boosts to level 11. Tianyun couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, what the? Great Art Absorbing Essence and Divine Technique of Northern Bright. He felt very intrigued. Just reached level 5 and already got God-tier martial arts? What higher martial arts might I get later? He opened the Lucky Spin and pressed the button in the center of the screen. Wow! Immediately a huge wheel appeared before him. At a glance it looked lucrative, but on closer inspection not so much. Consumables took up over half, skills and cultivation methods were few, and divine techniques were extremely rare. By ratio, probably only 1 in 10,000. They're teasing me. The system confirmed. Because you unlocked the spin feature, the system grants 1 free spin. Do you want to start now? Tianyun didn't hesitate. Spin. It's free anyway. A pleasant sound rang out and the wheel began to move. It spun faster and faster, making his heart pound and sweat break out.
Divine technique, divine technique.
He muttered repeatedly, his hand trembling unconsciously. Then the wheel gradually slowed. It must stop on a divine technique. Tianyun sat restlessly, watching each slot pass by. Finally, the wheel stopped on the weapon slot. He sprang up from the bed, excited. Oh, a weapon! A pair of metal gloves materialized. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the weapon. Frostbone Fist. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Frostbone Fist. After reading the info panel, he couldn't help but admire it. The slow effect was indeed powerful, almost like a divine skill. Unfortunately, this fist set was only low-tier mortal iron grade. But in the system, everything can be upgraded. Given the right conditions, it can be raised over time. Tianyun continued to operate the screen to view other information. The status panel appeared. Player, Dike Thien Van Level 5, Body Refinement, Tier 5, Experience, 300 out of 1000 Mad Value, 5 Cultivation Method, Divine Technique of Northern Bright, Divine Grade, Mastery 0/1, Skill, Great Art Absorbing Essence, Human Rank, Mastery 5/1000, Weapon, Frostbone Fist, Mortal Grade, Mastery 5/1000, Mad Mode, not activated, requires 100,000 Mad Value points. Tianyun calculated silently. Level up value starts at 1,000 points. These aren't too hard, just need experience. But then he sighed. The Mad Value needs 100,000 points. That's maddening. He currently had only 5 points, all gained from killing Fengshen. Is killing monsters the only way to earn it? If so, that's terrifying. Like trading lives for points. So Tianyun asked, what's the condition for the lucky spin? The system replied, hint. The lucky spin requires 1,000 Mad Value points per spin. Hearing that number, he was horrified. 1,000 Mad Value points. He became even more dispirited. Forget it. Better not bother with this for now. Now Tianyun shifted to thinking about strategy. His cultivation was at Body Refinement Tier 5. Fengshen was at least 2 tiers stronger. It seemed the thing to do now was raise his Mad Value. Only by improving his cultivation could he hope to win this duel. At that thought, his eyes flashed with determination. Night fell, the moonlight reflecting on his back as he sat meditating in the room. Tianyun's eyes suddenly opened, as if he'd made up his mind about something. Then he kicked off the roof and slipped away silently, unnoticed by anyone. Agile of body, he moved across the steep rock faces, stopping only after a long while. A confident smile spread across Tianyun's lips. I'm here. Surrounding him was a pack of massive white-furred wolves, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on prey. Standing among them, Tianyun said, it's been a while. He looked around and realized. Indeed, in his memory this wasn't his first time here. The original owner of this body had once tried to take the snow wolf's core to alter his blood chi and nearly lost his life. A wolf let out a fierce snarl and lunged forward to attack. Tianyun felt no fear, he had changed. He grabbed his spear and thrust it straight at the charging wolf. The wolves behind surged at once. Tianyun said calmly, perfect timing. He spun his spear and struck backward, stopping 2 wolves. The force was so strong they were halted instantly, unable to advance. He circulated his chi and unleashed Eagle Claw technique. His hand seized a wolf's neck and immediately subdued it. He laughed with delight. Ha ha! The power of Eagle Claw technique is truly useful. Try this next. He followed up with a strike of the Great Art Absorbing Essence. Lightning flickered in Tianyun's eyes, and a chilling light from his body quickly seeped into the wolf's blood vessels. The system announced. Gained 1 experience point, 2 points, 3 points, 12 points, 13 points, 36 points, 37 points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 Mad Value points. The wolf was reduced to a tuft of skin and bone, utterly lifeless. Tianyun tossed the carcass to the ground, eyes shining. He looked at his hand and couldn't help exclaiming, no wonder it's called Great Art Absorbing Essence. It devours an opponent's spiritual power and even grants experience. Riding his success, Tianyun said happily, "Not bad. Let's keep going." Immediately the system announced repeatedly, "Congratulations. You have successfully slain a snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 mad value points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 mad value points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 mad value points." Tianyun felt his blood surge fiercely and internal power fill his meridians. His steps became more lithe and effortless than ever. He told himself, "From now on I am a cultivator. With so many snow wolves ahead, I must not waste this opportunity." Tianyun took out the frostbone fist and said excitedly, "Perfect timing. Let's test my equipment." He circulated his chi and activated frostbone fist. Numerous cold force streams erupted, striking straight ahead. The wolves couldn't resist at all and were quickly flung aside. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have successfully slain 5 snow wolves, receiving 250 experience points and 15 mad value points." Even Tianyun couldn't believe how powerful the fist set was. Each snow wolf gave 50 experience points. If paired with such an efficient weapon, it must be combined with the other. He immediately used a 10-fold experience card. Tianyun looked at the wolves and shouted challengingly, "All of you, attack at once." The two sides immediately charged into close combat. Chaotic battle erupted. Tianyun shouted loudly, slaughtering without hesitation. The system kept sending notifications. "Congratulations. You have successfully slain 7 snow wolves, receiving 3,500 experience points and 21 mad value points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain 9 snow wolves, receiving 4,500 experience points and 27 mad value points. Congratulations. You have successfully slain 5 snow wolves, receiving 2,500 experience points." After a fierce bout of fighting, Tianyun grew exhausted. He stopped, panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly a dazzling radiance burst from his body. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have advanced to the 6th tier of body refinement. Congratulations. You have advanced to the 7th tier of body refinement. Congratulations. You have advanced to the 8th tier of body refinement." To level up 3 tiers at once was truly sublime. Suddenly a long howl rang out from the other side. Tianyun immediately looked over. On the high cliff stood a snow wolf king with unusually pure white fur. Tianyun was utterly astonished. This wolf king even had its name displayed in gold. Clearly a boss. The system displayed a quest. Quest accepted. Kill the snow wolf king and eliminate the threat. Completion reward, 50,000 experience points, plus summoning the snow wolf king as a mount. Seeing this, Tianyun couldn't help but marvel at how incredible the reward was. He gave a confident smile. Under normal circumstances, the Snow Wolf King would rather die than become a mount. But with this reward, it's a must-get. The Snow Wolf King let out a roar and lunged to attack. Its speed was terrifyingly fast and powerful. Tianyun charged to meet it, shouting, "Come on! Give me your best!" 2 forces collided with a deafening explosion. The battle raged fiercely, outcome unclear, with dust billowing everywhere. Half a month later, those standing in the courtyard anxiously asked, "Where is Dyke Thien Van?" Zhao Hualong pointed at Thien Layun and demanded, "Palace Lord Thien? Did you perhaps release him? Today you must give me an answer." Fuang Yun ground his teeth, voice full of hatred. "If that trash ran away, what will my brother's vengeance be?" The head of Heavenly All Palace replied calmly. Tianyun said he would not run, a man of his word. "Please do not be impatient." Zhao Hualong shouted angrily, "Humph, a worthless brat. So what if he's here? Heavenly All Palace killed my disciple first, then reneged on the duel. Is such a sect fit to enter the ancient sky legend?" Hearing this, Layun thought to herself, "Of course he's still after the ranking." Zhao Hualong continued to threaten, "If the murderer has fled, Heavenly All Palace must." But before he finished, a voice rang out, "Why would I run?" Everyone startled and turned, To see Dike Thien Van standing on the roof, he said cheerfully, "What I promised I will certainly do." Having spoken, Tianyun jumped down. A woman gasped in surprise. "I thought he had run away," a Zhou sneered. "That shabby look. Could he have been hiding in the mountains all this time?" Then she frowned slightly. "I just feel like there's something different about him." Tianyun was now grimy-faced and gaunt, but his eyes shone sharply. He looked at everyone and gave a small smile. Fong Yun shouted, "Not gone yet? Seems you have some backbone. Now that you're here, Palace Lord Thien, may we begin?" Whispers immediately rose all around. "Why has he returned? Ha! His return will only bring trouble." Only Ti Lei-yun trusted him. In her heart she thought, Tianyun has finally arrived. Zhao Hualong smiled inwardly. With this connection, they would surely win. Everyone quickly filed into the arena. The match was best of 5, first to 3 wins. The victor would earn a slot to enter the ancient legend. Zhao Hualong asked, "Best of 5. Who from your side will step up?" Tianyun replied confidently, "Of course it's me." The palace lord took his hand and cautioned carefully, "Tianyun, don't force yourself. Remember, even in a life-or-death duel you may concede defeat." He smiled and said, "If I concede, wouldn't that make me unworthy of your protection, Aunt?" Having said that, Tianyun turned and stepped onto the stage. Lei-yun stood motionless, watching his thin back. On the other side, Zhao Hualong said, "This round, Fong Yun, you go up." He answered, "Understood, second elder." In his heart old Zhao thought, his brother died at Dike Tianyun's hands. This time he will show no mercy. That mongrel will surely die. Zhao Hualong loudly proclaimed, "This round life or death doesn't matter. You may concede. But unless you jump off the stage, conceding is meaningless." The two stepped into the arena, everyone around watching tensely. Fong Yun launched a preemptive strike, voice full of hatred. "Humph! You trash have no chance of leaving this stage. I'll kill you so you know the consequences of killing my brother." Tianyun replied coldly, "Is that so? Then show me your move. I'll take it." Fong Yun immediately rushed forward to attack. "Let's see how much strength you really have." He circulated his chi and unleashed the demon claw technique. Ti Lei-yun stood below and said softly, worried, "Don't worry, Tianyun. Even if you concede, I'll still save you." Zhao Hualong sneered with satisfaction. "You really think he has a chance?" Fong Yun's hand struck straight forward, yelling, "Die!" Yet Tianyun easily caught his arm, which was as hard as stone. He immediately used Great Art Absorbing Essence, a move that sent Fong Yun collapsing to the ground. He cried out in alarm. "What?" Zhao Hualong watched this and couldn't hide his astonishment. "What cultivation technique is that?" Fong Yun felt his life energy being sucked dry and screamed in pain. "My spiritual power!" The system kept announcing. Gained 1 experience point, 2 points, 3 points, 16 points, 17 points. He thrashed wildly, shouting, "Let me go!" Tianyun smiled, exhilarated. The system continued accumulating experience. 23 points, 24 points, 33 points, 34 points, 56 points, 57 points. At that moment, a small hidden dagger suddenly slid out from Fong Yun's sleeve. Ti Lei-yun immediately realized it was poison. Tianyun is in danger. She tried to rush into the arena, but Zhao Hualong stopped her. He warned, "Palace Lord Ti, don't disrupt the rules." She circulated her chi and shouted, "Stand back!" At that moment a cry rang out on the arena. "Eh! Ah!" The dagger plunged into Fong Yun's chest. He trembled, face turning ashen, and a faint green gas rose from the wound. Tianyun kicked him and shouted, "Poison again! Truly like brother like brother." Zhao Hualong cried out in panic, "Fong Yun!" then immediately rushed out to catch his disciple. But the poison had already taken effect. Fong Yun vomited blood and died instantly. Zhao Hualong was filled with grief, grinding his teeth, his whole body trembling with hatred. At that moment the system announced, "Congratulations, you have slain Fong Yun, disciple of Tian Lin sect, gaining 700 experience points and 20 mad value points. Congratulations, you have obtained spoils, a restorative pill, Dike Thien Ven breathed a sigh of relief. One match was over. The female disciples of Heavenly All Palace whispered among themselves. Is this really Dike Thien Van? Wasn't he a cripple? How could he be so formidable? The palace lord thought silently. Tianyun, what on earth happened? Your strength now rivals that of a body refinement disciple of the 7th or 8th tier. Zhao Hualong said coldly, eyes full of suspicion. Brutal. So your cultivation is that high? No wonder you could kill Fuangshin. Tianyun replied nonchalantly. They all died by the poisoned blades they carried. In a life-and-death fight, if you don't counterattack, the one who dies is me. Seeing him so resolute, Zhao Hualong could only utter, You! He thought to himself that this brat absolutely could not be spared. A notification rang out. First match, Dike Thien Van of Heavenly All Palace wins. The palace lord exhaled and said, Tianyun, you may step down now. Zhao Hualong suddenly called out, Wait a moment! Who said he could step down? Killing a disciple of Tian Lin's sect and then wanting to leave. He tossed Fuang Yun's body to the side and slowly rose to his feet. Ti Lei Yun retorted angrily, Elder Zhao, you want to kill Dike Thien Van, and yet won't let us concede. Seeing Tianyun win and you still want a rematch. Does the righteous Tian Lin sect stoop to such despicable behavior? She turned to Tianyun and said, Come down quickly and recover. Don't push yourself. He looked at her with confidence, then answered the palace lord, I'm fine. Do you want me to remain the cripple they expect? Hearing this, Lei Yun could only fall silent. She looked at his confident face and thought inwardly, Tianyun never defied me before. What happened to change him so much in such a short time? Zhao Hualong said, If you stay on the stage any longer you'll become a cripple. He ordered, Mao Cheng, you go up for this round. Mao Cheng, an elite disciple of Tian Lin's sect with deep internal strength and powerful ability, immediately obeyed, Yes, Elder Zhao. Those below watched with great worry. Mao Cheng? This looks dangerous. Can Dike Thien Van still win? He is a 9th-tier body refinement disciple. Mao Cheng stepped onto the stage and calmly addressed Tianyun. You are indeed formidable, but your movements are too rigid, not agile, your bursts of power too weak, and your speed too slow. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll concede personally. Tianyun clasped his hands in salute. Thanks for the guidance, senior brother Mao, but to be defeated by just 3 moves shows you're truly naive. If that's the case, I can finish you with a single move. Mao Cheng stood stunned for a moment, at a loss for words. Zhao Hualong showed displeasure. This brat has some cultivation, but his mind is truly flawed, far too arrogant. Mao Cheng said, First move. He executed the floating cloud step. In an instant his figure split into multiple afterimages. He laughed loudly and asked Tianyun, Ha ha! Can you clearly see my position? The palace lord of Heavenly All Palace immediately recognized it as the Tian Lin sect's supreme art, the floating cloud step. Thien Ven sneered, Huh, that's all you've got? Then he launched an extremely powerful kick, striking his opponent in the face. But immediately afterward he realized it was only an illusion. Thien Ven thought inwardly, Humph! Didn't I hit him? Why did it vanish? Mao Cheng laughed heartily. You actually think you can touch me? He stroked his chin and said, The floating cloud step I'm using is the Tian Lin sect's supreme art. What you struck was only my afterimage. Thien Van admired the swift footwork. He immediately delivered a strike backward, shouting, Talk too much, die! But only hit empty air. Thien Van felt annoyed. Damn, just afterimages again. I can't hit him at all. At that moment a voice full of killing intent sounded behind him. Trash! You can die now. Mao Cheng launched an eagle claw technique. As Thien Ven turned, he saw a hand with sharp, iron-like claws snatching straight at him. The female disciples below saw this and shouted, Dodge quickly, young master. One maiden covered her face in panic. There's no time. This time the young master will surely. Zhao Hualong laughed loudly, delighted. Ha ha! Not bad. This one move will strip that trash down to nothing. This is the fate of those who dare offend Tian Lin's sect. However, just as the situation turned critical, A flash of light blazed. Thien Van also executed an eagle claw technique to parry. His arm seized Mao Cheng's wrist, leaving him astonished. What? Thien Van laughed giddily. Ha ha! I was waiting for this strike to catch you. Zhao Hualong couldn't hide his shock. That dyke Thien Van even knows our Tian Lin sect's eagle claw technique? Mao Cheng frowned and shouted. You stole our sect's eagle claw technique. His body suddenly swelled, a huge hand snapping down to grab Thien Van, lifting him up. Then I'll open your eyes to what true eagle claw technique is. Thien Van gripped his wrist tightly and replied slowly. I'm not interested in this eagle claw technique. Catching you is enough. With that, he quickly used great art absorbing essence. Mao Cheng's face immediately changed. Not good. The female disciples, seeing his expression shift, wondered. Strange. Mao Cheng's momentum was terrifying a moment ago. Why is he powerless after touching the young master? Zhao Hualong exclaimed. It's that heretical art again. Mao Cheng, cut off that trash's tail quickly. Hearing this, Thien Van sneered with scorn. Trying to run? Now he can't even stand. He taunted. What's the matter? Mao Cheng, why are you kneeling? Mao Cheng's pride was wounded. Though nearly drained of life energy, he still barked. Let go! Damn it! Mao Cheng, am I being forced like this by a trash like you? But no matter how he tried, he couldn't get up. Mao Cheng said miserably. Why do I have no strength to resist? I have no face left to live in this world. With that, he produced a black pill. Pouring his remaining strength into it, he forcefully circulated his qi. Let's die together! A deafening explosion erupted with blinding light. Those below screamed, Aya! The oppressive force was terrifying, causing everyone to shield their faces. The palace lord cried in horror. Thien Van! After a while the smoke and dust gradually cleared, but the two were nowhere to be seen on the arena. Zhao Hualong sighed in dismay. It's all over. Because of that cripple, a genius like Mao Cheng was wasted. Ha! What a pity! Unexpectedly, at that moment, Thien Van slowly crawled up from the hole in the arena floor. He muttered, Mao Cheng truly died in vain, but I'm still alive. Zhao Hualong saw this, his pupils contracting, and he cried in horror. What? At that moment the system announced, Congratulations, you have slain Mao Cheng, gaining 800 experience points, 35 mad value points, acquiring the floating cloud step body technique and a restorative pill. Thien Van's face was smeared with dirt. He wiped his brow and crookedly smiled. Huff! Fortunately I used a restorative pill at the crucial moment. Floating cloud step. Ha! Not a bad haul this time. Big profit. The steward shouted. Second match. Dyke Thien Van of Heavenly All Palace wins. The girls cheered joyfully. He won. He really won. Young master is amazing. One girl couldn't hide her admiration and exclaimed, Young master, you are truly strong. Ti Lei Yun breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Thien Van with affection. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the other side. Dyke Thien Van! Zhao Hualong and the Tian Lin sect members glared at him. He raised his voice. There are limits in combat. You practice forbidden arts and strike cruelly, killing 2 of my disciples in succession. Today we'll make this clear to Tian Lin sect. Thien Van snorted in reply. Your memory is really poor. Huang Yun in the first match died from his own poison, and the foolish Mao Cheng just self-destructed. Now you want to pin all the blame on me. You say it's a life or death duel, and I only did what needed to be done. If you can't bear the consequences, don't challenge. Zhao Hualong was momentarily speechless. You,
Hiên Vân Wuner Côn Ly, stop babbling.
Send up your last fighter. I'll see this through. The palace lord spoke anxiously. Thien Van, that's enough. Leave the rest to us. Zhao Hualong immediately cut him off. No. He agreed to duel. The final match must continue. Then he unleashed powerful surges of energy, encircling Dyke Thien Van. Ti Lei Yun immediately circulated her qi, transforming it into countless small snowflakes to restrain his force. She said slowly, Elder Zhao, Thien Van has fought 2 consecutive matches. Letting someone else take the last one isn't breaking the rules. Thien Van stood on the arena, watching the covert clash of force between the two. Zhao Hualong replied coldly, Palace Lord T, this is his choice. If he wins the final match, I'll reward him with a Fa Lin Dan. Everyone was astonished at the mention of a Fa Lin Dan. This pill can help a user break directly from body refinement to spirit refinement. Zhao Hualong was truly staking a lot this time. Thien Ven uttered an O of interest. A Fa Lin Dan? Unexpected luck. I'll take this duel. Zhao Hualong smugly. Then proceed to the next match. He thought inwardly, humph. Once this brat agrees, I'll have a chance to finish him. The palace lord called to Thien Van, his gaze showing concern. He reassured her. Miss, rest assured. Zhao Hualong ordered with hostility. Tru Fong, you fight the final match. Don't hold back. Cripple him. Tru Fong, taller than average, immediately stepped onto the arena and replied confidently, No problem. Zhao Hualong promised. I'll help you deal with him, as long as you win.
Triệu Phong, an elite descent of Tangling sect, stood before Thien Ven.
He drew the spear from his back and said sternly, You killed our people. Today you'll pay. With that, he thrust the spear's tip hard into the arena floor.
Triệu Phong shouted loudly, his fury erupting violently.
The long spear in his hand must weigh at least 300 to 400 caddies. A 7th-tier body refinement cultivator can already wield such a heavy weapon?
Thi Leun was yet worried then.
She thought to herself. It seems Elder Zhao has planned everything. If close combat can't beat Thien Van, switch to weapons. Reach equals power, this time getting close won't be easy. Thien Van's techniques will be hard to execute. On the arena, Tru Fong finished preparations and said, I won't fight an unarmed man. Go fetch a weapon. I'll give you the chance. Thien Van remarked. Your spear's might is indeed considerable. The palace lord asked, Thien Van, do you need a weapon? He replied confidently, without hesitation. No need, your grace. I already have a weapon. Zhao Hualong laughed loudly, his tone full of sarcasm. Ha ha! What's the difference without a weapon? Tila Yun asked anxiously. Thien Van, how will your weapon handle him? She thought inwardly. Thien Van's footwork isn't extremely agile. Dodging must have drained him. If he uses fists, how can he close the distance? Tru Fong provoked again. If you insist on courting death, don't blame me. Thien Van replied calmly. Be my guest. Tru Fong began to circulate his chi and perform martial techniques. Giant spear tips shot up from the ground around Thien Van, sharp and cold. Tru Fong shouted. Spear descends and subdues the dragon. His eyes went milky white, veins bulging with blood. Tila Yun immediately sensed something wrong and cried in alarm. Not good. This is a sign of overdosing on elixirs. Thien Van, get off the stage now. Tru Fong swung his spear, delivering an extremely powerful downward strike. Thien Van found himself in a difficult position, surrounded on all sides while facing an attack from above. People screamed in panic. Ah, he's being hit again. It's too brutal. Yet he simply smiled indifferently and immediately executed the floating cloud step. Tru Fong saw his opponent's figure split into many shadows, momentarily thrown into confusion, and exclaimed in shock, What? You also know the floating cloud step? He poured all his strength into a fierce forward strike. A thunderous explosion sounded as the arena floor was blasted into a large crater. Right after Tru Fong landed, he suddenly felt something lock his legs. Looking down, he cried in horror, My legs are frozen. In an instant, his entire body was frozen solid. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and Tru Fong's body shattered into many pieces. Thien Van stood there, gasping, Huff, huff, I won. In his hand, the frostbone fist still emitted icy chill. Those around couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone stood stunned for a long moment. Zhao Hualong panicked inwardly. What on earth is happening? He not only knows the eagle claw technique, he also knows the floating cloud step and so many other heretical arts. The steward shouted, Dyke Thien Van of Heavenly All Palace wins. The crowd immediately erupted. He won! He won! Our young master won! Tila Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for slaying Tru Fong, a disciple of Tien Lin sect, receiving 700 experience points and 30 mad value points. Congratulations on completing the quest chain. Received 10,000 experience points, 1 set of heavenly angel armor, and 200 taels of gold. Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van on leveling up to first tier spirit refinement. Player info, level 11, first tier spirit refinement. Experience 1273/300,000, mad value 698. Then Van was overjoyed. Another set of heavenly angel armor and 200 taels of gold, enough to last a while. The system continued to announce, Skill Great Art Absorbing Essence upgraded to human rank, divine grade, proficiency 378/1000. Skill Eagle Claw Technique upgraded to human rank, divine grade, proficiency 378/1000. Equipment, Snow Wolf Boots. Skills, Floating Cloud Step, Lakuang Sword Technique. Thien Van said excitedly, "Finally I qualify to open the level 11 gift pack." At this time, the sun had risen high and the match officially ended. Tile Yun decisively said, "Elder Zhao, our heavenly all-palace has won this duel. Leave the items and go." The Tien Lin sect disciples shouted in protest. "He's not a disciple of heavenly all-palace. Our palace has never accepted male disciples. This doesn't count." Another chimed in, "Right, at most he's an outer disciple. How can he represent heavenly all-palace?" Thien Van smiled contemptuously. "Elder Zhao, your disciple is slapping you in the face." Zhao Hualong asked sternly, "How do you know the secret martial arts of my Tien Lin sect?" Thien Van scratched his head and replied innocently, "Such a simple technique. You learn it at a glance." "Oh, so that was your sect's secret art? That's all it is." Zhao Hualong shouted angrily. "You!" The palace lord looked him squarely in the eye and said coldly, "Elder Zhao, a loss is a loss. Leave some dignity for Tien Lin sect." Zhao Hualong pondered for a moment, then turned and threw the box containing the Fa Lin Dan toward Thien Van, ordering his disciples to withdraw. The box fell to the ground, and the Fa Lin Dan rolled to Thien Van's feet. He sighed softly and said, "Looks like I've made enemies with them again." Zhao Hualong inwardly seethed, wishing he could strike him into pieces. This guy, if he were a boss, who knows what treasures he'd drop. Scene change. Thien Van and the palace lord stood on a snow-covered cliff. She said gently, "Defeating 3 Tien Lin sect disciples in a row. Your cultivation may have reached the peak of body refinement, right?" Thien Van replied lightly, "This might be a bit higher." Tile Yun, somewhat surprised, said, "First tier spirit refinement? Thien Van, you clearly couldn't cultivate before. Tell me what happened. How did someone who couldn't cultivate suddenly break through to spirit refinement?" Thien Van rubbed his nose and came up with a plausible excuse. "Actually, a mysterious expert came these past days to help me, allowing me to cultivate and greatly increasing my strength." He thought privately, "Is this excuse too far-fetched? But I can't exactly say I transmigrated here." The palace lord guessed, "A mysterious expert. Could it be someone your father sent to help?"
Thiên Vân Riplit Ca Sua, maybe.
"That expert revealed no information, only told me to train diligently." Tile Yun reproachfully, "Really? Your formerly weak appearance really fooled me." Thien Van chuckled. "I just wanted to give you a surprise." He thought to himself, "Indeed, can't keep up the act for long." Night fell, and when darkness descended, Thien Van returned to the rear compound. In his private room, lamplight spilled through the small window. Thien Van mused, "Finally I have time to open the level 11 gift pack." He opened the system to check, and the info panel immediately appeared with the updated stats. Thien Van clicked the gift section. Curious, "I wonder what this pack will give." He couldn't help feeling excited. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have received Primary Mastery of All Professions, Primary Pill Refining Technique, Primary Forging, Primary Divine Script." Received 1 chance to draw from a level 15 gift pack. All items quickly merged into his consciousness. Though only basic skills, they brought great benefit. Moreover, in this world they were equivalent to third-grade level. In this world, professions are ranked: first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, grandmaster, sectmaster, and creator. Thien Van understood that reaching third grade in any field was already impressive, at least no longer a novice. He reviewed the system panel. Heavenly All Palace had always relied on outsiders to refine pills and forge weapons, but from now on perhaps that wouldn't be necessary. Even basic skills could be leveled up with practice. Thien Van was ecstatic. Another draw opportunity. I can't waste it. He opened the draw system and spun the luck wheel, muttering, "Divine skill. Divine skill. I want a divine skill." The system quickly returned the result. Divine skill. Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for receiving the divine skill. Lucky light ring. Thien Van cheered with joy. I actually won a divine skill, the system explained. Lucky light ring increases luck 5-fold and consumes 1 mad value point per second. Thien Van opened the secret tome and saw a lucky cat spirit rise up. He muttered, luck increased 5-fold. Will I literally pick up money on the road now? He pushed the door and stepped outside to test the effect. Just out on the porch, the system kept announcing, consumed 1 mad value point. Consumed 1 mad value point. Consumed 1 mad value point. Thien Van exclaimed, as expected for a divine skill, even its consumption is divine. At that moment, Lu Mong Lin stood outside calling, young master.
Thiên Vân Riplit, Little Liên Sister.
She stepped before him and said, the palace lord sent me to inform you to come to the council hall tomorrow morning. Suddenly, little Lean tripped and tumbled into Thien Van's arms, crying out, ah! At the moment their lips met, both flushed briefly and froze. Little Lean immediately jumped back and flusteredly said, ah! Sorry, young master. I didn't mean to. Thien Van watched the embarrassed girl run off and thought to himself, this romantic luck could count as good fortune. Not bad at all. Cut to the main hall where a heated debate was taking place. One person opposed the palace lord. This absolutely cannot be. It violates the rules and will damage our reputation. Another added, exactly. Dyke Thien Van's cultivation is too low. How can he represent Heavenly All Palace to enter the ancient heaven trench? As Thien Van entered,
Thi Lương Sight, Thiên Vân, perfect timing.
She stood and loudly declared, I have 2 decisions. First, to confer Thien Van as an official disciple of Heavenly All Palace. Second, to assign the quota for entering the ancient heaven trench to him. Her words stunned everyone. Thien Van was equally stunned. The second elder immediately objected. I disagree. Even if he goes in there, he'll have no advantage. It's a death sentence and a waste of the quota, the palace lord countered. The ruins won't open for more than half a year. Now Thien Van has broken through to second-tier spirit refinement and qualifies to enter. What's the problem? The second elder was startled. What? He has broken through to spirit refinement. Tilayun added firmly. Second elder, I know what you're thinking. You want to give this quota to your inner disciple. But this quota was earned by Thien Van winning 3 matches. It's rightfully his to receive. The second elder finally had no choice but to agree. The palace lord took a few steps forward and asked, the quota for the ancient heaven trench will go to Thien Van. Do any other elders object? Everyone replied in unison. No. Tilayun patted Thien Van's shoulder and advised, you must train diligently. The chance to enter the ancient heaven trench is a great opportunity for you. Thien Van replied confidently, I will not let everyone's expectations down. At that moment, the system announced, main quest clue received. Seize the ancient heaven trench. Rewards, control rights to the ancient heaven trench, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 mad value points, 1 infinite sword. Thien Van was extremely excited. Wow, the main quest finally unlocked. He wondered inwardly, control rights to the ancient heaven trench. Can a ruin really be controlled? But just by looking at the rewards, he could tell the quest's difficulty would be high. The palace lord sat down and began the main business. Everyone, next we will prepare to craft weapons. Has Master Kong, the invited smith, arrive. The senior elder of Heavenly All Palace replied, "He is resting in the hall. You may invite him in now." Tila Yun turned to Thien Van and said, "I will ask Master Kong to make a weapon specifically for you. That set of fists is good, but having a sword or spear would be very useful in combat." Thien Van smiled and answered, "That would be fine," but he thought privately, "Not sure what good weapon he can forge. Frostbone fist may be mundane, but its power is terrifying." A disciple's voice rang from outside. "Master Kong has arrived." A bald man of short stature entered the hall. Someone respectfully said, "Master, please sit."
Thiên Vân quietly observed Master Khổng.
His cultivation was not low, at least 4th or 5th tier spirit refinement, even higher than some elders present. Yet everyone respectfully called him Master, because he was a 3rd-grade smith capable of forging spirit weapons. The palace lord said, "Master Kong, please help us craft 3 spirit weapons this time. The price is negotiable." Master Kong sighed. "Spirit weapons aren't easy to make, so the price won't be low." He toyed with the prayer beads in his hand and continued, "I can make 3 spirit weapons, but there are 3 conditions. If you can't meet them, I won't be inclined to do it." Tila Yun asked, "What are the conditions?" Master Kong replied, "First, allow my disciple to join Heavenly All Palace as an outer disciple." She immediately agreed. "That is no problem." He raised his teacup and lightly blew on it. "Second, you must supply the crafting materials or the money. I will personally go and purchase them." Tila Yun said, "Very well. How much will it cost?" Master Kong answered, "Not much, 10,000 taels of gold will do." Hearing the figure, the palace lord was taken aback. 10,000 taels of gold? That price? She attempted to negotiate. "Could it be a bit less?" Master Kong shook his head. "This price is already low. Outside, each spirit weapon would cost at least 50,000 taels. I'm giving you a discount." Tila Yun sighed. "All right. What's the 3rd condition?" She couldn't help feeling anxious. Though Heavenly All Palace was a large sect, paying such a sum at once was a significant burden that would strain future operations. He smiled faintly and said, "It's actually not difficult. I've taken a liking to one disciple here. If you allow me to form a mentor bond with her, I'll gift you the 3 spirit weapons." The palace lord asked, "Who is it?" Master Kong pointed at Little Lean and said, "It's her." The girl panicked and hurriedly ran to Thien Van, calling, "Young master!" Thien Van thought to himself, if Little Lean agrees, then there's no problem, but if she refuses and is forced, he would absolutely not accept it. The second elder spoke up to persuade Little Lean. "Being noticed by Master Kong is your good fortune. Come over here at once." In her mind, she calculated that Little Lean's talent wasn't high. Marrying her off in exchange for 3 spirit weapons would be a bargain. Little Lean lightly tugged Thien Van's sleeve and whispered, "I don't want to be married off anywhere." Master Kong, seeing himself refused, immediately grew angry. "I am a 3rd-grade creator smith. After following me, you'll enjoy abundant resources. Later, I might even become a 4th or 5th-grade master. Wouldn't you want to come with me?" Little Lean gently replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Kong, but I do not wish to take a partner right now. I hope you understand." He rudely spat insults in her face. "How pathetic! What, you're just a servant maid and you dare refuse me? If you won't become my partner, then for this spirit forging task you can go invite someone else." Unexpectedly, the palace lord shouted, "Then get out of here!" Old Kong turned and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Tila Yun snarled. "I called you Master Kong out of respect. I didn't expect you couldn't secure a marriage and would insult my disciple. With such manners, who would want you?" He sprang to his feet and shouted, "Humph! Is this how you treat guests? You'll regret this." The second elder grabbed Little Lean's wrist and said, "What are you thinking? This is Master Kong. If you can marry him, it's like a sparrow turning into a phoenix. You'll get everything you want." Thien Van immediately stepped in front of Little Lean and coldly retorted, "Spare me the sparrow turning into a phoenix nonsense. Little Lean is already a phoenix. Where's the sparrow? It seems Master Kong has done this before." He looked at Little Lean and said confidently, "Isn't this just forging a spirit weapon? I can do that too. The atmosphere in the main hall immediately grew tense. The palace lord thought to herself that Thien Van's words were likely more than mere politeness toward Master Kong. Becoming a creator smith isn't accomplished overnight. Even with a stroke of luck, it would be difficult. Master Kong looked at him with contempt and said, "With your temperament you think you can forge a spirit weapon? I've heard you're a worthless cripple. Does Thien Lin's sect only send cripples? How could someone like you possibly win?" Thien Van asked calmly, "If I can forge a spirit weapon, what will you say then?" Master Kong placed a sword on the table and replied loudly, "If you can forge a spirit weapon, then I'll give this spirit weapon to you. I'll eat my hat." He thought to himself that he couldn't believe he'd been rejected by a servant maid and insulted by a cripple. Old Kong added a condition. "If you can't forge it, then you must give her to me in marriage. How about that?" He believed he had been very generous, and even if the girl later agreed, he would still treat her like a servant. Thien Van, furious, said, "Little Lean is not a commodity. I will not bet her like that. If I fail to forge a spirit weapon, I will sever one of my own arms." Master Kong laughed. Good. You have spirit. Sever an arm, then you'll be less than a cripple. If you regret it later and Heavenly All Palace doesn't give me a proper explanation, don't blame me for being rude.
Thiên Vân riplit loudly, "No problem."
He clasped his hands to the palace lord and said, "Please provide me the materials to forge a spirit weapon. I want to begin crafting one now." At that moment the system announced, "Player Dyke Thien Van has accepted the task to forge a spirit weapon. Effect, permanently indestructible, can be used to craft higher-grade treasures, for pill refining, or as an attack tool at mundane grade." The second elder was furious. "Are you crazy? You dare say that? Apologize to Master Kong immediately." Thien Van replied bluntly, "Little Lean is not a tool for you to trade for spirit weapons. If Master Kong is so outstanding, why don't you marry her to him?" The second elder snapped in anger. Lu Mong Lin was deeply moved. She hadn't expected the young master to stand up and defend her like that. The palace lord also nodded in agreement. "That's right. I'll take you to the forge now so you can craft a spirit weapon for them to see." Thien Van asked, "Aunt, do you trust me?" She smiled and replied, "We're family. If not me, who would you trust?" Very quickly, everyone went together to the forging room. Tile Yun said, "These are the materials to forge a spirit weapon. But we've only prepared 5 sets, in case of several failures." Thien Van replied confidently, "That's enough. For me, failure is not an option." Master Kong looked at him with skeptical eyes. He thought to himself that, with his current level, the success rate of forging a spirit weapon would only be about 20%. "Humph. This brat dares to speak so arrogantly." Thien Van asked the palace lord, "What kind of weapon should I forge?" The palace lord answered, "A long sword. Heavenly All Palace basically all use long swords." Thien Van nodded in agreement. He took the materials and stood before the furnace. He calculated inwardly that the furnace's fire was ordinary, so the difficulty of refining would be considerably higher. Master Kong sneered, "Humph. Putting on an act. Let's see how long you last." He believed the brat was only putting on a show, trying to force a bargain, or stalling for time. The second elder also showed his displeasure. "Palace Lord, you can't do this. I know you value him, but if he fails and offends Master Kong, and we have no weapons, how will we enter the ancient heaven trench?" Tile Yun replied solemnly, "I will bear all the consequences." The second elder said coldly, "If you fail, we'll report to the elders. Then everything will be decided by them." The palace lord only said briefly, "Do as you wish." Little Lean was somewhat anxious. "Palace lord, should I agree to Master Kong?"
Thì Lương Sách Family, just Thiên Vân.
At that moment Thien Van felt a bit tense. He let out a soft sigh, then smiled. "Just do it. Leave the rest to fate." He took all the materials and dumped them into the furnace. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out from the great crucible.
Ah,
So he's an idiot, throwing all the materials into the furnace at once. Truly the act of a fool. Seeing Thien Van sitting before the furnace circulating inner power, he continued to mock, Even if you're trying to show off, you don't need to go this far. He stroked the prayer beads in his hand and shook his head. What a pity, the fine materials are ruined. If it were me, there would at least be a 20% success rate. I could have forged a spirit weapon. Now it's just a pile of trash. But immediately after, Old Kong suddenly froze. He discovered Thien Van was controlling the essences of the materials, condensing them together. He cried out in astonishment. Impossible! Doing that requires extremely strong control. The senior elder was shaken inwardly. Could it be? It's really about to succeed? The second elder now also realized that this brat not only had considerable cultivation, but knew how to refine weapons. Could Ti Lei-yun have been hiding his talent all along? At that moment, a long sword gradually took shape, surrounded by blazing red forging fire. Thien Van said in a low voice, "Prepare! It's almost out of the furnace." The pressure in the crucible surged violently. The sword suddenly shot straight into the air, the spirit aura from its blade radiating intensely. The sword fell to the center of the room, to the astonished gazes of everyone present. At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for completing the task." The system announced, "Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for completing the task, receiving 5,000 experience points and the skill Immortal Flame." Thien Van couldn't hide his joy. Very good. The skill is in hand. Primary forging technique. Proficiency 10 to 1. He turned to Master Kong and said, "Confirm this for me. Is this a spirit weapon or not?" The palace lord picked up the sword, examined it carefully, and said, "This truly is a spirit sword." Thien Van looked at Master Kong. "Do you want to try it?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "No need." Then he pointed at Thien Van and shouted, "I think Heavenly All Palace deliberately let this brat pretend not to know refining so they'd bully me." Thien Van said coldly, "Did I ever tell you I didn't know how to refine? If you play, you must accept the outcome. Hand over the spirit weapon, and remember to use your head when you leave." Old Kong continued to rant, "Don't bully me so outrageously. I lost this round because you set a trap for me. You never sincerely invited me to forge weapons.
Thiên Vân Sn. Ediculo.
If you hadn't forced people so much, why would I step up? Although Heavenly All Palace is full of women, the women here are the true masters, not you." He paused, voice firmer. "Women also have the right to choose for themselves. They are not commodities. I hope in future you will show women some respect." He shouted loudly, "Now you can get out. Don't forget to use your head on the way out." Master Kong threw several beads to the ground and growled, "Telling me to use my head? You don't even have the right." The palace lord immediately spoke up. "Do I have the right or not, Master Kong? The agreement was made. Shouldn't it be honored?" Earlier, Dyke Thien Van had wagered that he would sever one of his own arms. And yet Master Kong intends to settle for leaving just one spirit weapon? Realizing he had no argument, he immediately turned and left. "Fine. I won't haggle with you today. I still have spirit weapons to refine. I'll remember you. This won't end so easily." Thien Van asked coldly, "Are you going to threaten us and then leave?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he kicked straight into the man's back. "Get lost!" Old Kong was kicked flying out into the courtyard, screaming, "Arg!" Seeing this, the second elder worriedly said, "Palace Lord, isn't this a bit extreme? Master Kong also holds considerable status in Heavenly Moon City. What if he really hires people to pressure us?" Thien Van replied firmly, "I'll take full responsibility for this." He calmly added, "I'm only an outer disciple. What I do has nothing to do with Heavenly All Palace." The second elder showed displeasure. "You really can forge spirit weapons, but overall you're not much higher than Master Kong. That won't create a large advantage and you have no connections. Heavenly All Palace's situation going forward is worrisome." Thien Van stepped to the materials rack, took additional ingredients and asked, "You mean if my level is much higher, they won't dare say anything, right? If so, I'll forge several more spirit weapons for the elders to inspect themselves." The second elder exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Thien Van put all the materials into the furnace, then sat cross-legged and cultivated. A white flame appeared in his hand, which gradually grew larger. He fed the flame into the crucible. Immediately, the fire flared violently, its might shaking the space. Everyone exclaimed, "What kind of flame is that?" The palace lord was also astonished. She thought to herself that she hadn't expected Thien Van to control such a special blaze. That meant he hadn't shown his full power when facing Master Kong earlier. Only Thien Van knew this was the immortal flame, a rare treasure. At that moment the system announced, "Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for gaining 50 proficiency points." He examined the result in his hands. It was an ordinary long sword, but it was a mid-grade spirit weapon. The second elder had realized that too. Thien Van turned to the 3 senior elders and asked, "With skill like this, how does he compare to Master Kong?" The chief elder sighed, "I'm thoroughly convinced." The second elder pondered for a moment, then said, "Palace Lord, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. From now on I will follow all your orders." Thien Van rolled up his sleeves and said, "Then I'll use the remaining materials to keep forging so all the sisters can have spirit swords. I want to see who still dares to bully Heavenly All Palace after this." At that moment the system displayed another message. "Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for accepting the task. Complete the forging assigned by T. Layun. Reward, 5,000 experience points. T. Layun's favorability plus 10. Thien Van was slightly surprised. Another task? This time it even includes favorability. He was curious. Can I actually see the Palace Lord's favorability toward me? Thien Van glanced at T. Layun, and the information immediately appeared. Favorability, 330. He thought to himself, what does 330 points even mean? The system promptly explained, favorability levels. 10 points, casual acquaintance. 100 points, good friend. 200 points, family/lover. 300 points, inseparable through life and death. Thien Van asked, inseparable through life and death? His face flushed suddenly, and an indescribable joy rose in his chest. He hadn't expected the Palace Lord's favorability to be so high. The system announced, congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for completing the task, receiving 5,000 experience points and an additional 10 favorability points from T. Layun. Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for rising to Tier 2 of Spirit Refinement. Primary Forging Technique. Proficiency reached 30 out of 1,000. Thien Van sat beside the pile of materials, rummaged for a while, then said, are the materials all used up? The Palace Lord inspected the swords and replied, for now they're gone. But I really can't believe they all succeeded. These are all mid-grade spirit weapons. Thien Van laughed heartily. As long as you let me forge, quantity is no problem. Oh, are there any spirit medicines? I can also refine pills. T. Layun rejoiced. Really? Then Heavenly All Palace won't need to beg favors from others anymore. She opened a sheet of paper to examine and said, it's just that right now we don't have spirit medicines. I'll immediately send people to buy them, including materials for forging. Thien Van asked, send people to buy? Then an idea occurred to him. Palace Lord, how about I go buy them? I can sell these spirit weapons to exchange for materials so we can forge even better things. T. Layun nodded. You can go. Consider it a training opportunity. Unfortunately, I can't descend the mountain with you. I'll send 2 people to accompany you. They are teammates for the upcoming expedition into the ancient heaven trench. Use this chance to get to know them so you coordinate better later. The 2 girls stepped forward. The girl in green was Qin Shui, favorability 32 points, with a rather reserved expression. She said coldly, greetings, young master. Thien Van clasped his hands in salute. Senior sisters, please take care of me. He thought to himself that their favorability had improved since their first meeting. Perhaps the forging episode changed their impression of him. The Palace Lord handed him a storage ring and said, Thien Van, take this storage ring. Inside is some gold and the spirit swords you previously forged. Thien Van cupped his hands. Many thanks, Palace Lord. He thought inwardly that the thing was truly convenient. It could hold a lot of items which would be troublesome to carry otherwise. He said solemnly, when we return, I will definitely bring back plenty of spoils. At that moment the system displayed, task accepted. Buy materials and return to Heavenly All Palace. The system announced, task completion rewards, 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold, 1 lottery draw chance, favorability plus 20. The carriage set off quickly. Thien Van looked out the window and asked, "We're heading to Thien Phong City, right?" And Lin replied, "Yes, young master. Thien Phong City is the busiest trading hub in this region." Thien Van thought to himself that Master Kong, who had been chased off earlier, seemed to have ties with some of the city's powerful families. He hoped to avoid running into him. The anger in his chest hadn't faded. If he weren't worried about causing trouble for Heavenly All Palace, he would have acted already. The carriage quickly entered the city. Thien Van stepped down, looked around, and exclaimed, "Thien Phong City is indeed lively." Suddenly, the sound of pounding hooves came from afar. The driver shouted loudly, "Everyone clear the way! Don't block the road!" The townsfolk panicked and hurriedly scattered to both sides. Cries rose everywhere. A red carriage hurtled into the city. The driver yelled, "Get out of the way!" Someone recognized it and cried out in alarm, "That's the carriage of the Don Divine Sect." The driver continued to threaten, "If you don't want to die, clear out." Terrified, everyone immediately got out of the way. Someone muttered in annoyance, "Who are they to be so arrogant?" The person next to them quickly gestured, "Shoo, keep your voice down." And Lin watched and said softly, "No wonder they're so arrogant. That's the Don Divine Sect's carriage, a force of considerable standing in Thien Phong City." Qin Shui added in a low voice, "There's no choice. The Don Divine Sect's strength surpasses Thien Lin Sect by a rank. They're also one of the factions entering the ancient Heaven Trench, holding 4 quotas." Thien Van thought to himself, the carriage just now was clearly a spirit weapon they themselves had forged. Unless one were an ultra-powerful expert, it couldn't be destroyed. Just then, the system suddenly announced, "Do you want to accept the task? Defeat the arrogant disciple Ma Luong Ben of the Don Divine Sect. Rewards, 50,000 experience points. Mastery. Crafting skill, 500 proficiency points, 500 gold." Thien Van thought to himself, "Is this a random quest? Of course I'll accept." He hadn't expected the system could automatically detect such tasks. But this quest didn't seem like a mainline mission. You could choose whether to complete it or not. He smiled slightly. The reward was indeed generous. Besides, he currently had a lucky aura. Wouldn't that let him get even more rewards? The three stopped before a grand, magnificent building. And Lin said, "Young master, we've arrived at Thien Phong Inn." Thien Phong Inn is one of the more upscale places in the city. Qin Shui said, "Young master, let's go inside." He replied, "Ahem." As soon as they entered, they heard a girl shouting loudly, "Lu Luke, you said you'd give 8 taels. I've heard from others what the price of spirit jade grass is." Q Lang Van grabbed Lu Luke's wrist and demanded loudly, "Each plant is at least 10 taels. What gives you the right to offer me only 3? He grabbed the girl's hair and sneered, "Thien Phong Inn only pays 4 taels for spirit jade grass now. I'm only taking 1 tael as my fee. Keep causing trouble and don't blame me for acting." Langvan struggled. Why did the price suddenly drop so low? Someone must have scooped them all up, right? "Give them back to me now." Seeing Thien Van staring at them, and Lin reminded, "This happens every day, young master. Let's go inside." But he seemed not to hear and walked straight toward the little girl. And Lin cried out, "Young master, the system has successfully accepted the task to help the virtuous girl Q Lang Van. Rewards, 1,000 experience points, Q Lang Van's favorability, plus 100, and 5 morality points." On the other side, Q Lang Van was furious. The girl bit Lu Luke's hand hard. He immediately let go, shouting, "It hurts, damn it." Lu Luke swung his hand to strike back. "Miss Q, how dare you bite me? Worthless. Get out of here." Lang Van was terrified, raised her hands to protect herself, and squeezed her eyes shut waiting for the blow. But with a slap, the girl peeked open her eyes and saw a big brother holding Lu Luke's hand tightly. He said slowly, "Friend, the price of spirit jade grass is indeed 10 taels of silver. Is what you're doing not bullying the weak by relying on the strong? He snarled. What's it to you? Then he swung a punch straight at Thien Van. Lang Van rushed in to hold his hand back, shouting, Careful! But the punch still came flying. Thien Van instantly slapped him so hard his teeth and lips rattled and his jaw twisted. One wasn't enough. Smack, smack, smack. In a flash, Luke's face was struck with a series of slaps. He shouted resentfully, You bastard! Do you know who I am? Thien Van circulated his chi. Power radiated with impact as he replied coldly, I don't need to know who you are, but I advise you to vomit up all the silver you swallowed, or I won't hesitate to give you a few more slaps. Sensing the cultivation aura on him, Luke cried in fear, You're a cultivator! He immediately knelt and kowtowed, repeatedly saying, Sorry, please spare this servant. I absolutely won't cause trouble again. Thien Van said coldly, Get lost. Before he could say a second word, Luke fled pell-mell out the door. The system announced, Congratulations to player Dyke Thien Van for completing the task, receiving 10,000 experience points, 100 favorability with Q Lang Van, and 5 morality points. Q Lang Van sat on the ground and took out a few ingots of gold. The girl held them out with both hands to Thien Van and said, Benefactor, this is payment for you. I can't give you much. Otherwise my younger brothers at home won't have enough to eat. He bent down and said to the girl, I don't need the silver. I was wondering if you'd like to join our heavenly all-palace. Lang Van clutched her skirt hem and hesitantly replied, My talent is very low. There's no way I can join heavenly all-palace. Thien Van turned to Enlin and Qin Shui and asked, Senior sisters, can she join heavenly all-palace? Starting as a cleaning disciple? Is that okay? Enlin replied, That probably won't be an issue. Besides, Junior Brother has a reputation in heavenly all-palace. Bringing one person in won't draw criticism from the elders. He asked eagerly, If that's the case, would you like to come with us? The girl answered sadly, But I can't leave my younger brothers unattended, so I'm sorry, young master. Just then the system announced, Accept the task to help Q Lang Van? Completing it grants 10,000 experience points, plus 50 favorability from Q Lang Van, and increased morality value.
Thiên Vân Ponder.
Another optional mission. He'd been curious what morality value meant, so he checked his own info. Player, Dyke Thien Van level 12, Spirit Refinement Tier 2. Experience, 5225 MAD value, 670 morality value.
Cultivation. Bắc Minh Divine Art.
Skills, Great Art Absorbing Essence, Eagle Claw Technique, Lac Vu Floating Swordsmanship, Cloud Step Weapon, Frozen Bone Fist Defensive Gear, Combat Boots, Snow Wolf Armor Divine Skill. Madness Type. Morality value, increases luck. The higher the morality, the luckier you are, applicable anywhere.
Thiên Vân Smile Contentin.
It seemed doing good could raise morality value. The exact effect was still unclear. Accept the task. Leaves drifted gently from the tree canopy to the ground. Thien Van said to the girl, Then bring your younger brothers as well. Our heavenly all-palace can recruit a few more people. Lang Van exclaimed in surprise, Really? He affirmed, Yes, but right now we need to buy some supplies. The girl said shyly, Then I'll wait for you outside. Suddenly, Thien Van grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along. With me here, you're an honored guest. Who would dare touch you? For the first time someone had treated her so kindly, and Lang Van smiled as she followed. But as they reached the gate, a loud shout rang out. Immediately after, a large hand blocked Lang Van. The girl was pushed back and tumbled to the ground. Lang Van cried out in pain. Ah! The gatekeeper looked at her with disdain. Sorry, our place doesn't welcome the poor. Thien Van questioned. She's with me. If I bring her in, that won't be a problem, right? He looked at him and realized he was a cultivator, then said, No problem. Immediately after, he changed his attitude 180 degrees, stepped forward to help Lang Van up, and sweetly said, Oh my! How did this young miss fall? It's my carelessness. Great one. Please do not blame me. Come inside. As they entered, the man even thoughtfully reminded them, Watch the steps. Thien Van growled, Consider yourself lucky I spare your life. Lang Van was delighted. She really had made it inside. The interior displayed many items, swords, precious gems, pills. Lang Van bent down and stared attentively at a pill. Tien Van asked, "Do you want this?" The girl replied embarrassedly, "I want this pill." He asked curiously, "What do you want this pill for?" The girl answered honestly, "My younger brother was poisoned. I heard this detox pill can cure it, so I want to buy it." Tien Van said confidently, "If all that's needed is this detox pill, then take me to your brother and I'll treat him." Lang Van couldn't hide her joy. "Really?" he confirmed. "No problem. After I finish here, we'll go right away." The girl was moved. "Thank you." Suddenly, a voice called from the other side. "Why is someone from the poor district in here?" Master Kong, holding a bead string, sneered. "Thien Phuong and has sunk to this? Truly unlucky." Tien Van exclaimed, "Oh, so it's Master Kong." He saw him and was also very surprised. "You? What are you doing here?" Tien Van demanded. "Is there a problem with me being here?" The man, upon seeing Lang Van, shouted loudly, "Why are you letting people from the poor district in here? Where are they?" The servant immediately ran in. Master Kong scolded, "What rotten luck! Drive these people out for me." The man promptly obeyed. The servant stepped forward and barked, "This is Tien Phuong Tower, not a place for the poor. Please leave." Tien Van felt annoyed. Master Kong was an honored guest here, so no wonder the guards obeyed him. He asked coldly, "On what basis do you assume she's poor?" The man replied, "She couldn't even buy the cheapest trinket. I don't want to make things difficult for you." Lang Van sighed, "Let me go outside." Tien Van handed the girl 2 gold bars and asked the man again, "How about now?" The servant stared, looking from the 2 gold bars to Master Kong. Old Kong bellowed, "This place does not welcome people like you. Get out. Peasants are peasants. Poverty reeks from their bones." Lang Van bowed her head, trembling slightly. Tien Van shot back loudly, "Really? Still better than some people. Dressed in luxury yet less than beasts." Master Kong insisted, "I am the honored guest here. If I say get out, you must get out. Someone, drive them out." Tien Van said, "Aren't you just an honored guest? Where is the steward? I have something to say to him." Old Kong sneered, "You alone want to meet the owners?" Those in the balcony looked down to watch the commotion. Just then, Owner Luong entered from outside and asked gently, "What's the matter?" Old Kong immediately complained, "It's Luong Owner. You came at the perfect time. He not only injured me but also brought people from the poor district in here, disturbing other guests. Throw them out." Upon seeing Tan Tuet and Enlin, the owner's guessed they might be people from Tien Tone Palace. At that moment Enlin spoke slowly, "Owner Luong, don't you think your honored guest is being rude? We are from Tien Tone Palace. What's wrong with bringing people in? Aren't we guests too?" He smiled and replied, "I see. No wonder you both have such an extraordinary bearing. Guests are guests, and being from Tien Tone Palace all the more. Why be upset? Anger only costs money." Master Kong threatened, "Owner Luong, I will leave if they are allowed to stay." Old Luong hesitated. Offending Master Kong for the sake of Tien Tone Palace seemed unwise. In the end, he chose money. The owners clasped their hands and said to the Tien Tone Palace people, "We are truly sorry. Please leave this place." And Lin shouted angrily, "You are bullying people outrageously." Tien Van immediately stopped her. "No need to rush. We can go somewhere else." He said sternly, "Owner Luong, remember your choice today. Letting some people stay is pointless anyway." Old Kong snorted and mocked, "Fight me? Tien Phuong Tower is my territory." Outside, Lang Van felt remorseful and said, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me." Tien Van looked at the girl. Seeing her guilty face, he reassured her, "Don't blame yourself. Master Kong has a grudge against us. It has nothing to do with you." He gently patted Lang Van's shoulder. "Let's go elsewhere. I'll make them regret their choice." Tien Van led everyone to Tien Vu Tower. The shop manager politely asked, "May I ask which young master this is?" He interrupted and said, "Do you buy spiritual energy? I've come to sell some." With that, Tien Van took out a series of weapons he had forged for the manager to inspect. He thought to himself, if Tien Phuong Tower refuses to be reasonable, then use Tien Vu Tower to press them. The moment he saw the good wares, the shop manager said, "Honored guests, please come in and wait a moment. I'll call the owners right away." The manager quickly went inside. At that moment, the system notification confirmed acceptance of the task. Help Tien Vu Tower pressure Tien Phuong Tower. Completion rewards, 50,000 experience points, plus 100 favorability with 2 Vu Vi, plus 500 gold, and plus 10 reputation points. Tien Van thought, 2 Vu Vi is most likely closely connected to Tien Vu Tower. It seems tasks appear everywhere. There are too many random tasks to possibly finish. The owner was a young woman in a green dress, coming down the stairs. Seeing the people from Tien Ton Palace, she said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I am Tu Vu Vi, the owner of this Tien Vu Tower." The moment Vu Vi saw Tien Van's swords, she immediately showed interest. These spiritual implements were all mid-grade. She examined them for a while and privately assessed. He's young yet able to craft so many mid-grade spiritual implements, truly not simple. If she could cooperate with him, they might earn a large sum. Vu Vi spoke. "Not bad, 10 mid-grade spirit swords. Do you intend to sell them to us?" Tien Van replied frankly. "As you see, these 10 spirit implements were all made by me. I want to cooperate with Tien Vu Tower. You provide materials, I refine the implements. Profit division and pricing are up to you. The only condition is the price must be lower than Tien Phuong Tower." Vu Vi inspected the goods and asked, "Young master, do you want us to snatch Tien Phuong Tower's customers? Do you have a grudge against them?" Tien Van answered, "More or less. So, do you want to take this deal?" The girl smiled slightly. "Of course. I'm very pleased." A short while later, Tien Van told the 2 senior sisters, "Please help. Follow Ninth Miss and take her younger brother here to remove the poison. I can't leave at the moment." Tan Tuet immediately agreed. "All right, we'll go now." Meanwhile at Tien Phuong Tower, Old Kong sat arrogantly and said, "Humph, fight me? I'll make Tien Ton Palace unable to sell here." Owner Luong flattered, "Indeed, Tien Ton Palace doesn't have many refining masters. Offending you would be unwise." As they spoke, a subordinate suddenly rushed in, panting, "Owner Luong, bad news." The owner snapped, "What's the hurry? Do you not know etiquette?" He clasped his hands and said, "Owner Luong, Tien Vu Tower has begun selling mid-grade spirit implements at a low price. Only 10,000 liang." Old Luong and Old Kong were startled. "What?" Old Kong expressed doubt. "Are they crazy? 10,000 liang is hardly more than half the price of low-grade spiritual implements." The subordinate said, "It seems to be the doing of a customer. In moments, they pulled our entire customer base over there." Owner Luong wondered, "The doing of a customer? Who would be generous enough to sell at such a low price?" The subordinate replied, "It appears to be the person you previously expelled." Old Kong was astonished. "What? It can't be him." Owner Luong's face darkened. Wasn't he from Tien Ton Palace? How could he sell spirit implements? Tien Ton Palace doesn't have that many spirit implements. He turned to ask Master Kong, "Or did we drive him to desperation?" Old Kong sighed. "Perhaps we pressured him too much, so he did this. Let's see how many more he can sell." Although he said that, the prayer bead string in his hand trembled and he was inwardly panicked. Damn! Dyke Tien Van really knows how to refine implements. Owner Luong immediately ordered, "Quickly buy all of them for me." The subordinate replied, "Understood." He ran off for a while and returned to report, "Owner Luong, those spirit implements have sold out." But very quickly another batch appeared. He continued ordering purchases. A short time later the subordinate returned again. Tien Vu Tower has produced another batch of spirit implements. And so it went. Just as they bought them up, more appeared. "Owners, Tien Vu Tower has more again." Owner Luong slammed his fist on the table. "Still more? Could it be that Tien Lao Pavilion is also selling its spirit implements at low prices?" After calming down, he suddenly realized something was wrong. This isn't the behavior of a fool. something's definitely off. Meanwhile, at Tien Vu Tower, the trading scene was bustling. A maid sighed, "Miss, headquarters will surely recognize your status this time." Vu Vai, holding a ledger, said happily, "Luckily we have Master Dike this time. He arrived at our moment of greatest need. Although we're using our strength to pressure Tien Phuong Tower, this is exactly what we need. Ordinary refining teams have some failure rate, but Master Dike has never failed. His skill truly astonishes others." Tien Van was pouring all his effort into forging weapons, producing a wide variety of designs and functions. At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van. Advanced Novice Refiner has leveled up to Intermediate Refiner." Tien Van was delighted, thinking, "Intermediate Refiner means I can craft high-grade spirit implements, maybe even supreme-grade ones." He opened the system to inspect closely and exclaimed, "No wonder high-grade spirit implements. The success rate has risen to 5%. For supreme grade, it's probably only 1%. Inside Tien Vu Tower, Q Lang Van's voice rang out, "Master Dike, this is my younger brother." The girl knelt, pleading, "Please save my younger brother." Tien Van helped her up and said, "Don't rush. Let me assess his condition first." He pulled up the boy's trouser leg and saw a deep bite mark on the ankle and spreading bruising. Tien Van thought, "It's definitely been poisoned, likely bitten by a venomous snake. The toxin has now entered the meridians and mixed with the blood." The boy had awakened and held Lang Van and Natho's hands, saying, "Sister, you're back. I think I dreamed we went to the lake to play, then into the mountains to pick fruit." Tien Van reassured him, "Don't worry too much." Lang Van looked at him with eyes full of hope. Tien Van circulated his energy, condensing a flame on his arm, and said, "A detox pill could indeed save your brother, but I have a faster method to remove this toxin." Seeing this, Lang Van was extremely worried. "This flame is normally used for forging. Why is he using it to detoxify?" The flame gradually entered the boy's body, seeping throughout his body to purge the toxin. In just a short while, the boy's face began to return to a healthy color. Lang Van exclaimed in astonishment, "The venomous snake has been forced out." She asked joyfully, "He's awake." Tien Van breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the toxin wasn't too severe, or he might have been hard to save. The boy sat up and said, "Sister, I feel much better." Lang Van rejoiced, "That's good to hear." She immediately knelt before Tien Van. "Thank you, Master Dike. I vow to serve you as a maid for life." Tien Van quickly helped her up. "No need for that. I'm merely helping casually." Tu Vu Vai, standing nearby and witnessing everything, thought to herself, "This technique is usually mastered only by alchemists. Unless he also knows alchemy." Tien Van suddenly requested, "Miss Tu, please give them a guest room so the siblings can rest a bit." She generously replied, "Of course." Then Vu Vai stepped to the door and said, "Follow me." Lang Van hurriedly supported her brother and followed. "Thank you, owners." Tien Van opened the system to check and noticed the success rate had increased. The base success rate for crafting high-grade spirit implements had been about 5%, but it had now risen to 55%, almost a half increase. Does reputation value really affect the success rate of refining? If I add the lucky halo, wouldn't the success rate reach 100%? The incense stove's scent wafted softly through the room. Vu Vai was sitting with the ledger when a subordinate came in to report, "Miss, their mid-grade spirit implement prices are 10,000 liang lower than ours." She sighed. "Mid-grade spirit implements are saturated now. It seems we can only pressure them so far." The other asked, "What if the high-grade spirit implement prices drop?" Vu Vai considered, "A high-grade spirit implement costs about 3 mid-grade ones. Reducing the price a little wouldn't mean much." At that moment, Tien Van's voice rang out, "What if we lower the price by 50,000 liang?" Tu, the owner, analyzed. The success rate for high-grade spirit implements is very low. Continuous failures would lead to heavy losses. Tien Van stood by the window, looked out, and affirmed, "No problem. I can handle high-grade spirit implements. In a short time I can pull all their customers here. Whether you can keep them afterward depends on you." Tu, the owner, set a condition. "As long as Master Dike can maintain a stable success rate, we can give you 4 parts of the profits, perhaps more than half. Outside Tien Vu Tower, leaves rustled in the wind. Tien Van's group quickly returned to the backyard to rest. Tien Van immediately began refining high-grade spirit implements. Initially, the success rate was only 5%. He decided to consume reputation value, activate the lucky halo, and open Berserk refining mode. The system instantly displayed success rate 100%. Tien Van's eyes lit up. Success! A loud sound rang out. Tu Vu Vai standing outside also saw golden light emanating from the room. Tien Van stepped out holding the spirit implement, his face full of pride. It was a long sword of high-grade quality. Tan Tuet couldn't hide her astonishment and quickly approached to inspect the treasure. Did it really succeed? Vu Vai thought to herself. Such a Grandmaster-level figure must be courted in the future. At the same time, at Tien Phuong Tower, Owner Luong was using an abacus to calculate. This time we've cut prices and the customers have finally returned to us, unless they lower prices even further. He rubbed his brow and said, "This situation is largely thanks to Master Kong's contribution." Old Kong pointed forward. "Owner Luong, I suspect they're probing us. It could very well be a spy sent by Tien Vu Tower." Owner Luong gritted his teeth and barked, "Don't talk nonsense at a time like this." At that moment, a subordinate ran in from outside to report, "Bad news! Tien Vu Tower has begun selling high-grade spirit implements at prices 50,000 liang lower than ours." Master Kong shouted, "What?" Owner Luong trembled and bowed his head in thought. "This is clearly aimed at us, deliberately undercutting. If we don't match the price this time, Tien Phuong Tower's reputation will be severely affected." He asked, "Are the owners of Tien Vu Tower mad? Who is crafting these high-grade spirit implements?" The subordinate replied, "According to spy reports, it's Dyke Tien Van, an outer disciple of Tien Tone Palace." Owner Luong immediately flung the abacus toward Old Kong. "Is it really him?" He was horrified. "Impossible! He's so young." Old Kong was sweating profusely, panicked inside. Even producing mid-grade spirit implements had cost him great effort, with a success rate under 3%. At that moment, another subordinate ran in to report, owners! They've produced 4 high-grade spirit implements and are continuing. I hear the total has exceeded 10. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished.
Owner Lung Joinenje, Công Thang Phong.
You're really something. You went and provoked someone like that against our Tien Phuong Tower. Old Kong stammered, "Owner Luong Owner Luong pointed toward the door. "Enough talk. A guest like you we cannot host. Show yourself out." Old Kong was immediately driven out, muttering curses against Dyke Tien Van as he left. Owner Luong privately calculated, "That Dyke Tien Van is clearly targeting Kong Tang Fong. If he stays here, Tien Phuong Tower won't be able to turn things around. It seems we have no choice but to invite Duanshen's sect for help." He said coldly, "Dyke Tien Van, an outer disciple of Tien Tone Palace, is it? You think you can teach Luong Tien Tan how to behave? You're still green." After leaving Tien Phuong Tower, Kong Tang Fong walked out onto the street. He looked at the people lining up to buy spirit implements from Tien Vu Tower, fuming inwardly. "I had planned something cruel. Now don't blame me for being ruthless." At that moment inside Tien Vu Tower, Tien Van poured all his energy into refining a magical treasure. But after working continuously for a long time, he began to grow exhausted. Tien Van panted repeatedly, thinking, "My spiritual power is running low." Vu Vai hurriedly supported him and asked with concern, "Master Dyke, are you all right?" Tien Van forced a smile, his expression fatigued. "I'm fine. Just been refining too long." At that moment the system announced, "Congratulations to player Dyke Tien Van for completing the task of helping Tien Vu Tower pressure Tien Phuong Tower, receiving 50,000 experience points. Vu Vai's favorability increased by 100, reputation value increased by 100 points. Sure enough, Vu Vai's favorability rose to 142 points. She said softly, "Master Dyke, you should rest a bit. We've really thanked you a lot these past few days." Tien Van smiled after reading it. Mutually beneficial. No need for formalities. He thought inwardly, a breakthrough. I didn't expect refining to level me up faster than killing monsters. He told the owner, I'll return to my room to rest for a while, then continue refining. Tien Van returned to his room and opened the system to check his updated personal info.
Dịch Thanh Van, Level 14, Luyện Linh Kỳ Tier 4.
Experience, 370. Madness value, 382 points. Reputation value, 20 points. Cultivation method, Back Min Divine Art.
Skill, Ying Zhao Gong, Lac Vue Floating Cloud Sword Technique, Happing Essence Gretar.
Equipment, Frost Fist Gloves, Combat Boots, Snow Wolf Armor, Heavenly Angel Armor. Divine Tools, Berserk Mode, Lucky Halo. He felt extremely excited. After leveling up, the required experience increased significantly. The difficulty suddenly doubled and it was no longer as easy as before. At that moment, the window suddenly opened and a dark figure appeared. The system immediately warned, Danger. Tien Van glanced back. An assassin. The Heavenly Angel Armor activated automatically, light enveloping his body. The assassin lunged straight in to attack, but upon touching the armor, he was repelled and screamed, Hey, Tien Van thought. Luckily I have the Heavenly Angel Armor, otherwise it would have been dangerous. The assassin was slammed hard into the floor, writhing in pain. He scrambled up, moaning, Ugh! This power, the system announced, the Heavenly Angel Armor effect has activated. Attackers will take reflected damage and receive counter damage in melee. The assassin, cough, he said in a distorted voice. Your strength is even greater than I expected. Tien Van shouted loudly. Who sent you here? He fell silent, then suddenly produced a dagger and launched a surprise attack. Tien Van leaped back to dodge the strike, quickly judging that his opponent's strength was at least tier 3 of the Lian Lin realm. He immediately cast an ice technique. The assassin only managed a single cry before being frozen solid. Tien Van said coldly, Still won't talk, huh? Very well. He swung his hand, entered Berserk mode, activated the Lucky Halo, and focused everything on his attack. Tien Van sneered. Then become my experience. He struck the block of ice with a powerful punch, shattering it. Chunks of ice flew out and slammed against the door with a loud crash. System notice. Assassin killed successfully. Reward, 800 experience points, the skill Stealth Walk, a Cloak of Phantoms, and 300 Madness points. Tien Van smiled. Stealth Walk and the Cloak of Phantoms are both divine grade. The system quickly detailed the items. Stealth Walk can completely conceal the body, increases speed by 2 tiers, and increases damage by 2 tiers. The Cloak of Phantoms grants immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. The red dagger has a stamina recovery effect and carries poison capable of killing with 1 strike. Tien Van examined it carefully and said, Sadly, these weapons and skills can't be upgraded. Their effects are fixed. It seems that so far weapons obtained from killing monsters can't be enhanced. But their grade is still good, so they can be used for a long time. He pondered. The assassin was sent to kill me, either by Tien Phuong Tower or by Master Kong. Suddenly, Tien Van looked down at the floor. Among the shattered ice lay a storage ring. He picked it up, inspected it, and said, Only this storage ring remains. Tien Van emptied the ring onto the table. There were quite a few items. The spirit implements bore no marks, but judging by their quality, they were likely made by Kong Tang Fong. He stepped out of the window. I need to go to Tien Phuong Tower and find out who's really behind this. Activating Stealth Walk, Tien Van became a shadow and slipped toward Tien Phuong Tower. Below in the yard, Old Kong shouted, What are you doing up there? Such a commotion. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Kong Tang Fong ground his teeth and shouted, Is this still the assassins of the Phantoms Alliance? Why are you so incompetent? Tien Van thought to himself that it was indeed his doing. No one else fit the bill. At that moment the system asked, Accept the quest to kill enemy Kong Tang Fong? Rewards, 10,000 experience, 3 smithing proficiency points, 300 gold, and 3 madness points. Tien Van produced a short blade and chose to accept the quest. He became an afterimage and flew toward Kong Tang Fong, slid up behind him, pressing the blade to his neck. Old Kong sensed an extremely strong aura nearby and asked, Who? He turned to look but saw no one. A feeling of unease rose within him. This place isn't safe to stay in long. I should leave. Tien Van silently held the short blade behind him. The system displayed, Kong Tang Fong, cultivation. Tier 2 Lian Lin, skills unknown, overall strength unknown. He smiled inwardly, thinking that other details didn't matter. Knowing Kong's cultivation at Tier 2 Lian Lin was enough. A killing stroke pierced straight through his chest. Ah! Old Kong screamed. Tien Van gripped the hilt, manifested himself, and said calmly, Master Kong, trying to assassinate me? You're far from capable. He trembled, stammering. Dike, Tien Fun. Kong Tang Fong collapsed to the ground, his body utterly lifeless. System notice. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for killing Kong Tang Fong. Received 60,000 experience points, 200 madness points, and a water god forge. Additionally, congratulations for completing the quest to kill Kong Tang Fong. Received an extra 10,000 experience points, 500 madness points, 300 smithing proficiency points, and 300 gold. Tien Van took out a vial and poured the solution over Old Kong's corpse. In an instant, white smoke billowed up and Kong Tang Fong's body was rapidly corroded, leaving no trace. He thought to himself that this came from the assassin. Sure enough, a divine-grade item for destroying bodies. If such people lived, they'd be a future catastrophe. He must be more careful going forward. The moon was high. Tien Vu Tower grew noisy with the maid's shrieks. Vu Vai asked, Master Dike, what on earth happened? He replied calmly, Nothing much. I just killed an assassin. She was surprised. An assassin? Really? Could Tien Phuong Tower have sent them? He replied indifferently, That I do not know. In Tien Van's mind he calculated that with things settled for now it was best to leave soon. One less problem is one less problem. The owner sighed, We're very sorry. Tien Vu Tower failed to protect you. As compensation, we'll split the profits. You take 60%, we take 40%. Tien Van said, No need. Unless it's a powerhouse of Tier 8 or 9 Lian Lin, or someone skilled at dispelling assassins' concealment techniques, it's basically impossible to detect. This matter isn't Tien Vu Tower's fault. Vu Vai still looked guilty. But it's true we didn't protect you. The profit share should stand as proposed. This is the largest compensation we can offer. She thought privately that to get him to help revive Tien Vu Tower, giving up some profit was acceptable. She needed to find a way to keep him here. Tien Van firmly declined. I accept your goodwill, owners. We've bought enough materials. We'll depart tomorrow. This matter has nothing to do with you, so worry not. Realizing she couldn't keep him, Vu Vai courteously replied, Very well. If Master Dike has decided, I won't press further. If you ever need Tien Vu Tower's help, we'll do our utmost. The next morning, when the sun rose high, the Tien Tone Palace party prepared to leave. Owners, we bid farewell. Vu Vai answered, You're welcome to return. Tien Vu Tower will always offer Master Dike the best prices. At that moment, a subordinate burst in to report, Owners, Tien Phuong Tower is holding an auction, preparing to sell a shipment of top-grade spirit implements, and there are many other superior items. The catch is they all come from Duan Shun sect. Now a great many people have gone over there, and rumors spread that in Tien Phuong City, aside from Duan Shun sect's spirit implements, everywhere else is selling fakes. The news shocked Vu Vai and everyone. The owners pondered. In Tien Phuong City, Duan Shan sect determines spirit implement appraisal and ranking. Now to say Tien Vu Tower is selling fakes. Aren't they siding with Tien Phuong Tower? Tien Van rubbed his chin and said, A disciple of Duan Shun's sect.
Ma Lung Bang.
Vu Vai asked, Master Dike, do you know him? Vu Vai asked, Master Dike, do you know him? Tan Tuet suddenly spoke up. Junior brother Dike, Ma Luong Bang is one of the disciples Duan Shan's sect sent to participate in the ancient trials of Tien Tram. Who would have thought he'd be so arrogant, even denying all the spirit implements you refined? Young master, let's go to Tien Phuong Tower to confront him. Just then, a crowd rushed into Tien Vu Tower, shouting loudly, We want refunds. A disciple of Duan Shan sect has declared that your superior spirit implements are fake. They're actually only equivalent to mid-grade implements. Another person yelled, "Exactly. No wonder they sold so cheaply, it's low-quality goods. Give us our refunds now." The crowd clamored, laying the spirit implements before Wu Vai and pressuring her. No wonder something felt off when using them, they're only mid-grade. I never expected Tien Vu Tower to sell fakes. The owners hurriedly reassured everyone. We guarantee these are absolutely superior spirit implements. Their power is completely fine. An angry man said, but disciples of Duan Shan sect have declared these are all fakes. Duan Shan sect is the most reputable force in spirit forging here. Do we not trust them and instead believe you? The man beside him chimed in, exactly. You are a bunch of frauds. Give us our refunds now. Seeing the situation, Dike Tien Van stepped forward and said, owners, let them return the goods. Wu Vai hesitated slightly, then nodded. All right, I understand. She turned to the crowd. Please don't be angry. Follow me inside to complete the refund procedures. Tien Van murmured. Looks like we can't leave yet. Once this is settled, we'll go to Tien Phuong Tower. Master Luong saw them and stepped out to greet them, clasping his hands. So it's the two owners. What can we do for you? Wu Vai spoke sternly. Master Luong, you obviously knew yet still asked. You spread rumors that aside from Tien Phuong Tower, everywhere else sells junk, and even claimed our superior spirit implements aren't genuine. Isn't that trying to squeeze our business? Suddenly a voice behind her rang out. I've inspected the superior spirit implements you forged. They're not superior at all. At best, they're mid-grade. The two owners turned and saw a man enter. He introduced himself. I am Ma Luong Bang, a disciple of Duan Shan sect. He added coldly, true superior spirit implements have terrifying power. Yours are far too weak. Tien Van laughed heartily. So do you want to spar a bit? Let's see whose superior spirit implements are stronger. Ma Luong Bang frowned. Are you issuing a challenge to Duan Shan sect? Tien Van looked at him confidently and replied, so what if I am? I'll show you what genuine superior spirit implements are. Ma Luong Bang ground his teeth and shouted, how daring! Give your name. He answered clearly, Dike Tien Van. The fake superior spirit implements you mentioned were forged by me. Old Ma glanced at him with half an eye, then suddenly covered his face and laughed loudly. Ha ha! You're that bloodless trash from Tien Tone Palace. I didn't expect you could forge. I suspected you may have hired someone to forge them, then produced a batch of fake superior spirit implements like this. Tien Van showed no fear, folding his arms across his chest and coldly replied, bloodless trash? Where did you get this worthless rumor? Only fools would believe it. If you claim those spirit implements were forged by me, then let's duel. Let's see whose implements are real. Ma Luong Bang sneered. Are you calling me stupid? Want to fight? Fine. But don't get others to do it for you. You must face me yourself. Tien Van confidently. My weapons were denied, so I must verify them myself. Whether your weapons are fake or mine are inferior, we'll find out. Old Ma laughed coldly. Very well. Go outside and duel so everyone can see who fails. Tien Van nodded. No problem. The crowd quickly streamed out to the arena, and Lin judged. Ma Luong Bang's cultivation is at least Tier 4 Lian Lin. Tan Tuet worried. Junior brother, his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you get hurt, how will we explain it to the hall owner? Dike Tien Van drew his great sword and said confidently, you two elder sisters, rest assured, I will return. Don't worry. I'll make him pay accordingly. Ma Luong Bang mocked as he saw him step into the arena. I thought you only knew how to hide behind women. Seems you have some backbone after all. Tien Van replied. Even if I hide behind women, it's still better than a blabbermouth. He raised his great sword, channeled his chi, and arrogantly said, we'll soon see who's talking nonsense. This superior Tay sword is my proudest work. Everyone witness whose weapon is more deadly. Tien Van also lifted his sword. I'll use this heavy blade. Let's see how strong your so-called superior spirit implement really is. Wu Vai loudly warned. This is just a contest, not a life or death duel. If you dare harm a guest of Tien Vu Tower, don't blame us for being impolite. Ma Luangbang sneered. Just a little sharpening. He's not worth my killing. He thought to himself that a light sword versus a heavy blade could be suppressed by footwork alone against a brat. The onlookers began to jeer. This guest of Tien Vu Tower is truly foolish. A light sword against a heavy blade. Aren't you courting death? How could a disciple of Duanshan sect lose? This guest is doomed to lose. Maybe he was provoked and recklessly lashed out. Ma Luangbang took the initiative to attack, shouting, "Swords and blades are merciless. Blame yourself for offending Duanshan sect." Tian Van immediately raised his sword to block. The two weapons clashed with a piercing ring. Ma Luangbang's strike was immensely powerful. Tian Van had to brace himself to withstand it. He thought inwardly this wasn't a mere contest but an attempt to kill. He counterattacked at once. Ma Luangbang had to step back a few paces, thinking in surprise, "He can actually block one of my strikes?" He continued to channel his chi, unleashing successive powerful sword chi waves, yelling, "Let's see how long you can take this." Tian Van parried while sneering, "Is that all this strength has? How disappointing." Seizing the opportunity, Tian Van surged forward to counterattack. His gaze turned icy as he gripped his sword with both hands and slashed straight ahead. Kang! Ma Luangbang's blade was instantly sheared in two. Tian Van activated his frenzy mode, his attack power skyrocketing. "Ooh, ooh!" Ma Luangbang cried out. Tian Van chanted a formation. A booming explosion rang out. Dust and smoke rolled up in a thick cloud, making those below cough and choke. Wu Vai stood outside, her face full of worry. As the smoke cleared, Ma Luangbang propped his sword and sat on the ground, coughing continuously. He cried in alarm, "My sword!" Its blade had cracked and been almost completely battered. Tian Van slowly stepped before him and said coldly, "Is this the power of your weapon? Weren't you the one who said my spirit implements were fake?" He pointed his sword at him. "The truth is proven. The real junk is your weapon. How do you take that?" The crowd below began to murmur. Could Tien Vu Tower really have been selling superior spirit implements? Impossible. That's Duanshan sect. Would they slander others? Ma Luangbang, feeling deeply humiliated, roared, "You dare wound me?" His eyes filled with hatred. Then he unleashed a powerful gale assault straight toward Tian Van. Tian Van quickly dodged, smiled, and delivered a counterslash, shouting, "Begone!" Ma Luangbang's sword was cut to pieces, shattering into many fragments. He howled in frustration, leapt to flee, but Tian Van immediately pursued, and in the blink of an eye blocked his path. He raised his sword. "Get down!" A massively powerful slash descended, sending Ma Luangbang crashing to the ground. Thud! A 爆炸震动了大地, sending rocks and dust billowing up. The two owners thought to themselves that Dyke Tian Van was young, but his cultivation was not low, and his forging skill even higher, undoubtedly a prodigious genius. Ma Luangbang lay at the bottom of a pit. Tian Van stood beside him, staring, and said nonchalantly, "You lost. Your weapon is worth nothing either." Hearing this, Ma Luangbang grew even angrier, tightening his grip on the broken sword hilt and snarling, "On what basis do you claim my weapon is weaker than yours?" No sooner had he finished than he seized the broken sword and lunged forward, attacking recklessly. But Tian Van was as fast as lightning, and with one stroke cut across his torso. Ma Luangbang hadn't expected Tian Van to dare kill. He only managed to utter "you" before falling silent. Tian Van said coldly, "You lost yet refused to admit it and tried to strike me from behind. Too bad. You don't have that right." The scene stunned everyone. Silence fell for a moment, then erupted into shouts. "Oh my God! A disciple of Duanshan sect has been killed. That guest of Tien Vu Tower is too ruthless. Didn't you see he tried to kill? Being countered is normal. It's over. Killed a Duanshan sect disciple. He's surely doomed." System notice. Congratulations to player Dyke Tian Van for killing Ma Luangbang. Gained 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold, the heavenly script set technique, the wind-driving sword art, and 400 madness value points. At the same time, mission completed. Gained 50,000 experience, 500 smithing proficiency points, and 500 gold. Tianvan exhaled. So that's all Ma Luongbang was? Master Luong cried out in horror. You killed Ma Luongbang? He immediately ordered his subordinates. Seize him and take him back to Duanshan sect. Master Luong calculated inwardly that Ma Luongbang was a guest of Tian Fuang Tower. Now that he's dead, Tian Fuang Tower would be implicated. If Dike Tian Van escaped, the consequences would be severe. As the subordinates advanced, Tian Van raised his sword and said coldly, "Arrest me? Let's see who dares." Master Luong shouted. "You still dare resist? You killed a Duanshan sect disciple. If you don't obediently let yourself be bound, be careful you drag Tian Tone Palace into this." Tian Van retorted loudly. "He could kill me, but I couldn't kill him? What kind of logic is that? Just because you have some power you can act arrogantly and tyrannically?" Master Luong snapped back. "So what? If you don't obediently raise your hands today, your Tian Tone Palace will be implicated. Wait for Duanshan sect to come knocking in person." Seeing his arrogance, Tan Tuet spoke up. "Master Luong, your tone is grand indeed. Even third-rank forces wouldn't speak so casually. Do you now speak for Duanshan sect? Tian Tone Palace may be weak, but it has many connections. Among third-rank forces there are allies. If Tian Tone Palace is targeted, those forces won't stand idly by." Master Luong, hearing her, restrained himself somewhat. He said, "Regardless, you must come with me to Duanshan sect. If not, don't blame me for being unceremonious." Tu Vu Vai thought to herself that if they truly went to Duanshan sect with Luong Tiantan, Dike Tian Van would surely be finished. Killing their disciple would exact a heavy price. As she was about to speak, the maid behind cautioned, "Two owners, don't get agitated. He's not worth doing this over. Duanshan sect is not something we can provoke." These words sobered the two owners. Aside from being unable to shoulder the responsibility of protecting him, even Tian Vu Tower behind them was a force they could not offend. She bowed her head and said softly, "Sorry." Tian Van then stepped forward and declared boldly, "I only represent myself." Vu Vai was a little startled. He loudly announced, "From now on, I am no longer an outer discipline disciple of Tian Tone Palace. Let's see how you dare be impolite with me now." Tan Tuet hurriedly tried to stop him. "Young master, don't be rash." Master Luong's face bulged with veins as he shouted, "Good, very spirited. Men, seize him for me. Capture him alive." Tian Van realized these people were dressed plainly but each possessed Lian Lin Qi at level 4 or 5, and they had appeared at just the right moment. He circulated his Qi, equipped the Snow Wolf combat boots, and activated the Frenzy Experience and Frenzy Damage skills. The two sides immediately engaged in close quarters. Tian Van alone faced an entire team. He threw a punch that struck the leader's face. The lucky ring activated, and he instantly detected a man trying to ambush from behind. Tian Van delivered a kick straight into his stomach. "Get lost!" He fought east and west, scrambling through a group of Tian Fuang Tower's men. A very strong sword strike immediately wiped out two of them. Screams rang out. "Ha!" At that moment, the system announced, "Successfully killed a steward of Tian Fuang Tower, received 8,000 experience points, a third-grade recovery spirit pill, and 400 madness value points." There were still a few more on the other side. Seeing Tian Van charging with his sword, they shouted in fear, "No! Don't come this way." Then they turned and fled. Tian Van immediately executed the Tian Van step, leapt high into the air, then followed with a wind ring strike. A single sword cut sent the opponent to the netherworld. System notice: successfully killed a steward of Tian Fuang Tower, received 10,000 experience points, a double experience pill lasting 10 minutes, and 500 madness value points. Congratulations to player Dike Tian Van for successfully breaking through to level 5 of Lian Lin Qi. Tian Van stood in the middle of the yard and shouted loudly, "Anyone else?" Seeing this, Master Luong was extremely shocked. What happened? The moves he used were ones Ma Luongbang used before. He can't have learned Duanshan sect's techniques. Tan Tuet and Enlin exclaimed, The young master is even stronger. Master Luong gritted his teeth and said, I didn't want to reveal my strength. Yet you killed my steward. He drew out a treasured sword and shouted, Tien Phuong Tower will not let you off. Let's see what real strength you have. Tien Van was a bit surprised to see boss Luong Tien Tan's info. A boss? At that moment, the system displayed, Do you wish to accept the quest to kill Luong Tien Tan? Quest rewards, 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold, a strength belt, and a 5-fold experience card for 1 hour. He couldn't help but grin. Level 7 Luyan Lin Chi, boss level character. Tien Van charged forward with his sword. Ha! Didn't expect you to transform into a boss. I've been waiting for you. Master Luong shouted. Don't get cocky. He unleashed a move, 10,000 swords into one. Sword chi filling the sky and aiming straight at his opponent. Tien Van answered with a wind-driving slice. The two bursts of force collided, shaking the air. A loud explosion rang out. Dust and smoke billowed up thickly. Tien Van was flung backward a distance, letting out a soft groan. Ugh, he frowned. As expected, a boss isn't easy to take down. Master Luong continued the attack. Die! Tien Van immediately raised his sword to block. He was truly very strong, completely overpowering the opponent. Tien Van braced himself to resist, but after a short while he was knocked and his sword was flung from his hand. Blood flowed down from his hand, causing Tan Tuet and the others to be genuinely worried. Young master, are you all right? Tien Van shouted. Don't you come any closer. I am no longer a disciple of Tien Tone Palace. I don't want Tien Tone Palace to be implicated, so don't get involved. He grit his teeth and said, Please. Tan Tuet and Enlin froze. Junior brother, Master Luong sneered coldly. How much strength have you got left? Now you don't even have a weapon. Let's see what you'll use to fight me. Tien Van gave a rough chuckle. Heh. Master Luong looked puzzled. Tien Van said, Who said I don't have a weapon? He raised the equipped item, Frozen Bone Fist. Seeing it, Luong Tien Tan mocked. You plan to fight me with that? He laughed triumphantly. Fine, I'll oblige you. I'll make sure you die beyond recognition. Master Luong unleashed a move, 10,000 swords into one, and charged to attack. But as he closed in on his opponent, fear suddenly flashed in his eyes. Tien Van froze the tip of his sword and simultaneously executed the Absorb Star Great technique. As he struck, he lifted him high. The system continuously announced, gained 500 XP, 460 XP, 570 XP, 630 XP. Tien Van suddenly shouted, It's over! He seized him and flung him forcefully downward. Master Luong fell like a lump of stone. Boom! Tien Van jumped down and stomped hard on him. Luong Tin Tan coughed up blood and weakly cried, How is this possible? Tien Van's eyes filled with wrath as he replied coldly, Nothing is impossible. You're just too weak. He activated the lucky ring, channeled his inner strength, and delivered the final blow. Sensing Tien Van's overwhelming killing intent, Luong Tien Tan panicked and cried, Spare me! I'll make Duan Shen Sek stop pursuing you. But it was too late. Tien Van struck powerfully, hitting him squarely in the chest. The force exploded monstrously, sending everyone around into fearful stillness. At that moment, the system announced, Congratulations to the player for killing Luong Tien Tan. Received 80,000 experience, 5,000 gold, a strength bracelet, a power ring, the martial art, 10,000 swords sect, wind-driving ring artifact, and 700 madness value points. Congratulations to the player for completing the quest to kill Luong Tien Tan. Rewards, 30,000 XP, 10,000 gold, a strength belt, and a 5-fold experience card for 1 hour. Congratulations to player Dyke Tien Van for successfully breaking through to level 6 of Luyan Lin Chi. Tien Van thought to himself, Leveled up. Someone nearby exclaimed in astonishment. Luong Master's cultivation was at least level 7 Luyan Lin Chi. How could he die like that? Tu Vu Vai thought silently. Young Master Dyke is truly formidable. Suddenly, she felt something amiss. Huh? This is bad. Vu Vai loudly warned. Young Master Dyke, hurry and leave. If you don't go now, it will be too late. Tien Phuong Tower and Duan Shun sect won't spare you. Tien Van fell silent and pondered for a moment. He removed the storage ring and handed it to Tan Tuet, instructing, "Sisters, take this and bring it back with you. This disaster I caused, I will bear it all." Having said that, Tien Van used the Tien Van step and dashed off at incredible speed. And Lin called after him, "Junior brother." Just then, a shout came from behind. "You brat! Don't even think about running." A middle-aged man was charging forward at an extremely terrifying speed. Those nearby immediately recognized him. "That's the deputy steward of Duan Shun's sect. It's over. Messing with Duan Shun sect means that brat is dead for sure." Tan Tuet exclaimed, "This man is a top-tier spirit refining expert." And Lin hurriedly covered his face and shouted, "Junior brother, run!" Tien Van ran with all his might. In his mind he thought, "So powerful. I didn't expect that right after killing one boss, an even higher level boss would appear. If I kill him, the reward will surely be substantial. But with my current strength, I probably can't defeat him easily. If I risk my life, it could be fatal." "You only have one life." The old deputy closed in behind, his eyes full of fury, shouting, "Don't think you can escape." Fu Yushang quickly noticed Tien Van running into a narrow alley. "No matter where you hide, it's useless. I've locked your aura. You won't be able to get away." He accelerated in pursuit, but stopped when he reached a three-way junction. By then, he could no longer sense Tien Van's trace. He accelerated in pursuit, but stopped when he reached a three-way junction. By then, he could no longer sense Tien Van's trace. Fu Yusheng slammed his fist against the wall, yelling, "Come out!" The wall immediately shattered in a large section, dust and smoke billowing up thickly. Tien Van stood silently, observing from the darkness. Suddenly, the old deputy sneered, his voice threatening, "It's Kung Tien Tone, isn't it? If you don't come out, I'll come back and capture those two girls of yours, hand them over to the other disciples to toy with, and then crush them. Think carefully. It's all on you." Tien Van stood on the roof looking down, thinking to himself, "And Lin, Tan Tuet, if they are captured and humiliated because of me, I will never forgive myself. It's because you forced me, garbage Duan Shun sect." He immediately took out a berserk potion, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. The crazed strength skill was also activated. Tien Van's body expanded, and his aura surged with furious rage. He equipped a strength bracelet, a strength ring, and a strength belt. System notification. Set bonus activated successfully, increasing effect by 50%. The old deputy quickly sensed the murderous intent. He looked up and discovered Tien Van hiding up there. A burst of force was immediately launched straight at Fu Yusheng. He leapt up to avoid the blow, shouting, "Ugh!" Tien Van glanced at him. The old deputy immediately drew a treasured sword and shouted, "Finally revealed yourself." Tien Van could tell at a glance that the deputy's armor was not simple, at least top-grade treasure equipment. Even in his berserk state, his attacks couldn't break it. The old deputy unleashed the wind axis slash, sending countless shockwaves firing in rapid succession. Tien Van used angelic guard armor to defend himself, and then the two of them plunged into a fierce melee. After a while, Fu Yusheng suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on the ring of light on his opponent's hand. At that moment, Tien Van was also considerably injured. He inwardly marveled, "If it weren't for angelic guard armor, I might have died just now." He quickly used restorative pills. Tien Van swallowed several at once, and in the blink of an eye his body recovered rapidly. He thought to himself, "No wonder it's a third-grade recovery pill," and with the crazed effect doubled. Tien Van immediately activated Stealth Walk, preparing for the next attack. A black aura appeared before the old deputy. He startled, "Where are you?" A wave of confusion rose in him. He could not sense the opponent's aura at all. "Hit by one of my strikes and still fine. How does this brat have such defiant martial skill?" He raised his sword and slashed wildly. "Brat, only know how to hide and sneak?" Shockwaves were unleashed in all directions by him. "Come out!" Tien Van circled to his back. Good opportunity, but Fu Yusheng's strength was not ordinary. He immediately dodged aside and shouted loudly, So he specializes in ambushes after all. Tien Van felt something was wrong and instantly used the Tien Van step to evade. A powerful slash from the old deputy came down from behind. Thud. Fortunately, Tien Van avoided it. He couldn't help shuddering in fear. So fast. This was the difference in cultivation, something sixfold effects couldn't make up for. The old deputy stood there sneering arrogantly, his aura thick. A violent purple light flared up as he shouted, "Die for me!" Sword chi filled the sky. A cold purple edge spread everywhere. Tien Van guessed there was only this one chance. He darted forward, attacking from the flank. Fu Yusheng immediately noticed. Trying to ambush again, he quickly slipped to one side, avoiding Tien Van's sharp blade. Tien Van flashed past the deputy, causing him some surprise. "What?"
Gambrat.
Tien Van moved at lightning speed, keeping a safe distance from his opponent. Fu Yusheng immediately gathered his chi and shouted, "Don't get arrogant." Then he launched a volley of hidden weapons to intercept Tien Van. He was startled. This is bad. Hidden weapons, no time to dodge. A barrage of hidden weapons was right in front of him, but then they flew past like phantoms. Fu Yusheng cried out in astonishment. "My simple assassins are useless?" Suddenly, a burst of aura struck directly at the center. Tien Van shouted, "Old thief, today is the day you die." Fu Yusheng was violently shaken, coughing up blood and crying in pain. "Ugh! Cough, cough!" His face filled with panic. "You pierced my soft armor?" Tien Van looked at his palm and replied coldly, "I struck you repeatedly like that. It's no wonder your armor was pierced." He thought to himself, "Good thing I have the phantasmal cloak. Immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. The old deputy threatened hoarsely. "You killed me. Duan Shun sect will not spare you." Tien Van replied confidently, "Don't worry. I'll kill as many of them as come. When my cultivation is stronger, I'll come to their door in person." Having said that, he cast a freezing technique. Fu Yusheng's whole body quickly froze. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a crack. Tien Van unleashed an extremely powerful move, shattering his body into pieces. He shouted loudly, "Level your Duan Shun sect." A beep sounded. System notification. Successfully killed Fu Yusheng. Received 100,000 experience points, 5,000 gold, 10,000 frenzy value.
Hidden weapon violent Jang Le Hoa Nedel. Shingo User.
Congratulations to the player for leveling up and killing the boss, receiving a special reward. 1 lottery draw opportunity. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for advancing to level 7 of Spirit Refining. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for advancing to level 8 of Spirit Refining. Tien Van smiled with delight. 2 levels at once. He looked at the item he had obtained, thinking, the effect of Violent Rain Lohoa Needle is within a 100-meter radius. Cultivators below Spirit Refining will surely die. Tien Van marveled. This is a bit outrageous. Too bad it can only be used once. But that's enough to wipe out a group. Then who would dare besiege me? Better to retreat first and deal with it later. He immediately jumped onto the rooftop and moved swiftly. Tien Van put his hand to his mouth and whistled to call Tuet Lang. The snow wolf appeared instantly. He climbed onto its back and dashed off. Scene change. The moon rose high. In a small cave amid the wild mountains, a fire flickered. Tien Van breathed a sigh of relief. Finally safe. Tuet Lang lay on the ground sleeping soundly. He poked the fire and muttered, "Now let's assess the overall situation." System info quickly updated. Player. Dike Tien Van level. 18 cultivation. Spirit Refining. Tier 8 experience. 1755 frenzy value. 3698 morality value. 15 cultivation method. Back Min divine art skills. Great essence absorption. Eagle claw technique. Lakyuang sword. Floating cloud step. Tien Van step. 10,000 sword sect weapons. Frozen bone fist. Red spear Jiao defensive gear. Snow wolf battle boots. Angelic guard armor. Phantasmal battle coat divine skills. Frenzy mode. Lucky light ring. Accessories. Divine hammer. Strength bracelet. Strength ring. Strength belt proficiencies. Divine script. Basic. Forging. Intermediate. Alchemy. Basic. Items. 5x experience card. 4. Restorative pills, 15. Level up gift bag, 1 lottery draw chance. Violent rain Lohoa needle. Suddenly, Tien Van saw an unopened gift bag displayed on the screen. Chased so hurriedly earlier he had forgotten it. He immediately pressed to open it. System notification. Congratulations, received. Scout Eye, special item, 10x experience card. Level 10 upgrade gift bag. Tien Van couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow!" System explanation. Scout Eye effect. Can view detailed stats of any target, including total combat power. He immediately used the Scout Eye looking at Tuet Lang. Information displayed. Tuet Lang cultivation. Physical refining, Tier 8 fur. Equivalent to mid-grade common armor claws. Weapon strength mid-grade common HP. 100 potential. Rank 2 total combat power, 1300. Tien Van wondered. Tuet Lang only has 1300 combat power, so how much do I have? The system replied immediately, total combat power, 1870. He was overjoyed. This is hugely beneficial. If danger appears, I can retreat in time. This is the key. Now let's try the draw. Conveniently, I still have 1 chance. Tien Van immediately spun the prize. System notification. Congratulations. Received. 50,000 experience points. Tien Van slammed his fist on the ground, boom boom, making Tuet Lang startle. He showed regret. My luck is really poor. Only drew 50,000 experience. Suddenly, Tien Van remembered. I almost forgot I still have the lucky light ring. Using it can multiply luck by 5. Why didn't I use it for the draw? He looked at the lucky wheel and muttered, I wonder if it'll work. Tien Van pressed to draw. The system immediately deducted points, consuming 1,000 frenzy value, and the prize wheel began to spin. He clasped his hands and prayed, Divine skill, divine skill, divine skill. But the arrow stopped on the item slot. Tien Van sighed. All right then. System notification. Congratulations. Received. Protean mask. A silver mask appeared in his hand. Tien Van grumbled. What is a Protean mask? At the same time, at the Duanshan sect, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Bang! A hand slammed down on the table with a shout. Detestable! Tan Van Tan roared angrily. I didn't expect Ma Luongbang's trip to your Tien Phuong pavilion to end like this. Not only did Ma Luongbang die, but even the deputy steward was killed. The head of Tien Phuong pavilion, Hung Tien Nai, replied in a low tone. Our Tien Phuong pavilion also lost several stewards and Master Luong. This time we've suffered considerable losses. Tan Van Tan said, That brat from Kung Tien Tone is a bit odd. I heard he was a useless one without blood vitality. Yet he killed even the deputy steward. Could someone from Kung Tien Tone be secretly aiding him? Hung Tien Nai nodded. Not impossible. I hear sect master T. Loi Van dotes on him. It's not unthinkable he secretly helped. The sect master thought for a moment and said, But that brat has declared he's no longer a disciple of Kung Tien Tone. He claims his actions have nothing to do with Kung Tien Tone. Hung Tien Nai immediately retorted, Nothing to do with them? Then aren't we the ones suffering huge losses? This time Tien Phuong Pavilion's honor was severely damaged, and we're being squeezed by Tien Vu Pavilion. Tan Van Tan said coldly, Rest assured, hunting that brat down is certain. Capture him and execute him before Kung Tien Tone. Soon enough, Kung Tien Tone will belong to us, including his secret treasure. Hung Tien Nai smiled with satisfaction. Exactly. Kung Tien Tone thinks it can escape? Inwardly the sect master thought. Rumor has it Kung Tien Tone possesses a treasure everyone covets. He smiled slyly. Their internal strength is considerable, so no one dared act before. But now, the time is ripe. At this moment, in the Shuyan Thursday Mountains, all jagged rocks and utter silence, Tien Van exclaimed, Is this the Shuyan Thursday range? From the outside there was no ominous aura. He observed for a while and concluded his current cultivation was still too low. The beasts around the mountains weren't strong, just right to train a bit and strive to break through to nascent core stage. Tien Van leaped onto Tuet Lang's back and shouted, Let's go! Before long, prey appeared. A large bear leapt out to block the path. Tuet Lang stopped. Tien Van smiled and said, "Perfect timing." He jumped down from Tuet Lang's back and ordered, "Go get it." Tuet Lang immediately charged and with a single basic strike defeated the opponent. System notification. Successfully killed the large bear. Received 900 experience, a bear pelt, and 90 frenzy value. Tien Van opened the system to check and felt it wasn't bad. After activating frenzy experience mode, total experience gained was 1,800 points. Just then, he suddenly heard noise from the other side, like the sound of fighting. Tien Van leapt onto Tuet Lang's back and said, "Quick, go over and check." But at that moment the system announced a random quest. "Do you want to accept the mission to rescue Miss Yen's daughter? Completing it grants 5,000 experience, plus 10 favor with Yen Lang Tuet, and 5 morality points." Tien Van exclaimed, "Increase morality value by 10 points?" He immediately accepted the quest. For morality points, he had no choice but to play the hero and rescue the beauty. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, a group of people was walking along a narrow dirt road. Someone said, "Nothing unusual ahead. Hopefully that fight didn't lure too many Shuyan beasts." The two at the front were hired guards, Tai Van and Dam Dung Tang. Behind them walked the Yen family's steward, Old Zhang, together with the Yen family's Miss Yen Lang Tuet. As soon as Dam Dung Tang saw Tien Van, he shouted, "Oh, who's there?" Tien Van quickly reassured them, "Don't be tense. I'm just training here." At this time Tien Van was wearing the protean mask he had just obtained. It truly was a treasure. Once worn, no one could trace you for revenge. The protean mask can change your appearance to any age at will, but it cannot change your gender. These people only had spirit refining cultivation at tiers 1 or 2 and were probably here to gather spirit herbs. Just then a beast howl rang out from the other side. Dam Dung Tang shouted, "Not good!" Everyone immediately became alert, preparing to break the encirclement. A pack of bears charged out of the forest straight toward the Yen party. Yen Lang Tuet looked at Tien Van, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Young sir, I'm sorry. You've been dragged into this." Tien Van thought to himself that Yen Lang Tuet was fairly polite, at least unlike those guards who wouldn't even offer an apology. He gave a small smile and said, "Don't worry. When you see injustice on the road, you should step in to help. Let me assist you."
Yam Dung Thang Ritger Ten Van Supisioli.
So eager. Was this kid trying to take advantage of the chaos to loot? He immediately drew his sword to threaten. "Kid, step back. Did you set your sights on our Mrs. Beauty with improper intentions?" Yen Lang Tuet cried out quickly, "Guard damn. In a situation like this, why are you saying that?" At that moment, a large bear lunged up behind him. Yen Lang Tuet shouted, "Guard damn. Watch out behind you." Dung Tang spun around and snorted coldly. This was his chance to show his strength. He swung his sword hard and immediately killed the beast. Old Zhang hurriedly shouted, "Miss, there's one coming at your side too." Sure enough, another bear was charging at Yen Lang Tuet from behind. The girl panicked, clutching her head and screaming. Tien Van immediately unleashed a powerful palm strike, hitting the bear's head. The blow was so forceful it sent the bear flying into the grass. System notification. Successfully killed a large bear. Received 700 experience and 72 frenzy value. Dam Dung Tang was terrified at the sight. What on earth is this guy's background? Even Old Zhang exclaimed, "Truly a gifted divine strength." Yen Lang Tuet looked at Tien Van with a kindly gaze. This power was indeed impressive, making one rub their eyes in disbelief. Dam Dung Tang showed irritation. "Damn, he stole my chance to gain prestige." Tai Van silently observed Tien Van with wary eyes. The two guards continued charging into the bears, brandishing their swords to intimidate. "Ha! You filthy beast! Take a strike from me." Tien Van smiled faintly, thinking to himself that they were just a pair of proud roosters. He kept throwing punches, finishing off the remaining bears. After a while, the pack of bears had been completely eliminated. Dam Dung Tang panted and said, "Finally they don't dare pursue us anymore. Let's rest a bit." Meanwhile, Tien Van was extremely pleased. The recent battle completed his protection quest, granting 50,000 experience, 100 favor with Yen Lang Tuet, and 10 morality points. He thought to himself that the task was rather easy and still earned him 10 morality points. Yen Lang Tuet took out restorative pills and handed them to everyone, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. These are recovery pills, use them to heal." Then she handed one pill to Tien Van. "Young sir, this is a recovery pill for you. Thank you so much for your help this time." Yen Lang Tuet's favor rating toward Tien Van rose to 103. Tien Van was delighted. Surpassing 100 favor meant he was considered a good friend of hers. He accepted the pill and said, "Many thanks." Dam Dung Tang, a bit jealous, sneered, "Humph, scaring off a few bears. What's so impressive? A stranger barging into the fight. If the ones behind weren't killed, maybe it's because this kid didn't finish them off cleanly, giving them a chance to counterattack." Yen Lang Tuet lowered her head, slightly bashful, and said, "No need for formalities.
I am Yen Lang Tuet.
May I ask the honorable name of the young sir?" Tien Van replied calmly, "I am Lai Van Tien, from a declining family, currently here to temper myself." Inwardly he calculated whether Duan Shin sect had issued a bounty, but decided it was safer to use an alias. Upon hearing that, Yen Lang Tuet suddenly said, "I, presumptuous though I am, would like to invite Lai young sir to become my escort. The pay is generous. Would you accept?" The system immediately displayed a notification. "Do you want to accept the escort quest to accompany Yen Lang Tuet to gather spirit herbs? Reward, 10,000 experience, plus 20 favor with Yen Lang Tuet, 50 morality points." Tien Van accepted the quest at once and said, "All right, it's timely. I was planning to scout this area anyway." Dam Dung Tang showed displeasure and challenged, "Miss Yen, are you really going to recruit this unknown youngster? Do you intend to rely on someone with just a bit of strength? The two of us are enough to protect you. Bringing in another is likely just extra burden." Hearing that, Tien Van smiled slightly. "Dam Dung Tang, you're being a bit overbearing." Yen Lang Tuet said, "Brother Dam, I can judge this matter myself. One more person makes it safer. Let's decide that and continue on our way." Dam Dung Tang glared at Tien Van and warned coldly, "Kid, if you come along you must follow my orders. Otherwise bear the consequences." Tien Van replied nonchalantly, "No, I only take orders from Miss Yen. She hired me, not you." Having said that, he stepped up to walk beside Yen Lang Tuet and smiled, asking, "Miss Yen, which spirit herb are we gathering next?" Dam Dung Tang ground his teeth in anger at Tien Van's composed manner but could do nothing. Yen Lang Tuet answered, "We're searching for the Long Vai herb. It's said to appear deep within the Shuyan Thursday Mountains, but it's extremely rare."
10 van Pandert.
Long Vai grass isn't high grade, but it's exceedingly rare and mainly used to treat cultivators afflicted by derangement of spirit fire. He suddenly asked, "May I ask, does someone in Miss Yen's household suffer from derangement of spirit fire?" Old Zhang was very surprised. Old Zhang asked in astonishment, "Young Master Lai, you also understand the medicinal properties of this herb?" Just then, there was a sudden movement in the bushes ahead. Dam Dung Tang immediately ran forward, shouting, "There's a beast!" He turned and said, "Miss, let me handle it." He thought to himself that this time he absolutely could not let the youngster have a chance to show off. Refusing Tien Van any opportunity, Dam Dung Tang charged forward, shouting, "Beast, die!" But immediately after, he was kicked square in the face by a small fox and fell backward. Seeing this, Tien Van thought to himself, if Dam Dung Tang wants to stand out, let him stand out in his own way. Evening was approaching. The party continued searching actively but still hadn't found the spirit herb. Dam Dung Tang wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, "How strange! So hard to find? Is Long Vai herb really that rare?" He turned and said, "Miss Yen, it seems we can't find it this time. We should return for now. Staying here overnight is too dangerous."
Yen Lang Tuet hesitated slightly.
At that moment Tien Van spoke up, "Miss Yen, may I lead the way?" Lang Tuet paused a bit. "Young Master Lai." Dam Dung Tang glanced at him with contemptuous tone. "Relying on you alone?" Another chimed in, "Even Guard Dam couldn't find it. How would you?" Tien Van replied calmly, "Don't you see Miss Yen is eager to find the Long Vai herb? If you too are afraid, you can return. I'll find it. He thought inwardly that these people were dragging things out. He just needed to quickly find the Long Vi herb to complete the quest. Damn, Dung Tang shouted angrily. Are we scared? I'm only concerned for Miss Yen's safety. If you say you can find it, then lead. Let me see what skill you have. Tien Ven stood on a high rock, looking around below. He activated the Ring of Luck and focused his attention to observe. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to test whether, with the ring's aid, he could find the Long Vi herb. The system kept notifying, Frenzy value -1. Frenzy value -1. Frenzy value -1. Frenzy value -1. These messages pained Tien Van. Each deduction felt like a stab to the heart. He thought, with the Ring of Luck active, logically he should encounter opportunities just by wandering around. The group moved on, searching the surroundings as they went. Suddenly, Yen Lang Tuet cried out, Huh? That is the Long Vi herb. Right in front of her stood a large spirit herb, its whole body emitting a shimmering, brilliant light. Damn, Dung Tang asked in amazement. Did we really find it? Old Zhang confirmed. No doubt. It's the Long Vi herb. Tien Van looked ahead and said, There's another plant over there. He stepped forward and began to pull it up, but immediately after, Tien Van slightly frowned and made a small, sound. He looked at the petal in his palm and murmured, Strange. Can this Long Vi grass actually harm me? Yen Lang Tuet stepped forward and said, Young Master Lai, I didn't expect you'd find it as soon as you said, Truly impressive. At that moment, the system announced, Congratulations on completing the escort quest to gather spirit herbs with Yen Lang Tuet. Received 10,000 experience, plus 20 favor with Yen Lang Tuet, 15 morality points. Tien Van smiled. So the quest is complete. He turned to Yen Lang Tuet and said, Now that we've found it, let's return. Suddenly, a pillar of golden light shot up before them. Everyone was stunned. What is this? The system immediately announced, Timed quest. Open the inheritance of the Dragon God. Time limit, 3 days. Reward. Receive the Dragon God's inheritance. Tien Ven thought, a timed quest? He immediately chose to accept. The system continued, Quest accepted. If not completed within the time limit, you will be killed by the Dragon God. Hearing that, Tien Van's spine chilled. What the hell? Killed by the Dragon God. He looked at the herb in his hand and wondered, could it be caused by this Long Vi grass? Thinking it over, he felt something was off. Normally Long Vi grass could never wound someone. Seeing Tien Van frozen, Yen Lang Tuet called, Young Master Lai? But he remained lost in thought. Examining the herb's root closely, he noticed the ground, after absorbing the blood, emitted faint rays of light, details he hadn't noticed before. Could this be the condition to trigger the quest? Finally, Tien Van concluded to himself that he had been chosen by the Dragon God. My luck is absurdly fortunate. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. A beam of radiance shot down from the sky straight onto Tien Van. Everyone panicked and shouted, Young Master Lai, what's happening? Only he understood clearly that the timed quest had officially begun. An instanced realm opened up right before his eyes. Whoosh! Tuet Lang dashed straight into the pillar of light, following its master. The space around Tien Van began to shift. Riding on the wolf's back, he entered the secret realm, silently exclaiming, We're here! Before him stood a magnificent palace radiating blinding splendor. Light filled every corner, and a heavy, imposing aura spread out. A voice rang out, Is this the Dragon God's hall? One can feel the terrifying majesty of the shrine. Dyke Tien Van placed a hand on Tuet Lang, smiled, and ordered, Stand down. A moment later, Tuet Lang vanished, leaving a wisp of white smoke beside him. Standing before the great door, Dyke Tien Van put a hand on his hip and wondered, what secret lies within? He reached into his robe as if searching for something, then drew out an object resembling a dragon's tail and murmured, This dragon tail herb might be the key to open the door. He held the dragon tail up close to the characters on the door. Instantly, a powerful light burst forth. The great door slowly began to open. Dike Tien Van smiled in satisfaction amid the dust and smoke. Suddenly, a group of people rushed up from afar, shouting, "Hurry up! Stop right there!" Surrounded by them, Dike Tien Van spoke slowly with a mocking tone. "Oh, so it's you. Failing to escort Miss Yen back would be a bit negligent, wouldn't it?" One of them raised a sword, narrowing his eyes provocatively. "Kid, I didn't expect your luck to be so good. This dragontail herb is the key to open the Dragon God's Hall. Hand it over and we'll spare your life." Dike Tianven sneered and asked back, "Spare my life?" Immediately, two sword-wielders lunged forward, shouting, "Better than death at least. Hand it over." Dike Tianvan raised both hands as energy enveloped his body. From his fingertips, long nails rapidly sprouted. With one hand he grabbed a man's face, making him scream, "Ay!" His other hand seized the head of the other man, causing him to groan, "Ugh!" Shortly after, the system announced, "Successfully killed Dam Dungtang. Received 2,000 experience, 200 frenzy value. Successfully killed Taivan. Received 800 experience, 80 frenzy value." Dike Tien Van scratched his head and said with disdain, "Humph. These two little brats have no gear." He looked at the dragon-tail herb in his hand and pondered. "Whoever obtains this first becomes the inheritor? I suspect it's not that simple." Suddenly his steps faltered. The ground trembled. Dike Tien Van cried out, "Not good. It's a trap." He immediately jumped up, avoiding a volley of incoming arrows. Bracing one hand on the ground, he sprang up to dodge again. Moments later, he landed safely beside the arrows. Dike Tianven exhaled, glanced around and thought to himself, "Just arrows? This kind of attack is too ordinary, nothing difficult." Suddenly, he froze amid the dust, his expression darkening as he murmured, "Oh, the stone warrior statues of the dragon clan." He observed and conjectured, perhaps this was once an important stronghold of the dragon clan. After being invaded by the human clans, they were forced back to their ancestral lands. Suddenly, the arm of one stone statue moved slightly. It gripped a massive iron bar and brought it down toward Dike Tien Van, speaking in a deep voice, "If you wish to pass, you must defeat me first." As the iron bar descended, Dike Tien Van leapt up in time to evade. He snorted coldly and lunged straight at the statue. Dike Tien Van channeled energy and unleashed a powerful palm strike at its head. As his hand touched the statue, cracks rapidly spread. The ground around them shattered and large boulders rained down. Suddenly the stone statue appeared behind him and roared, "Whoever barges in will die." Dike Tien Van gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, "Humph. It's truly hard to deal with." He immediately threw himself into the fight. The system announced, "Skill activated, stealth walk, fully concealed, speed doubled, damage doubled." Dike Tien Van opened his scanning eye. Stone Dragonman statue, cultivation. Spirit refining stage, cycle 5. HP, 50,000. Weapon, long blade, common grade. Defense, high common grade. Overall combat power, 4,700. Charging with the blade, Dike Tien Van gritted his teeth. "Humph! Die!" The system continued. Activated. Ring of Luck. Immediately, the statue's arm was severed. Seconds later, its massive body toppled to the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. Dike Tien Van sat on a large rock, looked at the notification board, and murmured, "No way? Using the Ring of Luck and nothing drops. What a waste of frenzy value." Suddenly he looked into the distance with surprise. Before him stood a colossal statue radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Dike Tienven murmured, "The aura of this stone statue is terrifying." He scanned his surroundings, shaken inwardly. Could it be the dragon god of legend? Even the scanning, I could not see through it. Suddenly the statue's eyes flared bright red. It looked forward and intoned in a deep voice, "My people have finally arrived." Dike Tien Van was startled and looked up. "What is going on? Since when did I become one of your people?" He suddenly thought, could it have mistaken me for the dragon clan? Suddenly the statue pointed at the glowing object on his chest and said, Swallow the dragon god's herb. Receive the inheritance. Dike Tianwen looked down and wondered. This is called the dragon god's herb? It doesn't look different from an ordinary dragontail herb? Who would swallow this? But at that moment, the glowing herb suddenly shot down his throat. I'm done for. Dike Tianwen's whole body trembled violently. You? Massive streams of power burst forth all around. He shouted, my body is swelling. He clearly felt a gigantic dragon inside him pounding against his meridians. The blood energy that had been lacking and hindered his cultivation now began to boil violently, flowing faster and faster. A dragon flew out from within Dike Tianwen. The system announced. Successfully swallowed the dragon god's herb. Gained 8,000 experience, 9,000 experience, 12,000 experience, 15,000 experience, and 18,000 experience. He collapsed to the ground amid the dust. A moment later, Dike Tianwen slowly opened his eyes, full of doubt. How can this be? Could I really be a descendant of the dragon clan? Although he had never met him, it was said the original body's biological father was an ultra-powerful expert. It's very possible the dragon clan's bloodline was passed down from him. With the aid of the dragon god's herb, the bloodline began to awaken. Suddenly, a powerful pressure struck his forehead. Ooh. Dike Tianwen hovered midair, emitting blinding light. He cried out in pain. The system announced, congratulations to player Dike Tianwen for completing the Dragon God's Inheritance quest. Awarded Dragon God's Inheritance. Dragon God's Art. Congratulations to player Dike Tianwen for successfully obtaining a first-grade Dragon Clan bloodline. Dike Tianwen floated before that statue. Outside the palace, someone excitedly shouted, do you see that golden light? I sense a great opportunity here. The armed crowd noisily debated. Even so, with so many people gathered, there won't be enough fortune to share. If it's a divine treasure, you can take it once the door opens. The great door is open. Fall back. It opens suddenly. Who knows what monsters might come out? One man frowned and looked over, wondering. Could the master inside be about to come out? We should step back a bit. Dust filled the night. Dike Tianwen appeared before the great door. Someone shouted, someone's coming out. He wore a nonchalant expression. One of his eyes had turned a deep purple. A status board appeared. Body Refinement Stage 4. Spirit Refining Stage 8. Dike Tianwen closed his eyes and thought, there are no core condensation experts among these people. Understandable, the level of Huan Beast Mountain is too low. But surrounded by so many, unless one can fly out, it's not easy to leave. His footsteps lightly trod each stair. A swaggering man, hands on his hips, ordered, kid, stop. Whoever you are, if you want to go out you must hand over all your possessions to us. Dike Tianwen remained calm and replied provocatively, then let's see if you have that ability. The man laughed loudly with contempt. Cut the act. How could you possibly come out from in there? Dike Tianwen casually slipped past him and taunted. Just walk out. If you want to enter, rely on your own skill. Now move aside. I'm in a hurry. They quickly blocked his path, shouting, kid, you dare play us? Hand over the treasure you got in there now, or don't blame us for being unkind. Hand over the treasure. Do you think you can escape the clutches of so many people? Dike Tianwen crossed his arms and calmly replied, even if I got a treasure, on what basis would I give it to you? What have you done to earn it? I'll say this once more. Move aside, or don't blame me for being unkind. The man, enraged, lunged at him shouting, I want to see how you act unkindly toward us. He drove the spiked glove straight into the man's hand. The man immediately screamed in agony, Aya! A moment later, Dike Tianwen sharply tossed him flying. The onlookers kept murmuring at the sight. Look at the spiritual aura in his hand, at least high grade. Even top-grade spirit items probably wouldn't work like that. You said you didn't get any treasure. What is this? Hand it over quickly. Don't think you can run off. Seeing their attitude, Dike Tianwen frowned, thinking, are these people insane? I just crippled an arm and still haven't intimidated them? With so many charging at once, it's not easy to deal with. Then he flicked his hand and shouted, one last warning. Die or get lost. The system displayed equipment. Golden Needle Furious Storm Lahua. They burst into raucous laughter and shouted, "How funny! Seize him and search for any treasures." Dike Tien Van gritted his teeth. The system reminder rang out. A frenzy experience sequence activated. Successfully killed Lu Van. Gained 800 experience, 1 recovery pill, 80 frenzy value. Successfully killed Long Tien Duong. Gained 15,000 experience, 1 double experience pill, 600 frenzy value. Successfully killed Vong Tien Tan. Gained 8,700 experience, 1 Tat Hong sword, 200 frenzy value. Shortly after, those people fled in panic, shouting, "A demon! Ah! So terrifying," the system announced. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for successfully breaking through to level 3 core condensation. Dike Tien Van smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "The harvest speed of Golden Needle Furious Storm Lahua is really too fast. Pity there's only one, but the leveling speed is incredible. Truly wonderful." Out of usefulness, Dike Tien Van casually threw the needle launching box to the ground. Elsewhere, 3 days later, the crowded people murmured, 1,000 taels of gold. If it's truly unobtainable, how far are we willing to risk? If you want to go, go alone. I heard Dike Tien Van kills without blinking. I don't want to seek death. True enough. They said he even slaughtered Tien Phuong In. Blood flowed like a river and all treasures were looted. If we catch him, wouldn't all those treasures be ours? And treasures without core condensation cultivation. How could they capture him otherwise? Dike Tien Van wore a hat and slipped covertly through the crowd, thinking he needed to quickly return to Tien Tone Palace to check the situation. The opening time for the ancient sky trench wasn't far off. He passed by Lang Tuet and Old Zhang. She turned her head and softly called, "Young Master Lai." Dike Tien Van glanced over, took off his hat, and greeted heartily, "Miss Yen, what a coincidence. Did the dragontail herb help last time?" Old Zhang stared at Lang Tuet, who calmly said, "Unfortunately, it only suppresses temporarily. To eliminate it completely, another spiritual herb is needed." Dike Tien Van looked back as he voiced his conjecture. Using the dragontail herb doesn't solve it. Which missing elixir can eradicate it completely? Old Zhang stroked his beard, his face somber as he interjected, "It's the revival herb. The medicinal property of the dragontail herb is of deficient yang. You need the revival herb to reach full yang. The two combined can achieve the perfect effect." Dike Tien Van put his hand to his chin and murmured thoughtfully, "Revival herb? It can indeed enhance the dragontail herb's effect, but its potency is so strong it might cause permanent spiritual damage and instead harm the person." Upon hearing this, he widened his eyes in surprise and stared at him. Suddenly Dike Tien Van's face flinched as if he realized something. Who took the medicine? Have they completely lost their mind? Lang Tuet broke out in a cold sweat, looked over and recounted. "It was my father. He overpracticed recently and fell into demonic deviation. He's now in a coma, only waking occasionally." Dike Tien Van's words stunned the two of them. In this case, the dragontail herb will do. If the revival herb is used carelessly, there's a chance he'll fall into eternal coma. Old Zhang sharply asked, "Are you saying my speculation is wrong? I am Kong Liang, a third-rank pillmaster. What sect do you come from?" He set his face sternly and replied coldly, "What does your wrong guess have to do with my sect?" He angrily pointed and shouted insultingly, "Of course it matters. What right does a brat have to doubt the judgment of a third-rank pillmaster?" Dike Tien Van folded his arms and answered, "If Master Yen's condition is as Miss Yen described, then under no circumstances should the revival herb be used." Old Zhang clenched his hand and scoffed, "So are you the pillmaster now, or am I?" Dike Tien Van ignored him and turned to Lang Tuet. "Miss Yen, I am also a pillmaster. Take me to see him. If the Lord is as you say, then only the dragontail herb is needed. The revival herb is unnecessary." She raised a hand to her chin, frowning in thought. A moment later, Lang Tuet looked up and suggested, "All right, please accompany me, young Master Lai." Dike Tien Van smiled with satisfaction. At that moment the system announced, successfully accepted the task to treat Lord Yen's cultivation injury. Completion reward, 10,000 experience. Lord Yen's favor plus 100. Yen Lang Tu's favor plus 30. Reputation value plus 20. Suddenly old Zhang cut in, startling Lang Tuet. He absolutely cannot be cured. I will come to your residence. I want to see how this brat plans to treat him. I'll speak plainly now. If this brat fails and you want me to cure him, you must pay double the fee. Dyke Tien Van replied confidently. Rest assured, if I truly fail, I'll pay that double fee. Light shone everywhere. A voice rang out. Indeed he overpracticed, but it's nothing. Only the dragontail herb is needed. Looking at the unconscious man, Dyke Tien Van continued to judge. This is a soul injury caused by demonic deviation. When the soul is injured like this, it's fundamentally helpless. How did you people treat it before? Old Zhang stroked his beard and arrogantly said from the side. You dare call yourself a pill master without understanding this. We certainly used the dragontail herb for pill refining. What other way could there be? Of course there is another way. Add the revival herb. He didn't bother to look back and immediately retorted. Temporary suppression doesn't cure the root. You don't even know how to use the dragontail herb? How can you treat it? He angrily snapped. You, Dyke Tien Van said. Miss Yen, excuse my rudeness.
Lang Tuet exclaimed in surprise, Who?
Dyke Tien Van pricked that man's finger with a needle and said, To cure it at the root, you must first take your own blood and use it in refining the dragontail herb. This situation is rare, so many pill masters don't understand. What's worst is not understanding and yet pretending to know. Old Zhang heard this. His face darkened, and he shouted, What are you talking about? Dyke Tien Van raised an eyebrow, taunting, Did I say it was about you? Why get riled up? Don't stop me from refining. If an unexpected accident happens, can you bear the responsibility? A small flame suddenly flared up. The flame flew out of the room. Inside, watching Dyke Tien Van refine the pill, Old Zhang thought to himself, He refined a pill without any furnace. How is that possible? Lang Tuet looked on, puzzled inwardly. Could he have a strange flame? Moments later, the pill flashed and sparked. The system announced, successfully refined a second-grade dragontail herb pill, gained 10,000 experience, proficiency increased by 50 points. Dyke Tien Van tossed the pill to Lang Tuet, reminding, Miss Yen, give this pill to Lord Yen. She caught it and replied, all right. A moment later, he folded his arms and asked with a smile, Well, Old Zhang sneered, watch the situation first. He hasn't fully awakened yet. Yen Lang Tuet merged the pill into Lord Yen's body. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Lang Tuet cried out joyfully, Father, have you woken up? Lord Yen said each word with difficulty. I feel much better. The Pillmaster Kong Liang's potion is well made. His skill is not bad. Coughing, helping him sit up, Lang Tuet proudly introduced, Father, this pill was refined by young Master Lai. Lord Yen looked at him gratefully. Truly, thank you young Master Lai. You're young yet already have such Pillmaster skill. Rare indeed. Dyke Tien Van clasped his hands respectfully and replied, If the pill I refined could cure Lord Yen, then that's good. He looked at him and thought, such a young apothecary, one might have mistaken him for a student Kong Liang brought. Old Zhang turned his back and said as he left, If Lord Yen has awakened, I will take my leave now. Dyke Tien Van glanced back and thought silently. Forget it, these minor figures, as long as they don't provoke me, there's no need to pursue it further. The system announced, Congratulations on completing the task. Gained 10,000 experience. Lord's favor plus 100. Yen Lang Tuet's favor plus 30. Reputation value plus 20. Lord Yen took out a small furnace. This is a pill refining furnace. Brother Lai, you must accept it. It will surely help you. Dyke Tien Van politely declined. No need. It's nothing. This furnace is at least soul grade. Even money couldn't easily buy one. Lord Yen smiled warmly and said, Indeed, this is a lower-tier soul-grade pill furnace. We have nothing better to give. Our Yen clan has no pill master. This purple flame divine furnace has just been sitting there, so I'm giving it to you. Dike Tien Van still politely replied, a soul-grade item. It's rather valuable. He continued to persuade. Honestly, this furnace surviving here so long is a miracle. If others found out, it would bring deadly calamity. So I think Brother Lai is very fit for it. Just keep it safe. Dike Tien Van had no choice but to clasp his hands and respectfully respond, very well. I will accept the furnace. But it's precious, I can't simply take it. I'll stay here for a time. You go buy materials and I'll refine some pills for you. That's all I can do to help. A few days later, the sky was clear and sunlight shone everywhere. Lang Tuet looked at the pills on the table and exclaimed excitedly, so many pills? The system reminded. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for successfully breaking through to level 4 core condensation. Dike Tien Van thought to himself, not bad, leveled up again. Suddenly a maid rushed in shouting, Miss Young Master Lai, something's wrong. Please come to the main hall at once. From the main courtyard came murmurs. We heard Lord Yen had some trouble in cultivation a few days ago. Now he looks much better. We specially came to offer congratulations. The people sitting in the room, Master Tang spoke up. This is our congratulatory gift. Please accept it. Lord Yen politely replied. Thanks for the kindness, Lord Wang and Master Tang. I Yen accept it gratefully. Your visit is already much appreciated. Lord Wang continued. This small token means nothing, but this time we came asking Lord Yen for a favor. Lord Yen asked frankly, speak plainly. If I can help, I will certainly do so. Lord Wang replied calmly. It's really nothing. We heard the Yen clan has a pill refining furnace, and it's a soul-grade item. Might we borrow it for a bit? Lang Tuet rubbed her father's shoulder and thought, how did this news leak out? Lord Yen smiled and replied, Lord Wang jesting. How could our Yen clan have such a thing? Having a few superior spiritual tools is already good enough. Old Wang angrily slammed the table and shouted, stop pretending. We've already been gathering information. Recently word came from the Qing Shen residence that your eldest brother died while training outside. What do you Yen clan have to rely on now? Lord Yen, be sensible. Hand over the soul-grade pill furnace and marry your daughter to my son. If not, from now on, Chang Tianfeng will not be peaceful anymore. Master Tang ground his teeth and threatened. This coffin is being prepared for you. Whether you live or die is your choice. Lang Tuet thought inwardly. No wonder father risked everything to reach core condensation. Without a core condensation expert, the Yen clan will be doomed. Then she called out, Father! Lord Yen stepped forward to shield Dike Tien Van and his daughter, sternly saying, let those two leave. This matter does not concern them. Master Tang narrowed his brow mockingly. You think they can leave? Do you think they have the ability? Lord Wang waved his hand and proposed. Hand over the soul-grade pill furnace and we might spare your life. Surviving isn't that good. Lord Yen angrily barked. Do you take me for a fool? Even if we hand over the furnace, you won't spare the Yen clan. Master Tang sneered coldly. If you already know that, there's nothing more to say. The Yen clan only has the road to death left. Hand over the furnace and let your family die comfortably. Suddenly Dike Tien Van produced the furnace and asked, you want this pill refining furnace? The two looked over and exclaimed in unison, a soul-grade item. Old Wang stepped forward irritated and asked, who are you? He replied indifferently, I'm merely a guest of the Yen clan. Lord Yen from behind called, young Master Lai, this doesn't concern you. Dike Tien Van turned and smiled. The Yen clan is in trouble. If I flee, it would be against my sense of righteousness. Lord Wang sneered cunningly. You hand the furnace to this brat so he can run off with Miss Yen? Looks like you know how to entrust things to others. Master Tang stepped forward to threaten. Brat, one more chance. Give me the furnace. Aren't you not of the Yen clan? We'll grant you a way to live. Dike Tien Van smiled, extending his hand and taunted coolly. Do you think I'll trust two beasts wearing human faces like you? Now get out of here, and I might spare your lives like dogs. Hearing that, Old Wang clenched his teeth in fury and shouted, you insolent brat! Out of face we would have preserved your body. Now it seems unnecessary. Lord Yen advanced, flames appearing in his hand as he urged. Brother Lai, quickly take Yen Ni and go. I may not be able to hold them off much longer. Dike Tianwen offered a mysterious smile. Lord Yen, leave this to me. Moments later, Old Wang lunged forward and yelled, Enough with your smugness. Let me show you my power. Unknown to the force of his strike, Dike Tianwen used the Piaoyun steps. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the old man. He threw a straight punch to the face, causing Lord Wang to cry out, Ha! Before he could steady himself. An uppercut from beneath the chin sent the old man sprawling to the ground. Ah! Dike Tianwen looked up to see Master Tang right above him. The old man swung a slash straight down, carrying a cutting force. Yen Lang Tuet cried out in alarm. Young Master Lai! Lord Yen also called anxiously, Brother Lai! Unexpectedly, Dike Tianwen quickly intercepted and shattered Master Tang's blade. Master Tang gritted his teeth, incredulous, and shouted, What? Dike Tianwen bared his teeth in a satisfied grin. A pair of sharp bone-ice fist gauntlets appeared. He delivered a thunderous punch to the stomach, making the old man scream, Ugh! Ah! Master Tang's whole body suddenly stiffened. Dike Tianwen lifted him and hurled him across the floor. Lord Yen watched in astonishment. Brother Li's cultivation is this strong? The system repeatedly notified. Used absorbing spirit great method. Gained 4,000 experience. Gained 4,500 experience. Gained 4,400 experience. Lord Wang, face covered in blood, asked with difficulty. What martial art is that? Who exactly are you? Which sect do you belong to? Dike Tianwen waved his hand and replied coldly, Does that matter? Blame you for being unreasonable. Old Wang lay on the floor thinking, This brat is young yet his cultivation surpasses mine. What sort of demon is he? He hurriedly said, Wait a moment. I still have a secret move I haven't used. You cannot. Dike Tianwen conjured a small flame and said nonchalantly, Use it in your next life. A notification appeared. Eternal flame. Seconds later, Lord Wang's eyes rolled back as he screamed violently. The great flame incinerated the two. The system reported, Successfully killed Master Tang. Gained 40,000 experience. Martial skill soul-seizing fate technique. Top-grade humanoid. 1,000 frenzy value. Successfully killed Lord Wang. Gained 40,000 experience. Martial skill overbearing cloud technique. Top-grade humanoid. 1,000 frenzy value. Player info. Dike Tianwen level. 24 core condensation stage. Tier 4 experience. 45. 281 60ths. 000 frenzy value. 2,828 reputation value. 70 items. 8 5x experience cards. 20 recovery pills. Level 30 gift pack. Looking at the system board, he sighed helplessly. Still not leveled up. I'll need quite a lot more experience now. Suddenly Lord Yen stepped forward and called, Young Master Lai. Dike Tianwen turned and asked, What is it? Are there more enemies? Yen Lang Tuet smiled assuredly. Young Master Lai, it's over. Lord Yen explained conciliatorily. Our Yen clan never had great enemies. They just had their eyes on the pill furnace and only dared act while I was suffering demonic deviation. So that's it. Suddenly the sound of many footsteps approached. Nguyen Bin stepped forward, laughing with delight and praise. This young brother is so young yet killed 2 masters. Such cultivation is truly astonishing. Another person asked hesitantly, Who are you? He introduced himself. I am the deputy leader of the Tien Phuong Trade Guild. Nguyen Bin. Looking at the people before him, Dike Tianwen thought, Kong Liang Tien Phuong Trade Guild. So this is the influence of Tien Phuong Tower. It seems that Kong Liang just went to fetch reinforcements. Dike Tianwen activated his probing eye skill directly, and the information of those present appeared one by one. Nguyen Bin, deputy leader of the Tien Phuong Trade Guild. Cultivation. Core condensation stage, Tier 4. Lu Steward of Tien Phuong Tower. Cultivation. Core condensation stage, Tier 3. Kong Liang, cultivation. refined spirit stage, tier 7, along with 2 henchmen whose cultivation levels are refined spirit stage tiers 3 and 4. Nguyen Bin curled his lip and sneered. Which sect does this young brother belong to? Care to join me in friendship? Dike Tien Van did not answer immediately. He only turned and ordered the Yen group. You go to the back courtyard. I will handle this place. They nodded in agreement. Dike Tien Van bowed his head slightly, thinking these people were likely reinforcements summoned by the 2 masters. From their looks, they were clearly hostile. With that in mind, he replied to the offer. No need to ally. I'm not interested. Nguyen Bin felt a bit embarrassed. How can this young brother speak so coldly? A soul-grade pill refining furnace is valuable. You could take it, but on one condition. You must join our Tien Phuong Tower. At Nguyen Bin's arrogance, Dike Tien Van snorted coldly. Ha! After all the talk, isn't the goal still to get that soul-grade item? He stroked his beard and affirmed without hesitation. That's right, join or die. A fine choice, isn't it? No sooner had he finished than a powerful aura burst from Dike Tien Van's hand. Tien Phuong Tower, you're all that base. Relying on humiliation and coercion to kill and seize treasures. Nguyen Bin angrily stepped back and ordered his lackeys forward. Brat wanna die? Immediately they all charged together. Dike Tien Van's eyes emitted a pale mist. He coldly regarded them as a swarm of greedy ants. As he spoke, sharp ice spikes formed on his hands, his bone ice fist gauntlets ready. Dike Tien Van lowered his tone for a second, then activated a frenzy experience mode and used 2 double experience pills in succession, charging straight at his opponents. His punch smashed down hard onto the ground, sending a wave of icy cold that seemed to freeze the entire main hall in an instant. The henchmen's screams of agony echoed. Aya! They were all trapped fast within a thick layer of ice. As the chilling aura abated, Nguyen Bin found himself encased in ice too, staring at him in shock, grimacing. You really are a demon. Dike Tien Van waved his hand calmly and replied coldly, You're flattering me. Then he reached toward the old man, and an invisible suction force appeared. He activated the absorbing spirit great method, and spiritual energy surged from his foes into his body. The system repeatedly announced, gained 1,000 experience, gained 1,400 experience, gained 10,800 experience. The frozen men's faces contorted in pain and terror, and even Kong Liang did not escape that fate. Suddenly the entire ice block shattered into 1,000 pieces, carrying away the lives of the greedy. The system continued, successfully killed Steward Liu, obtained 15,000 experience, 1 double experience pill, 800 frenzy value. Successfully killed Kong Liang, obtained 10,000 experience, 500 frenzy value. Successfully killed the henchman, obtained 13,000 experience. Nguyen Bin gasped for breath, trembling as Dike Tien Van approached and asked, You're so formidable. Who exactly are you? Dike Tien Van coldly stomped on his face. What does who I am matter to a dying man like you? Weren't you just trying to kill me? Nguyen Bin knew he had no escape, but still tried to save himself with a threat. If you kill me, Tien Phuong Tower will pursue you relentlessly. The masters will avenge me. There will be no place in the world for you to hide. Dike Tien Van slowly removed his ever-changing mask and gave a meaningful smile. Oh? In that case, I'm a bit looking forward to it. Nguyen Bin's eyes widened, terrified to the utmost. You are Dike Tien Van of Kung Tien Tone that we've been hunting. Immediately after, Dike Tien Van drove his foot into Nguyen Bin, turning him into final experience points. Successfully killed Nguyen Bin, gained 60,000 experience, 1,400 frenzy value. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for breaking through to core condensation stage, tier 5. The next morning, as sunlight slanted across the roof, a grave atmosphere once again filled the Yen residence. In the main hall, Dike Tien Van looked at Lord Yen and warned, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay here much longer. Tien Phuong Tower will definitely return. Tien Phuong Tower and the forces of those 2 masters will soon come looking for you. Lord Yen, though worried, tried to appear calm and replied, No problem. We'll have ways to deal with it. Brother Lai, you must be careful too. Don't let the people of P1-4 Tower capture you. Dike Tien Van clasped his hands and bowed his head in a formal farewell. Then I take my leave here. Yen Lang Tuet quietly watched his figure fade beyond the gate, her eyes briefly thoughtful. He must have the backing of a powerful sect. I'm afraid I have no standing to keep him here. Dike Tien Van was perceptive. He cast a quick glance and saw her regretful expression, then smiled and promised, Miss Yen, if fate allows, we will meet again. A few days later at Kung Tien Ton, the atmosphere in the meeting between the sect leader and the elder council was extremely tense. The second elder frowned and reminded T. Loi Van, Sect leader, the ancient Tail Tien Tram is about to begin. When will you decide the list of disciples to participate? She breathed lightly, eyes resolute. Wait for Tien Van to return. However, the second elder appeared displeased and immediately retorted, Duan Shan sect and P1-4 Tower have declared already. If we still accept Dike Tien Van, that makes us their enemy. Granting him a spot isn't just inviting trouble. T. Loi Van frowned in annoyance, displeasure showing in her eyes. Second elder, it's not Tien Van who brings trouble to Kung Tien Ton. It's their despicable actions that force Tien Van to deal with them. The second elder offered a different view, conciliatory in tone. But small sects like ours must learn to endure. Sect leader, don't you understand that? Suddenly a disciple ran in from outside, pale-faced and breathless. Sect leader, bad news. People from Duan Shan sect and P1-4 Tower have arrived at the foot of the mountain. This surprised T. Loi Van, but her face quickly turned cold. They have certainly not come with good intentions. If anything befalls Tien Van, I swear I'll bury the entire Duanshan sect. She immediately led the group out to confront them. At the main gate, the two forces had already met. T. Loi Van greeted them, but her words were cautious. Two sect chiefs Tang are here. May I ask your purpose? If I'm not mistaken, the ancient Tail Tien Tram opens in more than a week. The man with spiky red hair was the sect chief of Duanshan sect, Tan Tan Van. He clenched his fist, showing no mercy, and growled, Mistress T, we're here this time for that enrollment spot. The outer discipline disciple Dike Tien Van of Kung Tien Ton killed my disciple and even the masters of P1-4 Tower. This blood debt must be settled. Beside him stood the sect chief of Tien Lin sect, Jia Chi Van, staring at T. Loi Van with oppressive intent. At this, the second elder hastily spoke to ease the situation. Previously Dike Tien Van declared he is no longer our disciple. Besides, he was only an outer disciple, not formally registered. His actions outside are completely unrelated to Kung Tien Ton. Hearing that, Tan Tan Van rubbed his chin suspiciously and laughed coldly, voice full of derision. Oh, so as long as you don't admit he's from Kung Tien Ton, you can wash your hands of responsibility? The second elder was about to reply, but T. Loi Van coldly raised her hand to signal him to stop. She stared straight into Tan Tan Van's eyes and said firmly, As far as I know, this all started because your disciple provoked trouble repeatedly. He arrogantly insulted the weapon made by Tien Van as fake, and even cowardly struck from behind during their duel. Someone like that dying can only be said to have deserved it. Tan Tan Van's expression hardened with anger. Is there anyone who can testify? Our people came to inquire about the matter, but he attacked them brutally. We didn't expect Kung Tien Ton to be so arrogant and unreasonable. Fed up with his baseless pressure, T. Loi Van no longer restrained herself. A powerful aura erupted from her, creating an intimidating pressure. Enough talk. Don't even think about our enrollment spot. Leave here at once. Tan Tan Van waved his hand, signaling his disciples to prepare to act. Mistress T, it seems you refuse to show courtesy. Don't blame us for being rude. The tension between the two sides was like a stretched string about to snap. T. Loi Van growled, Sect Chief Tan, what do you intend to do? Kung Tien Ton may be weaker than you, but we are not lacking the courage to fight to the death. Contempt showed on Tan Tan Van's face with a sneer. Fight to the death? Do you have any trump cards left? Planning to marry off your disciple to Fu Tan Huin for help? Or counting on your reclusive immortal to intervene? That taunt struck a nerve in T. Loi Van. You? At that moment, a sly-looking man with a glib tongue immediately interjected. Don't hope for it. Futan Huin has already informed us. They won't intervene in this matter. The chief elder of Kung Tien Tone ground his teeth in anger at the speaker. That is the chief of masters of Tien Phuong Tower. T. Loi Van asked in astonishment. Tien Phuong Tower. Didn't you declare neutrality? Refusing to intervene in any sex affairs? The man laughed triumphantly. Rules are made to be broken, especially when the profit before us is so large. Hung Tien Nai stepped forward and declared coldly. Normally we don't intervene, but your disciple killed our people, which is an exception. Today, Kung Tien Tone, you must give a full explanation. No sooner had he finished than Tan Tan Van smugly cut in. Now I'll give you a chance to agree to 2 conditions. Listen carefully. First, hand over all the enrollment spots. Second, Mistress T herself must be married to me. If not, today Kung Tien Tone will be destroyed. Seeing such shamelessness, T. Loi Van could not hold back her fury. Suddenly a familiar figure strode in through the main door. Look at you. Do you think you're worthy of that? The second elder knit his brows and whispered anxiously. Appearing at a critical moment like this, isn't he looking for death? Hung Tien Nai turned, a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha! We've searched for you so long. Unexpectedly you came to our door yourself. Lord Yen also spoke loudly with sarcasm. Do you have courage, or are you just stupid? Facing pressure from the sect chiefs, Dyke Tien Van remained composed. Stupid? There is indeed one idiot here with a dumb face, and he even wants to marry our sect leader. Daydreaming, publicly mocked. Tan Tan Van's anger surged so that veins bulged on his hands. Daydreaming? Do you believe I could crush you with one finger? Suddenly he felt a sharp, cutting aura. T. Loi Van could no longer restrain herself. She said through gritted teeth, if you dare make a move, try it. Tan Tan Van kept a scornful attitude and hurled an insult. Mistress T, your cultivation isn't weak, but what do you think will happen against the 3 of us? Can you really fight back against the 3 of us? Seize that brat. She drew her sword and shot forward like a lightning bolt. Do you dare? Jia Chi Van quickly moved into a defensive stance. Tan Tan Van clenched his fists as crackling bolts of lightning gathered around him. Humph! The 2 men launched their attacks on T. Loi Van at the same time, their auras colliding violently, producing a blinding radiance. That made Jia Chi Van instinctively take a step back. A few disciples rushed over to support T. Loi Van. Sect leader, are you all right? T. Loi Van's face was pale. She replied with difficulty, I'm fine. Go help Tien Van. At that moment, Dyke Tien Van had already been surrounded by numerous masters. T. Loi Van tried to steady her breathing, worried inwardly. Tien Van is surrounded. Even at the cost of my life, I must save him. Tan Tan Van sneered with malicious challenge. Mistress T, keep interfering and I can't guarantee what they'll do to him. I'll give you one last chance to hand over all the enrollment spots and to marry yourself to me. But this time you must also hand over Kung Tien Tone's secret treasure. Of course, if we have to kill you all, we'll take it ourselves. The chief elder, with nothing left to hesitate, decisively drew the sword token. You still want the secret treasure. Dyke Tien Van is only an excuse. The real goal is Kung Tien Tone's treasure. The smile on Tan Van Tan's face twisted into something inhuman. So what? You have no other choice. If you refuse, not only will he die, but Kung Tien Tone will be completely wiped out. T. Loi Van's hand tightened on the hilt, trembling uncontrollably with fury. After a fierce inner struggle, she had no choice but to drop her sword. To save Dyke Tien Van's life, she agreed to the compromise. Fine, I'll give it to you. Just spare Tien Van's life. Tan Van Tan tilted his head, watching her resigned posture with satisfaction. That brat is truly fortunate. Mistress T is devoted to him. She's even willing to give up the sex guardian treasure to save him. Quite admirable. On the other side, Dyke Tien Van kept a calm expression though turmoil roiled inside. He thought to himself that, whatever the treasure was, 3 great forces conspiring to seize it meant it couldn't be ordinary. He hadn't expected her to sacrifice so much for him. Immediately, he activated the system's Frenzy Experience mode. 10-fold experience cards were triggered, Frenzy value cards doubled, proficiency cards activated. He consumed 5 double experience pills, and the lucky aura was triggered. In an instant, he defeated all the masters surrounding him. Piercing screams rose repeatedly. No, impossible. One man standing nearby was terrified, stammering incoherently. This brat's strength was now on par with an elder. Hidden behind the flashing cold sword slashes, Dike Tien Van frowned and roared with authority. I want to see who dares bully my aunt, who dares bully Kung Tien Ton. Don't even think about the treasure. Don't you dare touch a single blade of grass. The disciples of Tien Ton Kung were stunned by the scene. Is this really Dike Tien Van? Another couldn't hide his astonishment. How did he become so formidable? Had he met a great opportunity? His speed, his power, and that weapon were more terrifying than the elders. At that moment, the system announced the activation of another skill. He employed the martial art 10,000 Swords Return Sect, hundreds of sword strikes, sharp with intent, launched simultaneously.
Dike Tien Van shouted loudly, 10,000 swords return sec.
While the enemies were being slaughtered in droves, the system's notifications kept ringing in his head. Congrats! Host killed an elder of Tien Lin sect, gained 120,000 experience. Congrats! Host killed an elder of Tien Lin sect, gained 120,000 experience, 2 frenzy value points. Congrats! Host killed an elder of Don Lin sect, gained 130,000 experience, 500 forging proficiency points, 2,000 frenzy value points, successful kill. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Tan Van Tan gaped in shock. This brat had finally revealed his true cultivation, but it wasn't spirit refinement level 7 or 8. Instead, it was core condensation level 3 to 4. How could this be? He cried out in alarm and ordered, "Quick! Stop him!" However, those people only managed to issue horrific screams. The system announced again. Successfully killed an elder of Tien Phuong Tower, gained 120,000 experience and 200 frenzy value points. Hung Tien Nai could no longer restrain himself and took the initiative. Brat, you're too arrogant. At that moment, the system broadcast its joyous news. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for successfully breaking through to core condensation level 6. A massive vortex erupted from the ground, sweeping the old man up into the eye of the storm. Dike Tien Van landed on a nearby roof tile and declared loudly and clearly, "What about the sect chiefs? Tien Phuong Tower. You're all cut from the same cloth. Today I'll act on heaven's behalf and completely wipe you out." He exhaled softly, coldly activated the Berserk Compassion mode, and initiated the assassination function. Hung Tien Nai panicked and tried to flee, but was struck from behind as if by a phantom by Dike Tien Van. The system's congratulatory message rang out. Successfully killed Hung Tien Nai, gained 400,000 experience, received the martial art Extremal Subtlety, 1,000 refining proficiency points, and 2,000 frenzy value points. Suddenly, Dike Tien Van sensed several throwing needles slicing through the air toward him. Tien Loi Van quickly slid over to shield him. "Tien Van, be careful." Tan Van Tan couldn't help but snort, his tone sinister. She knitted her brows tightly and loudly accused, "Shame on you, leader of a sect, yet you use hidden weapons to strike from behind. How disgraceful." Dike Tien Van was deeply moved by her self-sacrificial protection. His aunt always chose to stand by his side, never leaving or abandoning him. Tien Loi Van glanced at him with relief in her eyes. "You're finally back." He straightened and directly faced Tan Van Tan. "If my bringing trouble to Kung Tien Ton put them in danger, doesn't that make me the culprit?" Those words made Tien Loi Van pause for a beat. She replied firmly, "If I didn't watch over you well, then I would be the great sinner. Having said it, whatever happens, we'll face it together." Seeing the deep affection between aunt and nephew, Tan Van Tan ground his teeth, furious to the point of bursting veins in his eyes. "I don't believe it. How can just the two of you stand against all of Kung Tien Ton? Kill them all. Wipe everyone here out. Leave not a scrap of armor." All remaining sect masters shouted madly in unison. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" No one from Kung Tien Ton was to be spared. Tien Loi Van could not stand idly by. She shouted in fury, "How dare you!
Ten Fontaine, prepare to die."
She threw herself at the old man regardless, her killing intent surging skyward. Very quickly, the razor-sharp blade was stopped by Tan Van Tan at the last inch. Jia Chivan blocked her path to prevent her from reaching him and said coldly, "If you want to get through, you'll have to step over my blade. I'll let you see how bloodily we'll purge Kung Tien Ton." Tien Loi Van showed no yielding either. She declared sternly, "Tien Lin sect will pay dearly." At that moment, a bone-chilling cold air enveloped Dyke Tien Van. He immediately opened his inventory and activated the Icebone Fist equipment. In the blink of an eye, more than half the Great Hall was frozen solid. Those about to attack the young disciples were trapped in the icy block. Even Jia Chi Van was caught in it. Dyke Tien Van gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his eyes. "Let's see who dares touch Kung Tien Ton while I'm here." The attackers froze in place, everything seeming to stand still. Tien Loi Van turned to look, Long Day both astonished and worried. "What's happening? Is this Tien Van? This power seems excessively sinister." Suddenly, Jia Chi Van began to move, cracks spreading all over the layer of ice around him. Instantly, the system displayed a notification. "Ping, congrats host for killing Tien Lin sect chief Jia Chi Van. Received 400,000 experience, 1 inging than pill, and 3,000 frenzy value points." Dyke Tien Van frowned and stepped forward. "Aunt, with me here, no one can lay a hand on Kung Tien Ton, nor on you." Before Tien Loi Van could recover her composure, Tan Van Tan was already grinding his teeth and staring at her, his eyes glancing sharply sideways, noticing that the ice around him was also beginning to shatter. Not giving his opponent time to react, she immediately lunged forward and shouted, "Let me deal with Tan Van Tan. Prepare to die." Just as she swung her sword, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared behind her with a cold warning, "Don't act rashly." A fierce beam of light exploded, forming a colossal column shooting straight into the sky. Dyke Tien Van couldn't intervene in time and cried out in alarm. His aunt quickly rushed over and caught Tien Loi Van's limp body, sorrowfully producing a pill. "Aunt, hurry. This is a recovery pill." Tien Loi Van's face, smeared with dust, weakly replied, "Tien Van, I'm fine." At that moment, a figure appeared before them, radiating an immensely powerful aura. Dyke Tien Van was secretly alarmed. "Who is this?" He immediately activated the scan eye. The system listed all the information. Boss Tan Tien Long, cultivation core condensation level 9, top grade protective spirit armor, martial art at Earth Heaven fierce rank, overall combat power 80. Seeing such a formidable opponent, Dyke Tien Van felt excited. Finally, a super elite appeared. Killing him, what rewards might that yield? Just then the quest panel popped up. Accept the mission, protect Kung Tien Ton, repel external enemies. Reward 200,000 experience, 10,000 gold tails, 1 bonus draw, and plus 100 overall favorability. A smirk tugged at his lips as he accepted the quest. Tan Van Tan crawled and flopped on the ground, prostrating himself at the feet of Tan Tien Long. "Ancestor, that brat is a bit of an unorthodox. Some unknown art froze us all. Please, Ancestor, avenge us." Tan Tien Long glared and coldly scolded, "All useless trash. You couldn't even handle a small Kung Tien Ton. Ultimately, I still had to step in." Tan Van Tan trembled and bowed his head. "We are incompetent juniors. Please instruct us, Ancestor." Tan Tien Long's eyes flared blood red. He had planned to wait for the head of Kung Tien Ton to appear before striking, but was forced to reveal himself early by a brat. His whole body writhed in a sinister red aura. Tan Tien Long proclaimed arrogantly, "I want to see how many unorthodox arts you have." No sooner had he finished than a terrifying killing intent radiated out, like an invisible cord controlling those frozen in ice. The eyes of the trapped ones suddenly went white. They all channeled force to shatter the ice and crawl out. Tien Loi Van's face changed. She grimly observed, "The killing intent is too strong. Ancestor Tan Tien is truly not simple." She warned anxiously, "I heard he slaughtered countless cultivators to forge the blood slaughter banner. Be careful. Don't let this killing intent affect your mind." Dyke Tien Van nodded slightly, his gaze even more cautious. "No problem. Leave it to me." Tan Tien Long sneered and coldly ordered his underlings, "Kill them!" Those men, like puppets with cut strings, madly charged into the slaughter. The senior elders shouted firmly, "Sect Lord, we come to assist in battle." Immediately, they hurried into the fray. Now, in the suffocating space, only Dike Tien Van stood directly facing Ancestor Tan Tien. He was so confident he didn't bother to guard, haughtily taunting, "Come then, show me your skill." No sooner had he spoken than Dike Tien Van streaked forward like a lightning bolt, aiming straight at the elder's dantian beneath his belly. Massive slabs of ice suddenly sprang up, enveloping Tan Tien Long, forming a towering mountain of ice. Dike Tien Van lightly touched the ice, his breath ragged. Huff, huff. It seemed the elder had been immobilized within the thick ice. He paused to steady his breathing. The last strike had been the ice-bone fist's limit, but suddenly his eyes widened and his face turned purple. Before him, Tan Tien Long's aura still surged forth. The move seemed to have no effect. Tan Tien Long smashed through the ice with terrifying strength, snarling that there was indeed some unorthodox art. "Kid, these tricks do nothing to me." Killing intent burst from him wildly, even beginning to infiltrate and control Kung Tien Ton's disciples. Second elder gritted his teeth, resisting the invading killing intent. The chief elder and nearby disciples fell into the same state, completely losing control. Nguyen Bin had to brace himself to dodge the lethal strikes. The killing intent was so strong even the elders were infected. Earlier he had expended too much spiritual power, making it extremely difficult to resist this killing intent. Just then, a gentle green aura flowed through, helping him avoid disaster. The one who acted was none other than Tien Loi Van. She resolutely said, "Tien Van, let me handle him. You go assist the elders. His cultivation is very strong. You can't deal with him so easily." Yet he adamantly refused to step back. "I'm no longer the old Tien Van who always relied on your protection. This time, let me protect you. Protect the entire Kung Tien Ton. And trust me." Seeing that determination, she smiled faintly. "Very well. Then I and Kung Tien Ton are entrusted to your protection." Tan Tien Long saw him reappear and loudly challenged, "Brat, you still want to continue?" "Ha!" Tan Van Ton shouted from the side, egging him on. "Ancestor, kill him now. Kid, before our ancestor you are nothing." Tan Tien Long's eyes whitened. His voice rumbled, hoarse and deep. "So young yet you've slain many of my elders. You are far stronger than the trash in my sect. Bow and become my disciple. You don't have to be buried with this Kung Tien Ton." Dike Tien Van glared and flatly refused. "Stop spouting nonsense. Joining you would be worse than death. I'll make you understand a bit of true power." At that very moment, a majestic dragon form emerged from his body, making the entire space seem to freeze. Tien Loi Van turned and, stunned, watched his proud posture, thinking inwardly, "Is this Dike Tien Van's true power?" She suddenly realized the child she once had to protect had truly grown up. Even Tan Tien Long began to pace uneasily, exclaiming in horror, "Are you of the Dragon Clan?" The corners of Dike Tien Van's eyes suddenly shifted. Hard dragon scales appeared there clearly, and a pair of mighty dragon horns sprouted on his head. After the transformation completed, Dike Tien Van clenched his fists and roared.
Thanh Thang Long imeditang fle cung thang toan.
Hearing this, he not only didn't retreat but showed amusement, stepping closer. "So you are the hidden trump card of Kung Tien Ton." Tan Tien Long cruelly, angrily seized killing intent from his subordinates, wrapping his body in a sinister black aura. Meanwhile, Dike Tien Van channeled his spiritual power to the limit. First technique of the Dragon God art, a giant dragon claw, enhanced, swung straight forward with mountain moving, sea-filling force. Tan Tien Long felt the terrifying pressure and hastily dodged. But it was no good. The staggering power collided head-on, ripping apart the elder's protective aura. Tan Tien Long gritted his teeth and bitterly murmured, "Such mighty dragon force dares to destroy my blood slaughter banner." Using the remaining choking dust as cover, Dike Tien Van quickly leapt into the air. Next, the second dragon soul pierce. The dragon claw hand swept down hard toward the ground, aiming straight for Tan Tien Long's head. He was crushed by the pressure until breathless, roaring madly, "How dare you underestimate me?" The elder feigned disadvantage, but secretly condensed killing intent behind his back into a great blade, slicing through Dike Tien Van's twin-claw hands. On receiving the blow, the technique was torn apart, and countless ghastly specters began to surround Dike Tien Van.
The elder lauga triumphantly. Ah!
Dike Tien Van strained to withstand the brutal barrage of damage. He spun his palm hard, forming a small orb of spiritual power, and shouted, "Star Siphon Great Method." The vast demonic energy sucked in quickened his breathing. In an instant, all of Tan Tianlong's aura was condensed into his palm. The elder was stunned for a moment, stammering, What background does your brat have, after all?" The system board immediately displayed a warning. Blood carries divine power, a supreme spiritual essence forged from the blood of 10,000 people, with killing intent reaching the heavens. Dike Tien Van examined the opponent with his probing eye, thinking to himself that this blade's combat power was extremely high. He stomped hard on the ground, cracking the floor open, then shot forward like an arrow cutting through the wind. Tan Tianlong gripped his blade and swung down. "Useless," he decisively retorted. "Then let's see." However, Dike Tien Van suddenly slipped behind the elder, aiming directly at Tan Van Tan. He shouted as he flew, "My target is you." The man took the deadly blow, only managing to scream pitifully, "Ancestor, save me." Tan Tianlong's face darkened, rage flaring in the depths of his eyes. A large patch of ground was completely shattered by the aftershock. The system continuously announced, "Successfully killed Tan Van Tan, gained 430,000 experience value, 1,000 forging proficiency points, 3,600 frenzy value. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for successfully breaking through core condensation stage 7. After it ended, he thought inwardly, "Leveled up, my current strength is probably enough to fight him on even terms." Seeing Tan Van Tan killed before his eyes, Tan Tianlong completely lost control. He screamed madly, "Damn you, you bastard! Die for me!" Dozens of sword-like auras shot out to encircle him, but Dike Tien Van's state was now completely different. He coldly waved his hand, blocking all the incoming attacks, even boldly piercing through the dense web of blades the elder had deployed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in right beneath Tan Tianlong's belly. The elder panicked and tried to dodge, but his attack speed was one step slower than the youth's. Tan Tianlong sprang up, retreating several hurried steps to keep distance. He grit his teeth, scrutinizing the young man with suspicious eyes. The speed and strength were a level greater than before. Is it an illusion, or has this brat been deliberately suppressing his cultivation? This brat absolutely cannot be contained. He wiped fresh red blood across the blade. A strange curse mixing with the blood tint made the sword shine with malevolence. He looked as if he had descended into madness. The system immediately scanned the new weapons. Combat power stats kept jumping. Total combat power 95,000, 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. Dike Tien Van silently watched the combat power numbers climb. In an instant his combat power rose by over 20,000, an effect comparable to taking a berserk pill. At the same time, Tien Loi Van and the Chief Elder finally broke free from the killing intense control. That killing aura is terrifying. Is this really Ancestor Tan Tien's true strength? Her face darkened and her voice trembled under the pressure. The Chief Elder also struggled to speak. "Sect Lord, I can no longer withstand this killing aura." On the other side, Tan Tianlong roared in fury. "Finish them. I want to bathe Kung Tien Tone in your blood." From this moment on, the name Kung Tien Tone will no longer exist in this world. At this critical, hanging by a thread moment, the system board displayed all of his information. Level 23, experience value 125, 481/166, 000, frenzy value 127,380 points, morality 70 points. Skills include Star Siphon Great Method, Eagle Claw Skill, Laku Sword Technique, Piaoyun Steps. Weapons, Icebone Fist, Defensive Device, Thick War Snow Wolf, Angelic Armor, Divine Blade, Frenzy Form, Lucky Aura, and proficiencies in skills, creation, formations, and pill refining. Dike Tien Van looked at the over 200,000 accumulated frenzy value and silently resolved. What must be done now is to spend all this frenzy value. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The system board kept announcing, Frenzy form leveled up. The dragon god bloodline upgraded. A colossal dragon coiled and surged around Dike Tien Van, and the frenzy value was fully activated. Tan Tien Long frowned warily. Is the draconic aura really this strong? Dike Tien Van gritted his teeth and charged like cutting wind and parting waves. Tan Tien Long was no slouch either. He waved his hand and shouted, Humph! Do not be presumptuous. Two beams of immense light collided violently. In Dike Tien Van's gaze, there was now only one target, Tan Tien Long. His 1,000-weight punch shattered the Elder's aura barrier. Tan Tien Long's face contorted in pain. The force from the powerful blow sent him flying straight into the wall. Seeing his opponent miserable, Dike Tien Van's lips curled with arrogance. Long Clan hand tightened mightily. He asked coldly, Who is it now? Who is finished? As soon as Tan Tien Long was toppled, the controlled disciples suddenly came to, their eyes gradually regaining expression. A young lass cried out in joy when she realized the dark pressure had vanished. The atmosphere in the hall slowly thinned. Tan Tien Long lay sprawled on the ground, his face darkened, motionless like a corpse. After a moment, the chi within his body convulsed and he spat a mouthful of bloody fluid. Ugh! Dike Tien Van strolled over to him and shouted in a loud voice, Ancestor Tan Tien, do you want to die here or will you lead your followers out of Kung Tien Tone? Despite the crushing defeat, Tan Tien Long refused to submit. He gritted his teeth, suspiciously probing. Why did your cultivation suddenly surge like this? What use are you to me? He calculated inwardly. This brat's cultivation has approached the peak of core condensation. Though a dragon clan, he must certainly be wielding some unorthodox. Dike Tien Van smiled coldly, clenched his fist and began counting down. I'll count to 3, you make your choice. Tan Tien Long forced himself up with trembling hands, frantically calculating. If he could seize this unorthodox art, he would be invincible. Even if it cost him his primordial spirit, he was determined to eliminate him. Immediately, a blazing red demonic chi flared up behind him. Seeing that scene, Dike Tien Van asked indifferently, Is this your choice? He summoned Dragon Chi, directing the majestic power to pierce through and completely dispel the ghastly demonic chi. Immediately after, Dike Tien Van rapidly moved to stand before his opponent. He threw a full-force punch into the Elder's abdomen. Tan Tien Long's body flew backward into the air with a heartrending scream. Dike Tien Van did not stop. He leapt up and pursued Tan Tien Long. He followed with a powerful stomp to the face. I'll show your disciples what happens when they provoke Kung Tien Tone. The kick pinned Tan Tien Long to the ground. Tien Loi Van watched her grandson's back, both proud and satisfied. She silently thought that Tien Van had become so strong that she might not need to protect him anymore in the future. When the dust settled, Tan Tien Long lay gasping at the bottom of a deep pit, spitting blood as he tried to utter a final threat. Do you think killing me will save Kung Tien Tone? My allies will follow. Dike Tien Van frowned, cracked his knuckles, and said reassuringly that whether Tien Feng Lao, Tien Ling sect, or anyone else dared touch Kung Tien Tone, he would wipe them all out. With that, Dike Tien Van delivered the finishing blow, shattering earth and rock. The system immediately blared rapid announcements. Successfully killed Tan Tien Long, gained 500,000 experience points. Martial art Bloodslay devastating heaven, weapon Bloodslay divine spear, low-grade soul chi, equipment Bloodslay gauntlets, 1,000 proficiency points in creation, 4,000 frenzy value. Completed a kill tier item quest, received 10 additional reward draws and 10,000 frenzy value. Successfully completed the Kung Tien Tone protection mission, received 10,000 experience, 10,000 taels of lineage gold and an immediate reward draw, and everyone's favor increased by 100 points. Temporary equipment also disappeared. Dike Tien Van privately marveled that 2 soul chi pieces had dropped. Though only low-grade, they were still valuable. At that moment, Tien Loi Van stepped forward and lightly tapped his forehead hard. He cried out, while she loudly admonished him, harsh in words but full of concern, "Don't get arrogant. Don't think this one feat means I'll easily forgive what you did before. Dike Tien Van awkwardly scratched his head and forced a wry smile, saying, Auntie, are you really settling the score? I just saved the whole Kung Tien tone. Tien Loi Van's expression briefly turned sad, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Saved or not, matters are matters. You disappeared without a word before, making me fear something had happened to you. Seeing this, Dike Tien Van was surprised and felt guilty. It was the first time he had seen his aunt cry. He hurried over, gently wiped the tears from her face, and said, Wasn't I already formidable? From now on I'll protect you. I won't let you suffer any more harm. Tien Loi Van turned her face away to avoid his gaze and snorted. Only a few compliments and you're already full of yourself. That said, the warm feeling in her heart was undeniably pleasant. After the great battle, the atmosphere at Kung Tien Tone remained tense. An emergency internal meeting was held immediately afterward. Tien Loi Van solemnly proposed that Tien Van be made an elder of the sect, asking if anyone had objections. The chief elder and the second elder both nodded in agreement at once. No one opposed. However, Dike Tien Van himself spoke up to decline, saying, I have an opinion. Sect leader, I think it's better if I remain an outer discipled. Rules cannot be casually broken, and management isn't my forte. He inwardly sighed. The elder position is troublesome with many duties. He didn't want to be drawn into that administrative mess. Hearing this, Tien Loi Van still tried to persuade him. Tien Van, you won't have to manage anything. We just need you as the representative of Kung Tien Tone. What we know of your administrative ability put you in charge and this sect would collapse quickly. Dike Tien Van, hearing that, put on a stupid look. Is that so? Very well then. After arranging the personnel, she went straight to the main issue. This time we've eliminated the sect leaders of the three major sects, but those old men surely still have successors. Therefore, everyone must prepare for combat. They've been provoking us all along mainly because they want to seize our sect's guardian treasure. Dike Tien Van froze. What exactly is this guardian treasure? Tien Loi Van paid no attention to his puzzled look and continued firmly. I intend to entrust this guardian treasure to Tien Van for use.
Dike Tien Van hesitated.
Wait a moment, why are you giving it to me? The chief elder also voiced concern. Sect leader, this may be inappropriate. The guardian treasure has always been for the sect leader alone. Handing it to someone else may violate the rules. However, Tien Loi Van immediately rebutted with hard facts. Tien Van's cultivation now far surpasses mine. If those three major sects really attack again, this treasure in his hands will surely produce miraculous effects. Still, the one thing Dike Tien Van truly cared about now was one question. Wait, what exactly is the guardian treasure? It was time to unbox it. Inside lay a shard of jade radiating bone-chilling cold. This was the soul jade of frost. This treasure has a calming soul effect that accelerates cultivation. When used, it can form a frozen zone that completely locks down the surrounding space. Notably, its grade is mid-level soul chi. Looking at the treasure in her hands, Dike Tien Van pondered. This item was indeed no simple thing. Its presence alone had noticeably lowered the room's temperature. Tien Loi Van respectfully lifted the box. This is the soul jade of frost. Not only does it greatly assist your cultivation, it can also unleash a wide area freezing effect. She added, when you used ice-based techniques before, if paired with this item it would definitely produce wondrous results. Dike Tien Van was somewhat surprised, so it's a mid-grade soul chi. No wonder it's revered as the guardian treasure. But he promptly closed the box in front of her and bluntly refused. Sect leader, I don't need it. Honestly, it's useless to me, why don't you take it back? Despite her insistence that he take it, Dike Tien Van remained resolute and would not accept. Seeing his firmness, Tien Loi Van pondered for a moment, then decided, fine, I'll keep it for you. She moved on to another important matter. This time we eliminated members from 2 major sects and seized 7 token slabs. Now we must select the 8 most outstanding disciples to enter the Tien Tram ruins for trial cultivation. This news immediately sparked his interest. The disciples standing below squinted, waiting with bated breath. Tien Loi Van explained further. The Tien Tram ruins are mostly reserved for those at the refined spirit stage of cultivation, while you have already broken through to the incense core stage. Hearing that, Dyke Tianvan worried he couldn't enter. How could he complete the mainline quest then? Seeing his anxious expression, she gently explained, Tianvan, with your current strength, entering there holds little meaning and won't achieve the intended training benefits. With everything laid out plainly, Dyke Tianvan felt powerless. Fine. He stepped outside and let out a long, thoughtful sigh. This is the only mainline quest available now. If it's not completed, how will subsequent quests be triggered? Not wanting to overthink it, he decided to draw his reward first and worry later. Immediately, the system interface displayed a dazzling reward wheel. A notification sounded in his ear as the ring of lucky light began to spin. Dyke Tianvan smiled and confirmed. The wheel stopped and a glowing heart icon appeared. He received 10,000 experience points. He clenched his fist. Disappointed the result wasn't what he hoped. 10,000 experience points, that's pathetic. Try again. The system announced round 2. Receiving 50,000 experience points, he couldn't help but spin again. In this round, the reward that appeared left him stunned. He received an extra life. At first he was about to get angry, but when he clicked to view the details, his eyes suddenly lit up like stars. It was an auto-activate item that allows the player to resurrect immediately after death. Nice, so consumables aren't all trash. Sorry I blamed you. This toy came at the perfect time. Hope there are more. Dyke Tianvan eagerly continued playing. He kept pressing the reward button again and again and again. But the more he spun, the darker his expression grew. What rotten luck. The batch of pills he got was really garbage. The stat boosts were negligible. The only consolation was that he pulled some recovery weapons, usable as materials to enhance existing gear. At that moment, the massive system panel displayed his current status. Level 27, Core Condensation Stage 7. Experience 281/150, 000, Frenzy Value 4,128, Reputation 70. Martial Arts. Northern Swallow Divine Skill, Tianvan Steps, Bloodslay Devastation, Tien Vuki, Icebone Palm, Refined Crimson Spear, Wind-Driven Blade. Bloodslay Divine Spear.
Artifacts. Snow Wolf War, Tien Furnace.
Armor. Haunting Flying Cloak. Divine Skills, Frenzy Mode, Soul Light, Luck. Bloodline. Dragon God Bloodline. Jewelry. Divine Mace, Forging Set, Strength Bracelet, Power Ring, Strength Girdle, Bloodslay Bracelet. Inventory. 18 Recovery Pills, 5 Double Experience Pills, 3 packs of Premium Fruits, 1 Resurrection Life, and 1 Divine Pill of Misfortune. Dyke Tianvan casually tossed a pill into his mouth and clicked his tongue. Well, looks like for now I can only patiently wait for the Tien Tram ruins to open and find a way to sneak in. Time passed and the next day arrived. Amid the excited crowd, a timid voice rang out. Brother Dyke, I'm a bit nervous. The young man beside her gently reassured her. Don't worry, I'll be by your side. Another person nodded in encouragement. Just do your best. Believe in yourself. Dyke Tianvan glanced at the little girl Q Lang Van standing before him. Normally the official disciple selection wouldn't be so hurried, but Kung Tien Tone needed to consolidate and expand quickly, so the trial was moved up. He worried inwardly whether this pace was too much for Lang Van. Nearby, some female disciples started whispering with jealous looks. Look, Elder Dyke even brought that girl along. Who knows what tricks she used to latch onto Elder Dyke like that. The taunts grew bolder, without restraint. Her looks were ordinary, her talent unimpressive, obviously a lowborn. Another chimed in, exactly, and she even brought that burden with her. We had to scrape and claw to get in here. The other sneered. She's best at relying on connections. Of course she gets a spot. Seeing tears of frustration begin to roll down Q Lang Van's cheeks, Dyke Tianvan stepped beside her, gently patted her shoulder, and relaxed her. The girl's eyes shone as if she'd found a solid emotional anchor in him. Brother Dyke gave a self-deprecating smile and used his own past to comfort her. I used to hear such bitter words all the time. Don't pay them any mind, use your own strength to shut them up. That sincere encouragement felt like a jolt of electricity, instantly boosting Q Lang Van's spirit. She promised herself, Brother Dyke is right. I must prove myself with strength. The female disciples in front overheard and immediately seized the chance to taunt further. Ha! Since she's clinging to Elder Dyke, this contest is probably just for show anyway. I don't understand what Brother Dyke sees in someone like her. Another person snapped in annoyance. Look at that filthy, mud-smudged appearance, clothes torn and shabby. Someone of that caliber wants to join Kung Tian-tone? Despite the barrage of derogatory remarks, Q Lang Van's confidence did not waver. She silently vowed not to disappoint him. Humph, you can insult me, but you will not speak ill of Brother Dyke. I'll prove to you that I'll pass the trial honorably with my own strength. The girl with the straight bangs sneered and repeated mockingly. Competing honorably? Relying on someone like you? The long-haired one beside her also spat with contempt. I bet you won't even last past the first round. Suddenly, a voice full of authority rang out, ordering everyone to be silent. The man who had appeared was Luong Assistant, the judge in charge of outer disciples at Kung Tian-tone. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Dyke Tien Van. Elder Dyke nodded slightly in return. Luong Assistant proceeded according to protocol, strict where strictness was required. Having finished speaking, Luong Assistant quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Form the array." This was the Soul Assault Array, a formation that continuously strikes the mind. The longer one endures, the stronger their mental fortitude. The standard to become an official disciple is to withstand 9 waves of the soul assault. However, to enter the inner halls, a candidate must surpass the 11th wave. A short-haired female disciple on the edge murmured, "Only 9 waves required this time? I thought they'd make us endure up to 14. The girl beside her calmly retorted, "Don't be absurd. Reaching the 10th wave is already rare. Cultivating mental strength is far harder than physical power. As I recall, only long ago did anyone in Kung Tian-tone reach the 13th or 14th wave." Q Lang Van clenched her fists, eyes resolute. To repay Brother Dyke's kindness, I must become an official disciple. When the formation appeared, the crowd began to stir, focusing on the newcomer. The side-swept bangs girl scoffed and said to her companion, "To become an official disciple you at least have to get through the 9th wave. I doubt someone like her will last more than a round or 2 before collapsing. But let's enjoy the show. Whatever the result, with connections she'll get in anyway." Luong Assistant announced clearly, and those taking the challenge first prepared themselves. The crowd immediately fell silent. He continued to perform the hand seals, and Q Lang Van also began to concentrate and circulate her chi. The magic circle flared beneath their feet, enveloping all the contestants. Luong Assistant shouted the start of the first wave, then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. By the 6th and 7th waves, a contestant wearing horn accessories was eliminated to everyone's astonishment. The test continued. By the 8th wave, those watching began to grind their teeth in disbelief. Isn't she from the slums? How can she be this strong? The side-swept girl rubbed her chin, trying to preserve a last shred of pride. Humph. She definitely won't survive the 9th wave. Q Lang Van's face had gone pale when Luong Assistant loudly called out. At the 9th wave, the eliminated contestants started whispering among themselves when they saw only that girl still gritting her teeth and persevering. Luong Assistant stared at her with a thoughtful expression, then launched the 10th wave, secretly astonished that this girl was not simple at all. By now Q Lang Van's body had begun to tremble violently. The 11th and then the 12th waves crashed over her. In so much pain, she could not help but scream. A disciple watching from outside couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Incredible. She actually lasted all the way to the 12th wave." The side-swept bangs girl had to reassess, wondering who had said she got in just through connections. Unbelievable. The disciples were stunned and buzzed. A slum kid with this level of skill? She's much stronger than I am. Standing outside, Dyke Tien Van smiled faintly and whispered, "Well done." As soon as the test ended, Q Lang Van, eyes brimming with tears, ran to him. "Brother Dyke, I did it. I did it." He opened his arms and hugged her to reassure her. "I knew it. You'd do great. Congratulations, you've legitimately joined Kung Tian-tone. From now on, you are officially a member of our sect." Q Lang Van shed tears of joyful emotion. "Yes, if it weren't for Brother Dyke, I..." At that moment, the system suddenly flashed a notification. Hidden task completed. Initial training of the Holy Maiden. received 5,000 experience points, Q Lang Van's favorability increased by 50, and her reputation value rose by 30 points. Dyke Tien Van was surprised and a little puzzled. Initial training of the Holy Maiden? What is this situation? Could Lang Van actually be the Holy Maiden? Q Lang Van widened her eyes in astonishment. Huh? Holy Maiden what? He quickly shook his head and waved it off to cover. No, it's nothing. Oh, so what about your parents? Q Lang Van lowered her head, a trace of sadness. I've had no parents since I was little. My brother and I grew up relying on each other in the slums. My brother isn't even my flesh and blood. I found him and raised him. Brother Dyke, why did you suddenly ask about this? Dyke Tien Van absent-mindedly made up a reason. I was just asking casually, don't pay it any mind. Looking at the little girl, he guessed she might have been abandoned by some sect in the slums. Intriguing, if she could be further cultivated, perhaps she'd truly become the Holy Maiden. What kind of massive rewards would the system give then? Thinking that, Dyke Tien Van looked at her and said, from your talent you clearly have something extraordinary. It's just your cultivation is too low right now. Otherwise I'd have taken you into the Tien Tram ruins with me. Q Lang Van replied excitedly. I'm already so fulfilled just to join Kung Tien Tone. Time passed. Half a month later, Tien Loi Van and the elders personally saw off the disciples as they set out for the Grand Assembly. Tien Van, you'll lead the team this time. The Grand Elder will accompany and assist. I will stay to guard Kung Tien Tone. He nodded slightly and gave careful instructions. Yes. If anything happens, send word to me immediately. She smiled with confidence. All right. Do you think Kung Tien Tone is a place anyone can mold as they please? It's no longer early. Hurry and prepare to depart. An eagle spread its wings across the high sky. The caravan of horse-drawn wagons followed one after another toward the meeting point. Just as he stepped down from the carriage, Dyke Tien Van cast his eyes around to survey the surroundings. He thought to himself, is this the Tien Tram ruins? How can we get inside? This is an important main quest. Mostly here are second-grade powers. First-grade powers like Kung Tien Tone hardly have anyone. Suddenly a voice from behind caught his attention. Isn't this the young master of Kung Tien Tone? Isn't the sect master not coming personally this time? He was slightly surprised and turned to see Hoa Quan, the sect leader of Tien Dia sect. The young sect leader, with a red mole between his chin, smiled and explained. Whenever I go out I always conceal my identity, appearing as someone of low status only. Dyke Tien Van kept a respectful distance and calmly replied, the sect lord is a bit busy and won't be coming over for now. I'll handle matters here. Hoa Quan, the sect chief, sneered slightly, so that's it. I heard the three great powers that allied to attack Kung Tien Tone were ultimately wiped out. It seems the elders of your sect truly possess deep, unfathomable strength. At that moment the Grand Elder stepped forward to speak for him in a firm voice. Though Kung Tien Tone is only a first-rank power, its accumulated strength over the years is by no means weak. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered from the mountainside, making everyone jump and look around. Then they all brightened with joy when they realized the ruins had opened. The dust slowly cleared, revealing the great gate. The crowd shouted in unison. The main gate is open, we can go in. No sooner had they said it than they enthusiastically surged inside. Dyke Tien Van did not hurry to follow. He calculated silently. Now that things had reached this point, he needed to take a gamble and see. Thinking that, he turned to ask the Grand Elder. Can you hand me an entry token? I want to see if I can get inside. She gently tossed the token to him. It seems you still won't give up. Then try to go in. Dyke Tien Van smiled as he took it. Thank you. Holding the wooden token that glowed brightly, he evaluated silently. Is this the token to enter the ruins? It didn't seem particularly special. All right, let's go see. A strong barrier ringed the gate. However, the moment he stepped inside, he couldn't help but wonder. There was no sense of resistance at all. Seeing Dyke Tien Van enter so easily, the Grand Elder was stunned. She stood dumbfounded and mumbled. Strange. The ruins should prohibit anyone at or above the refining spirit stage. Very odd, yet the restriction clearly still existed. Dyke Tien Van turned and saw her held back outside. He thought to himself that indeed the Grand Elder couldn't enter. If he could, it was probably due to the system's intervention or related to a main quest. Whatever the truth, the fact that Dike Tien Van had gotten inside was an unexpected success. The moment he passed the barrier, a magnificent scene unfolded before him, and he was taken aback. So this was the interior of the ruins. Dike Tien Van judged inwardly that the Tien Tram ruins had been ransacked by generations of people. Few precious treasures likely remained. Thus their main objective this time wasn't to hunt for rare artifacts. Just then Lin ran over in surprise. "Elder Dike, how could you get in here?" He could only feign ignorance and shake his head innocently. "I don't really know, just casually stepped through a bit and unexpectedly got in." Suddenly a taunting voice echoed. "Are you Dike Tien Van?" The one who had appeared was Luong Fong, a disciple of Tien Dia sect with a dignified appearance but scheming eyes. Dike Tien Van frowned and asked coldly, "What do you want with me?" Luong Fong narrowed his eyes into slits and looked at him with sarcasm. "So it's really Dike Tien Van? I've always thought you resembled a wanted man. Your name appears many times on that list." Dike Tien Van remained indifferent. "Oh? And what do you want, then?" Only now did Luong Fong reveal his provocative intent. "I heard you're very formidable, that you once rampaged through Thien Phuong Lao, killed Luong Thien Truong, and caused no small amount of trouble. But I think sometimes you have to rely on your own strength, not hide behind a bunch of women all day. What nonsense are you spouting?" And Lin, furious, rushed over to intervene. She leaned in and whispered to Dike Thien Van, then turned to scold Luong Fong that he never advanced by leeching off women. Seeing this, Luong Fong grew even more brazen and sneered. "Ha! Letting a woman speak for you? Can't you open your own mouth and say a few words?" Dike Thien Van didn't bother to answer such a person. He simply turned to leave. "And Lin, let's go." However, Luong Fong wouldn't let go easily. "Weren't you supposed to be fierce before? I heard you fight alone. Turns out you're just a coward." And Lin couldn't help but retort angrily. "It's all because Thien Phuong Lao is messed up. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense." A disciple with her chimed in. "That's right, you're the coward." Suddenly, a chill aura erupted from Luong Fong. "Shut up. I'm not asking you. I'm asking him. If you have the skill, duel me to the death. After that, no sex will interfere." Dike Thien Van replied only with utter disdain. "I don't care whether you're from the Luong family or elsewhere. I'm not interested." He began to feel irritated that the man kept provoking trouble. Despite repeated refusals, Luong Fong stubbornly fanned the flames. "I think you just rely on Kung Thien Ton's shadow. You're a coward hiding behind women's skirts, a little white sword of T Tuet Van." Then Dike Thien Van's limit was reached. He said coldly, "Fine, you've succeeded in angering me. You want a life or death duel, right? Shall we begin?" Luong Fong, triumphant, drew his sword from its scabbard. "No problem. Start now. Kill." He lunged like a bolt of lightning, but Dike Thien Van only needed to slightly sidestep to easily evade. He curled his lip. "Huh, is that all?" With a single blinding move, Luong Fong was grievously wounded, disarmed, flung away, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He followed with a powerful spinning kick, the force sending Luong Fong flying straight into the wall. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Luong Fong, receiving 90,000 experience points, a heavenly jade sword, low-grade spiritual energy, and 900 madness value." Witnessing the scene, a Tian Dia Tong disciple cried out in horror. "Senior brother Luong Fong." Another young man checked and, face drained of blood, stammered, "Dead? He's dead? Senior brother Luong Fong is dead. You dare kill him, our sect leader will never let you off." Dike Thien Van frowned slightly, a clear look of displeasure on his face. He himself declared the life or death duel would not involve the sections. "Are you lot gonna go back on that now?" He swept his gaze around, voice cold and imposing. "Everyone here, if anyone wants to challenge me or intends to insult Kung Thien Ton, I won't hesitate to continue a life or death duel with you. If you object, step forward." Faced with the deadly silence of the crowd, Dike Tien Van calmly turned and left. "Let's go. We've wasted enough time here." A disciple in the group asked quietly, curious, "Elder Dike, where do you intend to go?" He replied calmly, I'll stroll around to see if there are any geniuses or treasures. And Lin warned hesitantly, Elder Dyke, the Thien Tram ruins have long since been emptied inside. There's nothing left to search for. She pointed ahead. Aside from that trial steel, everything else was gone. Dyke Tien Van smiled faintly, his eyes flashing. So the steel was right here. Even though there was nothing inside, he still led the disciples deeper with a composed, fearless manner. Since we're here, I should at least take you all in to have a look. He inwardly calculated that perhaps the main quest to complete lay in this place. Approaching a towering stone pillar, he guessed silently. This must be the trial steel. Observing those meditating around it, Dyke Tien Van realized that depending on each person's comprehension, they could attain different martial ranks, the highest so far being Earth level, the lowest human level. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly opened their eyes, and an ancient scroll appeared before them. The person reached out to take it, but when they saw the item clearly, their expression showed disappointment. Then they sighed in dejection and walked away. What secret does this place really hold? Dyke Tien Van followed the mystical light coming from the pillar with his eyes, curiosity rising. I'll try to comprehend a little myself. He calmly sat in the vacant spot, closed his eyes and focused his mind. After a short while, his soul seemed to be summoned out of his body, hovered, then forcefully pierced through the mysterious gate atop the pillar. When he came to, Dyke Tien Van found himself standing on a pristine mountain. He glanced around and murmured that this steel only differed by martial names. There were no ranks or effects listed, so choosing a good art could only be judged by the name. Dyke Tien Van lightly touched other ancient inscriptions on the stone. He knew well that once an earth-level martial art was taken, it would vanish forever, so remembering names beforehand was useless. He thought to himself that he wasn't particularly interested in these things. The only thing he wanted was to complete the main quest. He snapped his fingers to summon the necessary items, thinking it was fortunate to have the Lucky Ring's assistance, and began to act. The guiding light swept ahead, and he silently followed, observing his surroundings. Dyke Tien Van stopped and bent to inspect the steel the light indicated. He found it extremely strange because this steel had no name at all. Could it be that his luck ring was still insufficient and the result was off? Only then did he realize something was wrong. No, he'd been walking in circles. No matter how he moved, he kept returning to this area and couldn't escape. He tried placing his hand on a steel, thinking that if there truly was a maze here, that steel would surely react. Immediately, spiritual energy surged out powerfully. Dyke Tien Van judged that this steel was the eye of the formation. He stared at the stone and decisively said, "If this is the formation's eye, then we don't touch it, we must shatter it." He clenched his hand in anger, feeling that he'd wasted crazily much effort for nothing. He then struck and easily broke the stone into 100 pieces. A great gust of wind rushed through, and the surrounding steels slowly began to disappear. In no time, the entire mountain was free of any steel. Dyke Tien Van rejoiced. Success. Indeed, it had to be smashed to enter. He walked along the shore with interest, realizing that unless the outer formation was destroyed, he could never truly set foot here, and would be limited to choosing only mediocre martial arts outside. Suddenly he stopped, spotting a faintly appearing narrow path. Dyke Tien Van decided to follow it and discovered a small house down below. He approached casually, thinking that while illusions could be made lavish at will, this place looked extraordinarily plain. He frowned slightly, telling himself that the plainer it is, the more likely there's something wrong. True powerful people favor simplicity over ostentation. He knocked politely on the door. A voice called from inside, "Come in." Dyke Tien Van opened the door in surprise and stepped in. There really was someone here. Upon seeing the eminent figure before him, he bowed respectfully to pay his respects. The old man waved his hand lightly. "No need for formalities. Old Who is just the steward here. Call me Elder Huyn." "Elder Huyn?" The steward of the Tien Tram ruins said gently to him. "Fated one, please follow me." The two entered a dignified room. Elder Huyn respectfully announced, "Master, a fated person has arrived." Dyke Tien Van looked around curiously. His gaze stopped at a solemn spot, the Spirit Memorial. He read the inscription carved there and thought to himself, "It's a Ling King." Dyke Tien Van recalled this figure's biography. A Ling King is a rank close to a Saint King, essentially a spirit form wonder. On the continent, that is peak-level existence. It's not hard to see why someone of that power could create such a vast relic. His voice carried a hint of regret. Huin Tian Ling King, he. Elder Huin answered calmly. Yes, even a Ling King, what of it? He still couldn't escape the fate of death. Dike Tien Van lit 3 incense sticks and respectfully said, I offer this incense to the senior to show my respect. He sighed softly. What a pity. A lifetime as a Ling King, and he must still depart. Elder Huin observed calmly. Your character and qualities are upright. Good, you're qualified to become the master's successor disciple. Dike Tien Van turned, puzzled. I only lit 1 stick of incense. Just now you said I qualify to be the successor disciple. Elder Huin explained calmly. Don't be surprised. I only said you have the qualification, at least you're better than those rude ones. They only think of inheritance. Once they seize it, they run off. Dike Tien Van asked in surprise. Has someone been here before? A cold glint flashed in Elder Huin's eyes. Yes, and I punished them. Those not sincere have no right to inherit. His tone quickly softened. Don't worry. Your nature is good, and my master is extremely hospitable and values ceremony. Dike Tien Van breathed a small sigh of relief. Luckily his demeanor was proper. Otherwise he'd have been punished. Even if not killed, he'd be made foolish. He looked at the old man with confidence, wondering what trials Elder Huin would set. Elder Huin replied gently, To become my master's heir you must defeat him. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the spirit memorial. Dike Tien Van quickly felt the change. The spiritual energy grew stronger and enveloped his entire body. As he slowly opened his eyes, before him appeared a strange Bagua formation with a majestic figure materializing within. Elder Huin's voice echoed from somewhere. This is the divine thought left by the master. As long as you can defeat this divine thought, you can become the heir. If you lose, I'll help you forget everything that happened here. Dike Tien Van smirked lightly, no problem. Elder Huin warned in a low voice that the master's image will be generated based on your age. The divine thought's age will match yours, but how powerful the master was at that age you must experience yourself. He bowed his head slightly and said, Do your best. Defeat the master, and you'll smoothly become the heir. Dike Tien Van thought to himself that defeating Huin Tian Ling King at the same teenage age as him certainly wouldn't be easy. He immediately activated his surveying eye. The necessary information quickly appeared. 46,000 composite combat points, 49,000, then reaching 50,000. Dike Tien Van worried inwardly. The composite combat power of Huin Tian Ling King in his youth had already exceeded 50,000. He looked at Elder Huin probingly. Does your master not use weapons? The elder answered proudly. My master needs no weapons at all. He fights unarmed, but you may choose one weapon to bring and use.
Dike Tien Van replied confidently, Unarmed is fine.
Out of respect for the senior, I won't use a weapon either. Elder Huin nodded slightly and calmly advised, Very well, do as you say, but remember, if you fail, you will have no more chances to challenge. The arrogant boy responded, Fine. I don't think my fist is inferior to anyone's. Eager, Dike Tien Van rushed into the battle and began. Immediately, the divine thought shot up high, then powerfully lunged straight at him with terrifying speed. Dike Tien Van widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected such a vicious strike right at the start. The divine thought's gaze flashed with a chilling danger. Dike Tien Van smiled smugly. Got you. System notifications kept appearing. Used Absorb Star's great method. Plus 1,000 experience. Plus 1,300 experience, plus 1,200 experience. Dike Tien Van surged forward with excitement. Good. He chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected to absorb experience points normally even here. Even a Ling King ultimately becomes experience points for me. The system kept scrolling. Plus 100 XP, plus 1,100 XP, plus 1,300 XP, plus 107 XP. He glanced at the fist he had controlled, silently assessing that the Ling King already possessed such terrifying combat power at his age. No wonder others returned empty-handed. Dike Tien Van was grateful to possess such an excellent support system. The divine thought refused to yield and prepared a dangerous kick. Dike Tien Van quickly let go and leapt up to evade the strike, then seized the moment to grab the divine thought's arm. Trying to run, he thrust strongly into the opponent's waist, using the momentum to pin the divine thought to the ground. It's not so easy to escape, he proudly declared. Your strength is decent, but once suppressed by me, that power is worthless. He glanced at the system display and regretted inwardly that he had assumed Soul State wouldn't gain points and therefore hadn't taken an experience pill earlier. Dike Tien Van immediately took out a pill. If points are still being added as usual, there's no way to waste it. He used a triple experience pill, experience points soared non-stop, plus 5,700, plus 5,900, plus 5,200, plus 5,700. Elder Huin stood outside, mouth agape in shock. Too strong. Normally, genius cultivators of the Master's age couldn't endure a single move from him. Yet this kid managed to dominate. This is bad. The Master's divine thought has been drained of almost all its spirit energy. Dike Tien Van's face grew colder and colder. I really want to see how long you can hold out. Elder Huin, worried the situation would get out of control, hurriedly called out to stop him. Stop at once. Under the tremendous pressure of the battle, the surrounding stone pillars began to crack and crumble into pieces. A torrent of power was absorbed in an instant. Elder Huin panicked and rushed to intervene. What martial art are you using to absorb endlessly like that? You're about to suck this place into collapse. Contrary to the other's alarm, Dike Tien Van answered calmly. This place won't collapse that easily. Besides, I haven't defeated Huin Tian Ling King yet. Does this even count as passing the trial? Elder Huin spoke timidly, eyes both astonished and worried at the scene. This still doesn't count as defeating the Master. I have no right to interfere. Why don't you release him? Then defeat him honorably afterward. A gleam flashed in Dike Tien Van's eyes, and at the same time the system announced, congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for successfully breaking through the 8th condensing core stage. Elder Huin, unable to contain his impatience, kept urging, isn't this little one absorbing enough already? Dike Tien Van sighed in annoyance, thinking that if he accidentally drained the Ling King's spirit energy completely there might be nothing left to inherit. He clicked his tongue. All right. Before letting go, he secretly increased his force, drew in one more breath, and finally gained about 5,000 experience points. He had wanted to absorb a bit more to break through to the peak of the condensing core stage, but looking at the situation, continuing might really shatter the Tien Tram relic. Dike Tien Van immediately sprang away from the divine thought. He executed the move decisively and ended it there. A terrifying surge of power tore through the air. Using the momentum, Dike Tien Van leaped into the sky. When he reached a height level with the divine thought, he raised both hands and struck a bolt of thunder down from above. The collision was so powerful the ground cracked open, forming a deep chasm. The divine thought staggered to its feet, and he rushed in to deliver a finishing blow to its core. Break for me! The system's celebration chimes rang out rapidly. Successfully killed Huin Tian Ling King in his teenage period. Received 1888 experience and 3,400 madness value.
Dike Tien Van exhaled in relief.
It's over. He glanced back and asked, Elder Huin, have I completed the trial? Elder Huin trembled as he replied, completed. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You've even surpassed the Master in his youth by a level. He solemnly proclaimed the final result. Congratulations. You have passed the trial and obtained the Master's inheritance. Dike Tien Van happily confirmed. Does that include control over this Tien Tram relic? Elder Huin nodded slightly. Of course. Once you receive the inheritance, management rights of this relic will naturally belong to you. The surroundings began to blur and gradually change, and a large stone block slowly took shape. The space returned to the state it was in when Dike Tien Van first entered. He stared in surprise at the grand stele engraved with the words, Huin Tian Divine Resolve. A question arose in Dike Tien Van's mind. Master, this place is called Huin Tian Ling King? Does that mean by cultivating this divine resolve one can reach the Ling King rank? As if reading his thoughts, Elder Huin replied, This is the divine skill the master painstakingly revised countless times. Unfortunately, disaster struck too quickly, and he didn't have time to perfect it into a top-tier heavenly martial art. Dike Tien Van admired inwardly. Being able to create a martial art and raise it to the Ling King level is an incredible achievement. He knew only powers of the 4th rank and above possessed heavenly martial arts, and those were extremely rare. Elder Huin respectfully led the way, his voice steady. Begin now. Start comprehending the Huin Tien Divine Resolve. This will test your aptitude for insight. Dike Tien Van looked up at the towering steel and replied calmly. If it doesn't suit me, I can only apologize. Elder Huin nodded and added, of course, you only need to cultivate the 1st and 2nd layers here in front of me. A week later, at the main pillar area, the atmosphere grew restless. A few people glanced at Dike Tien Van as they passed, sneering with contempt. I've emerged from seclusion and he's still not finished comprehending? Has he been standing there forever unable to choose a martial art? Hearing the taunts, the disciples of Tien Tone Palace couldn't help but worry about Elder Dike. If this continues and the gates close, he'll be trapped inside like an idiot. One jeered in accompaniment. The one beside him replied mockingly, that's possible, but then there's nothing to be gained from it. Suddenly a loud shout broke the atmosphere. The relic is closing soon. Everyone inside, get out now. An anxious disciple in the palace asked, Senior and Lin, must we go out now? Why hasn't Elder Dike awakened? Could something have happened? She sighed helplessly. I don't know either. And Lin worriedly looked toward Dike Tien Van, thinking he might have encountered another opportunity or might be stuck inside. We don't have the ability to break this protective light barrier. Torn inside, she knew staying wouldn't help and they had to report to the senior elders. Finally, she decided, let's go outside first. As she left, she looked back at Dike Tien Van with remorseful eyes. Sorry, Elder Dike, but these are elite disciples of Tien Tone Palace. I can't let them be trapped here. So she and the other disciples hurried out of the relic. Meanwhile, among the group from Tien Dia sect, a disciple rushed in breathlessly to report, Sect Master, it's bad. He panted on. Luong Fong has been killed by people from Tien Tone Palace. Hua Quan's Sect's master turned his head coldly and demanded, What? What happened? The man stammered, It was caused by that Dike Tien Van. Before long, Hua Quan's Sect's people arrived at Tien Tone Palace's gate to block the way. People of Tien Tone Palace, stop right there. The chief elder frowned slightly when he saw them, thinking to himself that indeed Dike Tien Van had caused trouble again. And Lin stepped forward, hands clasped, and spoke clearly, Hua Quan's Sect Master, my sect's disciple voluntarily proposed a life-or-death duel with disciple Dike. She calmly explained further that many disciples from other sects could attest. If it was a life-or-death duel, life and death are unrelated to sect affiliation. Hua Quan's master glared at his subordinate and growled, Is that really so? The man trembled and whispered, Yes, yes, sir. Hua Quan immediately slapped him and shouted, Trash! If it was a life-or-death duel and Luong Fong died, then it's because he lacked ability. Coldly he ordered, Now apologize to the chief elder of Tien Tone Palace. The disciple trembled and knelt down. Sorry. It's all my senior brother's fault. This has nothing to do with us. Hua Quan's sect master outwardly smiled and accepted the blame. My apologies, Elder Mac Vu. It turns out my sect's disciple was at fault. Inside, however, he silently regretted it. Luong Fong had been a key disciple groomed by the sect. His death like this was a waste of the sect's resources. The chief elder replied gently, It's all right. She watched the departing group in silence, thinking that the Hua Quan master simply didn't want a confrontation with Tien Tone Palace right now. If Tien Tone hadn't recently suppressed 3 major powers, Hua Quan's master likely wouldn't be so conciliatory. The chief elder turned and asked anxiously, Where is Elder Dike? And Lin pointed back, her voice full of unease. Elder Dike is still comprehending at the trial steel. If this continues, the main gate will close. The chief elder grew more impatient. Less than a day remained. If the main gate closed, it wouldn't open again for 3 years. Meanwhile, inside the trial steel, Dike Tien Van was delightfully exploring his new ability. He hadn't expected the probing eye to be so miraculous. He realized any martial art could be imprinted into the mind, equivalent to having learned it directly, though the speed was a bit slow due to his current low level. The flower below continued to absorb spirit energy, and then the system announced, successfully cultivated the incomplete version of Huin Tian Divine Resolve. Dike Tien Van clenched his fist in joy and cried out like a child. The successful, though incomplete, I'll research the rest myself later. Elder Huin turned in surprise. Successful? How did it happen so quickly?
Dike Tien Van honestly confirmed
That he had mastered up to the second layer. Still skeptical, Elder Huin suggested, then demonstrate it. Immediately, the character Tien appeared majestically above Dike Tien Van's head. A strange, refreshing clarity filled his mind. He marveled at the miracle of this martial art, feeling as if no one could ever harm him. Elder Huin explained slowly, Huin Tian Divine Resolve isn't just strong defensively. Starting from the first defensive layer, it significantly increases offensive power. You've truly comprehended the second layer in only a week. Elder Huin earnestly advised him not to be too modest, then declared, if there are no further questions, the Huin Tian Divine Resolve officially belongs to you. He began the transfer by placing his finger. You are now the legitimate heir of the Tien Tram Relic's former master. A seal instantly appeared on his forehead, accompanied by a system notification. Successfully completed the mission to seize the Tien Tram Relic. Gained control rights over the relic and may open or close the main gate at will. Elder Huin respectfully knelt. Greetings, young master. A ting sounded as Dike Tien Van received an additional 1 million experience and 10,000 madness value. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, he had completed the main quest. He nearly missed the deadline. After regaining his composure, he asked Elder Huyen what to do next. The elder replied respectfully. The former master's greatest wish was to return to his sect to see the situation, but the calamity prevented it, so he remained here. He hoped the heir could join Tien Cuc residence and become a disciple there.
Dike Tien Van murmured curiously, Tien Cuc residence.
He thought to himself that a place capable of producing Ling Kings must be formidable. Tien Cuc residence was a third-rank power, gathering top mid-level strongmen. At that moment, the system announced the next main quest. Strengthen Tien Tone Palace. Elevate Tien Tone Palace to a second-rank Tien Tone force. The rewards were generous. 10 million experience, 100,000 madness value, and 1 draw from the enhanced reward wheel. Dike Tien Van propped his chin and pondered. Tien Tone Palace currently has fewer than 10 spirit training disciples. To reach the required 50, they're still short 40 people. It's truly a long road, demanding considerable resources and manpower. He suddenly turned to Elder Huin and asked, by the way, do these martial arts also belong to me? The elder nodded slightly, led the way and affirmed, yes, everything here already belongs to the young master, including those martial arts. Please follow me. Meanwhile, outside, the relic's gate was slowly closing to the frustration of everyone present, and Lin stared anxiously at the interior and asked urgently, Chief Elder, what should we do now? The main gate is closing. Elder Dike won't be able to get out. The Chief Elder fell into thought. She removed the ring from her hand and judged that the main gate's ceiling could not be broken. The only option was to supply provisions. She hoped the food and pills stored in the ring's containment could, if rationed, help him hold out for a while. Then she flicked it forcefully. The ring shot through the gate before it shut completely. She told herself she could only try to rescue Dike Tien Van in the coming time. The quiet was broken by the mocking laugh of the Hua Quan sect master ringing with provocation. Elder Mac Vu, what a pity. He feigned regret at not being able to apologize in person to Dike Tien Van, and told her to restrain her grief. The chief elder kept a cold expression and replied decisively, it's fine, we can endure. We have matters to attend to. We'll go on ahead. After the Hua sect master left, and Lin couldn't hold back her tears and anxiously asked about Dike Tien Van's chances of survival. The chief elder shook her head and sighed. This relic had no precedent for being opened from the outside. She could only return and discuss it with the palace master. She silently prayed, Dike Tien Van, you must hold on. A few days later, Dike Tien Van woke and found the ring lying on the ground. After picking it up and examining it, he recognized it as the chief elder's ring. He understood everyone had assumed he was trapped and had tossed a supply item in. He gently clasped his hands and decided it was time to return. He used the Tien Tram relic key and solemnly shouted, "Open!" The giant door opened as he willed it. Dike Tien Van strode out leisurely, but he immediately sensed something was amiss. He shouted, "Who's there? Come out!" A figure hiding in the bushes was frightened, screamed, and fled. Soon after, the Hua Quan sect master slowly emerged from hiding and looked at him with a taunting tone. "It seems my premonition was correct. I returned to guard here for several days, and I didn't expect you could actually open this main gate and come and go from the Tien Tram relic at will." Dike Tien Van narrowed his brow warily. The Hua sect master continued in a mocking voice. "What? Seeing me was unexpected? But seeing you come out from inside was even more unexpected." His gaze darkened briefly, but was filled with extreme delight. He stood there and kept issuing domineering remarks. "Others thought you were locked in and dead, but I don't believe someone who could kill Luangfang, the peak spirit training cultivator, would be easily trapped inside just because of a set of martial arts." The Hua sect master sneered a threatening smile, revealing his calculation. "The facts prove I was right. My long wait was not in vain. Now I'll give you a choice. Hand over control of the Tien Tram relic, and I'll spare your life." Dike Tien Van remained unshaken and replied calmly with sarcasm. "Hand over control just for the sake of sparing my life? Hua Quan sect master, it seems you don't understand business." During the exchange, he secretly activated his probing eye. All detailed information about the opponent appeared clearly. Cultivation at the 6th condensing core stage, wearing high-grade spirit armor, possessing the martial arts Long Tien Palm and Vu-Lac body technique. The system even marked a weak spot at his shoulder blade. Strike there and he'll immediately lose coordination. Hua Quan sect master was unaware he'd been seen through and continued bragging. "It seems you remain deluded. If that's the case, don't blame me." Dike Tien Van cracked his knuckles and replied coldly, "Then come and try." He charged forward with satisfaction. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." With a single move, the mountains, rocks, and earth trembled, forming specific shapes under his skillful control. Dike Tien Van remained calm and surged straight ahead. The Hua Quan sect master curled his lip in a cold smile. "Huh, not a bad spirit." Before he could finish, Dike Tien Van landed a thunderous punch right on his nose. Blood poured freely. "Hey!" Hua Quan sect master couldn't react in time and was flung far away, lying gasping on the ground. Dike Tien Van stepped forward coldly and stamped on his face, studying his ashen face. "Now who needs a whole corpse?" The Hua Quan sect master was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe the opponent's strength and speed had far surpassed his own. Still, he forced himself up and shouted, "Get lost!" Dike Tien Van quickly leaped back, leaving him to spring up in a fit of rage. "You've angered me," the Hua Quan sect master roared, forming a gigantic hand of stone to attack. Dike Tien Van looked at the enemy's momentum and merely said, "Huh, not bad." That calmness only enraged him further. Without replying, he lunged forward,
delivering a decisive punch. D.
The Hua Quan sect master could only groan in pain. "Ugh, ah!" Then a violently spinning kick struck him squarely, sending him collapsing, his life hanging by a thread. Dike Tien Van bent over and looked at the defeated man with contempt. "How about that? No more arrogance? Do you still want control of the Tien Tram relic?" Hua Quan sect master was still stunned, unable to accept the truth.
Impossible.
"How could your cultivation be so high? You tricked me." He clenched his fist and said coldly, "Then go and report it." The Hua Quan sect master's eyes widened in shock. In panic, he hurled something at Dike Tien Van and screamed, "Bastard, die!" He froze for a moment, then quickly sprang aside to dodge. Realizing it was an explosive bullet, Dike Tien Van despised such a despicable act and kicked the projectile back toward the opponent. Hua Quan sect master couldn't react in time and watched in horror as the bullet hurtled back at him at incredible speed. The bullet immediately detonated, creating a deep crater in the ground. Hua Quan sect master lay at the bottom, breathing faintly from exhaustion, and began to act pitifully, begging, "I beg you for mercy. I promise I won't spread this. It was all my fault. Just spare me and the Tiandia sect will follow your every command. Dike Tianwen looked at him coldly. If I begged for my life, would you let me go? If you still have any backbone left, I can grant you a swift death. After saying that, he without hesitation released a small flame, incinerating the Hua Quan sect master amid his pitiful wails. The system immediately announced, successfully killed the Hua Quan sect master, gained 57,000 experience, Earth tier martial art Long Tian Palm, 100,000 pill experience, and 3,200 frenzy value. He fell into thought as he inspected the new item. Although it was an Earth tier martial art, letting Tian Tone Palace cultivate it would risk exposure, so it could only be sold. Dike Tianwen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one else had witnessed it, or it would have been troublesome. He waved his hand and burned away the traces to avoid future trouble, then looked up at the sky, thinking it was time to return and surprise her. He returned to Tian Tone Palace to find the atmosphere extremely tense. Tian Loi Van snorted coldly upon realizing the enemies had arrived. These people clearly no longer intended to hide their intentions. A disciple hurriedly reported that strong cultivators had taken positions behind the mountain, cutting off every escape route. The chief elder looked at Tian Loi Van with worry, blaming herself for having led Dike Tianwen away. She calmly reassured, "It's not your fault. That youngster must have met an opportunity, which is why he hasn't returned. Now focus on dealing with those 3 immortal elders." Below, the alliance led by Duanshin sect was ready and waiting to pursue. Seeing the people of Tian Tone Palace appear, he sneered, "Do you brats really think this world belongs to you?" Tianfeng Patriarch of Tianling sect tightened his lips in disgust. "You've killed so many of our people. That debt will be settled clearly today." Fong Van Patriarch of Tianfeng Lu added arrogantly, "Indeed, we've been calling the shots here since before you were born." Bang Tam Patriarch of Tian Tone Palace faced them calmly, asserting that although they were only a first-rank force, Tian Tone Palace was by no means weak against the 3 immortal patriarchs. Duanshan's sect spat crude words, forcing her to choose between surrender, having disciples from both sides become sworn companions, or suffering a bloodbath wiping out the clan. Faced with the humiliating demand to become slaves, Bang Tam Patriarch gritted her teeth and declared she'd rather fight to the last person than let them succeed. Duanshin's sect sneered and ordered the attack. Immediately, several planted traitorous disciples drew their swords and restrained their own comrades. Tian Loi Van was stunned then furious. As she moved to stop it, she was attacked from behind, but she quickly countered and instructed disciples to protect the patriarch. The chief elder's face darkened. She couldn't believe the elite disciples were the traitors. Meanwhile, on his way back, Dike Tianwen felt a strange unease, and immediately accelerated to arrive quickly. At Tian Tone Palace, Duanshan's sect laughed triumphantly, believing that without Dike Tianwen this place couldn't withstand a single strike. He narrowed his eyes and threatened one last time, pressuring Tian Loi Van to surrender to save her life. Tian Loi Van calmly declared she would not blame those who chose to surrender. At that moment, a group of disciples trembling with fear stepped forward, and Q Lang Van appeared, berating them for betraying the palace master's kindness. When he learned she was the one Dike Tianwen had brought back, Duanshen's sect curled his lip mockingly, saying she was wasting her life. Q Lang Van mustered all her courage and replied, "I want to protect the dignity of Tian Tone Palace. To guard Tian Tone Palace, which young Master Dike once guarded. Even if I die, I will never surrender." Seeing Q Lang Van's resolve, the remaining disciples were reinvigorated. They shouted in unison, swearing to die defending Tian Tone Palace to repay its care, refusing to back down before the enemy. Duanshin's sect laughed loudly and mockingly, calling it ridiculous and threatening to make them taste hell. The old man cruelly ordered his soldiers to seize everyone, singling out Q Lang Van to see how brave she really was. A soldier lunged forward intending to maim the little girl's arm. In that perilous moment, Q Lang Van squeezed her eyes shut and waited, but a sudden force streaked through, knocking the attacker's weapon away. Before her now stood a huge, ferocious snow wolf. Tian Loi Van immediately recognized it as Dike Tianwen's spirit beast. The snow wolf charged into the crowd, causing the enemy to scream in terror. Taking advantage of Tian Loi Van's momentary lapse, Tianfeng Patriarch of Tianling sect attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was promptly intercepted by the Snow Wolf. He was furious at the appearance of the beast, but remained confident the outcome today would not change. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the air. "Is that so?" Dike Tien Van descended with authority, emitting a massive pressure that stunned the opponents. Tien Loi Van was moved to tears, while the patriarchs of the three great sects were left aghast, having believed he was trapped in the relic. Dike Tien Van coldly ordered the Snow Wolf, "Kill them all for me. Start with the weakest." The Snow Wolf roared, splitting into multiple clones that lunged in to tear apart the invading ranks. Duanshin sect went berserk and rushed toward him, aiming to take Dike Tien Van's head, but he only smiled calmly and immediately activated his probing eye to assess the opponent's strength. Fong Van Patriarch has a combat power of 128,000. Tien Fong Patriarch has a combat power of 132,000. Van Tien Patriarch has a combat power of 146,000. Dike Tien Van sneered at them as a flock of chickens and instantly activated multiple combat states. Activated Mad Slaughter, quadrupling damage. Activated Frenzied Experience, quadrupling experience gains. Used pills to double experience, and a heroic figure appeared behind him. Dike Tien Van summoned the Bloodshear Divine Spear, spun the weapon with great force and declared, "Taste my new move." Without hesitation, he gripped the spear and decisively unleashed the Bloodshear Sky Charge. Immediately, congratulatory chimes from the system rang in his ears. Successfully killed an elite disciple of Tianling sect, gained 20,000 experience, 1 frenzy point, and a recovery pill. Congratulations to the account holder for eliminating the steward of Tianfeng Lu and a disciple of Duanshen sect. Received 28,000 experience, 300 frenzy points, and plus 50 forging mastery. Kill notifications continued to erupt with each strike of his spear. Seeing the tide turn unfavorably, Van Tien Patriarch of Duanshin sect shouted to stop his panicking subordinates from fleeing and ordered a relentless assault. At the same time, Tien Tone Palace launched a counterattack. The Palace Patriarch aimed at the old man Van and shouted, "Van Tien Patriarch, surrender your life." In the chaos, the Patriarch of Tien Tone Palace, unable to dodge in time, was struck full-on by a palm, causing Tien Loi Van to rush over in great alarm to shield him. Dike Tien Van glanced at his opponent with contempt. "Van Tien Patriarch, if you're so capable, aim at me then. You were so arrogant earlier, where did that go now?" He didn't bother with words. A single move swept away 3 interfering lackeys. Van Tien Patriarch regarded him warily, and before he could react he was struck with another painful blow. The system immediately updated, Van Tien Patriarch, combat power 168,000. Enraged at being overwhelmed by a junior, he summoned his weapon and roared, "I'll show you the might of Duanshin sect." He swung his axe and unleashed the Heavenly Saint statue, sweeping more fiercely, the terrifying pressure sending the disciples behind him flying. From afar, Tien Loi Van had to raise her hand to shield herself from the sharp auras radiating from that axe. Van Tien Patriarch closed in on Dike Tien Van, threatening in a low voice, "Brat, don't get cocky too soon, die." He wildly swung the axe in consecutive strikes, shouting incessantly, but Dike Tien Van moved like a phantom, effortlessly evading every attack. Seizing the opening when his opponent exposed a flaw, he leapt high and drove the spear point toward Van Tien Patriarch, shouting, "My turn! Break!" The cold spear streaked forward, resolutely piercing through the old man's sturdy body, the flame from the spearhead beginning to burn Van Tien Patriarch from within. He only managed to gasp the word "you" in bitter fury, then fell dead. The system chimed clearly, "Successfully killed Van Tien Patriarch, received 120,000 experience and 3,000 frenzy points." He obtained the Hun Tian set, Hun Tian Holy Statue, Hun Tian Divine Armor, and Hun Tian War Transform, each a lower-grade spirit relic. The battlefield fell silent at this horrific scene.
Gu Longfeng.
And Tien Loi Van stared at him in utter shock, unable to believe Dike Tien Van had grown strong enough to kill the strongest patriarch with a single move. The ranks of Tianfeng Lu and Tianling sect began to tremble with fear. Dike Tien Van turned around, his eyes burning with menace. "Why couldn't I? Now it's your turn. He dashed forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, piercing straight through the patriarch of Tianling sect. The notification rang again. Successfully killed Tian Fong Patriarch, gained 110,000 experience and 2,700 frenzy points. Received the martial arts Heavenly God Palm, Earth Grade Lower, Thunderstep, Earth Grade Lower, and Heaven Sealing Divine Stone, Lower Grade Spirit Relic, while Tian Fong Patriarch could do nothing but writhe in pain. Fong Van Patriarch of Tian Feng Lu was so terrified that he turned and fled for his life. Ugh. This brat is literally a monster. Dyke Tian Van's gaze immediately locked onto the fleeing target. He said coldly, "Running? Too late." Next came the heart-wrenching wail of the leader of Tian Feng Lu. Ah! Dyke Tian Van decisively withdrew his spear, a sinister, threatening smile on his lips. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having blind eyes. He cast a quick glance around and loudly, clearly called out, "Anyone else?" The patriarch of Tian Feng Lu was so terrified he immediately collapsed to his knees, trembling all over as he begged. "We surrender. I was only here out of necessity. Please spare us, we'll get out of here at once," he said as he beat his head on the ground, showing sincerity. "We swear we will never set foot within Tian Tone Palace's domain again." But Bang Tam, patriarch of Tian Tone Palace, immediately grabbed her staff and strode over, growling, "What good is surrendering now? When you oppressed us, did you ever think of mercy?" She struck the old man with a killing blow to the back of the head. Instantly, system sounds blared. Successfully killed Fong Van Patriarch, gained 100,000 experience and 2,500 frenzy points. Received the martial arts Parting Heaven technique, Earth Grade Lower, and Windfire Palm, Earth Grade Lower. Notice: congratulations to player Dyke Tien Van for breaking through to 9th condensing core successfully. Dyke Tien Van briefly considered inwardly. He couldn't let Bang Tam Patriarch kill off all these elite monsters, since they were valuable sources of experience and treasures. The remaining enemies nearby panicked and turned to flee. "Run! We're just lackeys, spare us." However, Dyke Tien Van had no intention of showing mercy as they expected. He decided not to let a single one escape, immediately using Frost Mist Fist to freeze the entire area, then casting the Great Essence Absorption technique. The accumulated experience numbers danced continuously, 24,000, 36,000, then up to 47,500 experience. In an instant, all the enemies were annihilated. Dyke Tien Van retracted his killing aura and returned to his usual demeanor. Finally, it's over. At that moment, Bang Tam Patriarch of Tian Tone Palace approached and called, "Elder Dyke." She bowed sincerely. "We were wrong in how we treated you before. Sorry. Please forgive us." Dyke Tien Van smiled cheerfully and replied, "I hold no grudges. Not now, not later. I only follow your orders, Aunt. I don't care about anything else." Tian Loi Van, standing beside him, tapped his head lightly to scold. "How do you speak to elders like that?" But then she mischievously added, "Though I quite like the way you say it."
Dyke Tien Van stammered awkwardly, "Aunt,"
causing those behind them to sigh helplessly at the two's closeness. Tian Loi Van blushed shyly. "Tien Van, if it weren't for you this time." Dyke Tien Van gently placed a hand over her mouth and whispered, "Don't offer those polite thanks. Everything I do is for you, Aunt," he continued. "Besides, I'm one of the senior elders of Tian Tone Palace, so of course it's my responsibility. Protecting this place is my most important duty." Behind them, praise rang out without end. "Elder Dyke is so cool. From now on we'll all follow you." The young women looked at him with fervent admiration. "That's right, Elder Dyke was amazing just now. With you as an elder, we have nothing to fear. We'll do whatever you tell us." At that moment, the system displayed a new notification. Achievement, Permanent Protector, completed. Accompanying skill doubles defensive capability, unlimited duration. Dyke Tien Van slightly curled his lips, revealing a satisfied smile. Receiving this title along with a double defense was truly an unexpected boon. Tian Loi Van glanced around and gently reminded them, "All right, split up and clean the battlefield thoroughly. Soon we'll personally visit those 3 major powers and uproot them." Her eyes showed steely determination. We must show the world that Tien Tone Palace is not a place anyone can mold as they please. A little while later, inside his private chamber, Dike Tien Van quietly tallied up the recent gains. The rewards for slaying the patriarchs were indeed generous, especially after killing Van Tien Patriarch. He'd obtained several lower-grade spirit relics. He tapped the system screen to check the equipment stats. The info promptly displayed: Hun Tian Holy Statue doubled defense, tripled movement speed, and doubled physical strength. Dike Tien Van smiled confidently. This set alone had boosted his combat power by 60,000 points. He lazily stretched and rubbed his aching shoulders. Good. With this strength, even facing a core condensing powerhouse next time won't be a problem. He was about to push the door and step out, when a disciple hurriedly ran up to report. Elder Dike has emerged from seclusion. The palace leader said to see her as soon as you're done. Dike Tien Van wondered curiously, does she want to see me for something? In the main hall, Dike Tien Van strolled in calmly to find everyone busy discussing important matters. Reports rang out clearly. Palace leader, the remnants of the three major powers have been almost completely cleared. Only a few stray disciples are hiding. Seeing the familiar figure, he called out, Aunt. Tien Loi Van started and turned, her eyes bright with joy. Tien Van, you're here? From this battle we seized many weapons, pills, and spirit medicines, especially abundant materials from Duanshan sect, she continued expectantly. Since you understand forging, I plan to entrust all of these materials to you to craft weapons. Dike Tien Van nodded without hesitation and accepted. All right, but Aunt, hand over those spirit medicines too so I can take care of them.
Tien Loi Fan was astonished. Who?
You even know a high-level pill master. Dike Tien Van could only sigh at her forgetfulness. My dear aunt, didn't I tell you before? I myself am a pill master. Tien Loi Van awkwardly scratched her head and forced a smile. You can really refine pills? I forgot. Since I've never seen you light a furnace to make medicine before. He didn't bother explaining at length. He simply produced the fire god furnace as proof. The senior elder standing nearby couldn't help but stare at the furnace radiating strong spirit energy in his hands. I never expected a genius who is both skilled at forging and proficient in pill refining to exist. Dike Tien Van calmly presented an analysis of the sect's future. After the recent battle, we can see that Tien Tone Palace's overall strength is still very weak. I think we should leverage this reputation to recruit more talented people. As for the weapons and pills, everyone can rest assured and hand them all over to me, he declared with fervor. We must vigorously cultivate a large number of disciples up to the refining spirit stage to elevate Tien Tone Palace's status to a new height, so that no force will dare to look down on us again. His words seemed to ignite everyone, leaving them all full of admiration. He smiled encouragingly. As long as we unite and cooperate, the sect's revitalization will surely succeed. Back in Dike Tien Van's pill refining room, the space was filled with the scent of herbs and spirit energy. At that moment, Lu Monglin entered carrying a tray of prepared food. Marveling at the large number of weapons and pills just completed, she said softly, Young master, the food is ready. Rest and eat first. Dike Tien Van turned and smiled. Little Lean sister is here? He took out a storage ring and carefully handed it to her. These are the weapons and pills for you. There's also some silver inside. Take it all. Lu Monglin panicked and refused, feeling she couldn't accept such a large gift without having contributed. However, Dike Tien Van earnestly admonished her. Little Lean sister, why are you being so polite with me? I've noticed you've seemed distracted these past days. Are you homesick? Only then did Monglin sadly confess that her father was gravely ill and the family had no money for treatment. Dike Tien Van gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I consider you family, which is why I'm giving you these items. I'll also give you an extra 100 gold. Your father will surely recover quickly. Deeply grateful, Monglin only asked to accept a few pills to take home to save her father and promised to return soon to serve the young master. Dike Tien Van sighed softly, agreed, and instructed her to hurry home to care for her family. A short while later, a disciple entered to report. Elder Dike, the newly joined disciples are gathered and waiting in the hall. Dike Tien Van immediately responded and headed to the main hall. There, two newly joined girls whispered when they saw him. One asked curiously, Tientone Palace has only one male senior elder. Is that him? They'd heard he kills without blinking. Like a demon. The other doubted. He looks so messy and unkempt. Can he really be that formidable? Ignoring the gossip, Dike Tien Van calmly entered the hall. Tien Loi Van sat at the head and kindly said, Tien Van has arrived. Thank you for your hard work these past days. Dike Tien Van shook his head slightly, then immediately presented his achievements. Weapons. A large number of spirit weapons ranging from high grade to supreme grade. Pills. Many high-quality body refining pills and spirit refining pills. Seeing the immense resource stash, the disciples' eyes all shone with amazement, since these items far exceeded what they'd seen in the pavilion before. Dike Tien Van declared clearly, these are all resources of Tien Tone Palace. If you perform well and work hard, they will belong to you. Tien Loi Van also encouraged them, asserting that as long as they remain loyal, the palace will have no shortage of resources to nurture them. All the disciples shouted in unison with great excitement, Thank you, Palace Leader. Long live the Palace Leader. Dike Tien Van and Tien Loi Van stood outside, smiling as they listened to the excited chatter of the disciples inside. Amazing, joining Tien Tone Palace was the best decision of my life. After the commotion died down, he turned to the palace leader. Aunt, we've used up the materials here. I'm going out to buy more. Also, little Lean's father is gravely ill. I want to stop by to see how he's doing. I'll return as soon as I'm done. Tien Loi Van rubbed her chin. Sympathetic. No wonder I felt she had something on her mind lately. All right, go, but be careful. We'll handle things at the palace. Sometime later, Dike Tien Van went alone to the mountain's foothill. He squinted and looked around. This should be the way. Could this be Van La Village? Suddenly he stopped, frowning as he sensed a faint murderous aura. Something seems off. Down below the mountain, cries and pleas rose up pitifully. We already paid 3 months ago. Please, Lord Van, spare us this time. We really have no money left. If this continues, the whole village will starve. In response to the old village chief's begging, the bandit leader kicked him roughly and arrogantly folded his arms. You pay when we decide to collect, he sneered lecherously, eyes roaming. Don't think I don't know a pretty young woman just returned with a lot of silver. Where is she now? Tell me. A brave young man from the village rushed out to help the old man up and spat angrily. How dare you strike an elder? There's no pretty maiden here. The bandit Lord Van curled his lip, voice full of menace. Won't talk, huh? Then I'll deal with this useless village chief first. If you stay stubborn, I'll kill them one by one until you speak. If you want to kill the village chief, you'll have to go over my dead body. The young man risked himself to block them. Lord Van scoffed. Brave words, fine, we'll start with you. Kill him. A henchman lunged forward with his sword. Die! Smack! A sudden kick sent the henchman flying. Several teeth knocked out as he crashed to the ground. Lu Mong Lin stepped forward, hands clenched in fury. I'm here, you bandits. Try touching them and see. Lord Van clicked his tongue and looked at Mong Lin with lecherous eyes. Truly stunning. If you obediently come with me, I guarantee I won't touch a hair on these commoners' heads, and I'll waive protection fees for 3 years. Well, the young man tried to rush forward to stop him, but Mong Lin held him back. Seeing this, the leader grew even more smug. See? She knows how to save herself better than you. Either come with me, or watch me slaughter this village. The villagers' anger erupted like a volcano. They grabbed farming tools and rushed forward to surround and shield Mong Lin. We'd rather die than let little Lin fall into your hands. You took my son and he's still missing. That debt must be settled. An elderly villager added suspiciously. What nonsense are they spouting? How can they protect our village? There haven't been spirit beasts around here for a long time. We don't need their protection. The villagers found this reasonable and stood up together, surrounding the traitor. That's right, Nyo Chi. Why are you siding with them? Did you secretly inform them that little Lin returned? Nyo Chi turned red with anger but still forced out a defense. Don't speak so harshly. Only the pragmatic are true heroes. If we stay holed up in this poor village forever, will starve sooner or later. The drumbeater pointed at Lu Monglin standing behind him. Besides, little Lin brought back so many good things but only shared a little with us. She must be hiding plenty. What a stingy miser. You're truly a traitor who bites the hand that feeds you. An angry villager cut in. I can't believe you'd be such a despicable betrayer. Nyochi not only felt no shame but shrugged and retorted. I'm only trying to do what's best for you. Following Lord Van's orders is the wisest course. Do you really think you can resist him? The young man next to Monglin was enraged by that remark. I'll beat you to death. Lu Monglin stepped forward again to stop him. Don't be reckless, you can't beat them. Lord Van stood there, his arrogance at its peak. He intended to oppress her completely. I like it that way. Now make your final choice. My patience is limited. Lu Monglin lowered her eyes, voice sad. I agree to go with you, but you must promise never to bully the people of our village again. Little Lin, you mustn't go. A hoarse voice rang out. Lu Monglin's father trembled as he stepped forward. She turned in shock. Father, why did you come out? The old man snatched up his cane angrily, ready to rush forward and risk his life. You bastards! I'll beat you to death. But after only a few steps he collapsed, coughing violently. Lord Van stepped forward to taunt. I remember breaking your leg before. Who knew this would be your daughter? What a pity. Had I known, I would have been gentler. He cruelly drew his blade toward the father and daughter. But now that she has chosen to come with me, let's see who dares stop me. At the moment of greatest despair, a final spark of hope flashed in Lu Monglin's eyes. Young master, system random quest notification. Protect Little Lin's Van La village.
Reward, 50,000 expérience points, plus 30 réputation, plus 50 Lumonlien favor, plus 100 villager favor.
Tien Van replied coldly, accepted. Lord Van scowled at the stranger's appearance. Where did this brat crawl out from? Planning to play hero and save the beauty? Kill him. A henchman with blonde hair charged at Tien Van with a blade, shouting, Give me your life. But before he could touch a hair of him, a light wrist flick sent the henchman flying dozens of meters. Ding, successfully killed bandit from Violent Dragon Camp. Gained 600 XP, 80 frenzy points. Lord Van grew intrigued and turned his attention to Tien Van. Not bad strength. Come be my underling. Dying for a woman isn't worth it. To me she's just a toy. When bored, I discard it. Tien Van remained silent, but the murderous aura around him made the village air chill suddenly. Lord Van still failed to perceive the approaching death and strutted on. I'll give you one last chance. Follow me for wealth and glory, or be buried in this poor hamlet. The nearby underling joined in the threat. Kid, our Violent Dragon Camp's reputation is fearsome. Don't refuse a offered drink, and then expect a forced one. Tien Van curled his lips slightly, his gaze as cold as ice. Is that so? Then I'll give you only one choice. Death. Bastard, you're out of chances. Lord Van roared and unleashed his eagle claw technique straight at him. But in the blink of an eye, Tien Van's figure vanished. While he was still bewildered, a hand as cold as steel grabbed his hair from behind. A few pathetic eagle claw strikes and you dare swagger before me? Only then did Lord Van turn pale with horror and stammer a plea. Great one, spare my life. Treat me like a roadside dung heap and let me go. Tien Van showed no mercy, slamming his head down onto the ground with a crushing blow. Your dung heap stinks so foul it makes me sick. He turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the bandits trying to flee. Now it's your turn. Ready? Nyochi saw things going sour and bolted, shouting non-stop. Spare me, it has nothing to do with me. The bandits also scrambled to run. You brat, just wait, you think you can run? Tien Van unleashed a single move. A massive spiritual pressure force crushed down, sending the whole squad sprawling like cut grain. Nyochi fell to his knees on the grass, trembling. Lord, I was forced. I'll work like an ox and a horse to atone. Please, impatient. Tien Van delivered a crushing kick to his face. He flung him hard toward the villagers. If you want to atone, tell the people in the village. It's giving me a headache. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Reward, 50,000 experience points, plus 30 reputation.
Lu Mong Lien favor més 50. Antira van la villaja favor més 100.
The villagers cheered joyfully as the two villains finally met their comeuppance. They looked at Dyke Tien Van with reverence. "Thank you, hero," he replied gently. "I'm Little Lean's junior brother. I came to help everyone. You handle these guys." Nyo Chi and Lord Van began tearing into each other, accusing one another to escape blame. Amid the chaos, Lu Mong Lean's father struggled forward, worriedly advising, "Young hero, please take Little Lean away quickly. Baolong Camp has many men. If they come here, you won't get away." Dyke Tien Van tilted his head at Little Lean's father and gave a reassuring smile. "Why flee? It's just a small Baolong Camp. Weed out the roots and it's done." Dyke Tien Van was briefly surprised by the other's panic, but quickly composed himself. Sensing the ambush, he immediately used the Phantasm Devour Wind to dodge. A hand clenched around Black Soul, the pressure overwhelming. Black Soul Patriarch was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What? How could he dodge? Dyke Tien Van sneered, his eyes cold as steel at the enemy. "Your true form is revealed? No longer using Black Dragon Force?" Black Soul Patriarch roared madly like a cornered beast. "Brat, you've driven me insane. I will make sure you die without a grave." He immediately transformed and unleashed an attack. The dragon's roar echoed everywhere. Dyke Tien Van remained unflinching and calmly countered with a punch carrying bone-piercing cold. Only then did Black Soul Patriarch feel fear, his instincts warning that danger was near, but before he could react, his whole body was crystallized into an ice block in an instant. Dyke Tien Van placed his hand on the cold ice block, taunting, "Being frozen like this isn't so bad, is it? How does it feel to be a fish on a chopping block? Don't worry, I won't kill you right away, that would be wasteful." At the same time, his ear was bombarded by system alerts. Received 300,000 experience points, 35,000 experience points. Black Soul Patriarch glared at him and hissed each word with hatred. "Damn you, I will kill you." He strained, using Black Dragon Force to try to shatter the ice prison. Dyke Tien Van watched with amusement and immediately unleashed the Bloodline Dragon God technique. Black Soul Patriarch was utterly stunned. "What? You're of the Dragon Clan?" Dyke Tien Van replied ambiguously. "So what if I am?" Seizing the moment while he was still stunned, he mercilessly slammed the opponent to the ground. Black Soul Patriarch roared in anger. "You damned brat! Let go! Let me go now!" Dyke Tien Van, as if hearing the world's biggest joke, sneered. "Let you go? So you'll come and kill me? Do you think I'm stupid? You've done so many evil deeds. Now watch me drain you dry." Sensing death approaching, Black Soul Patriarch suddenly softened his voice. Young Van, I was wrong. Please spare me, I'll leave immediately." Seeing his opponent exhausted, Dyke Tien Van clicked his tongue in mock regret. "No spirit force left. What's this? Didn't you have a Black Dragon Meridian? Your spirit drains so fast, pathetic. In your next life, remember to be a good person and repay this life's debts." With that, he decisively activated Lucky Radiance. Black Soul Patriarch screamed in terror and despair. "No, wait, System notice. Quest, kill Black Soul Patriarch, completed, plus 120 million experience, plus 3,000 frenzy points. Received Black Dragon Divine Art, Earth Rank Lower Grade. Black Soul Palm, Earth Rank Lower Grade. Black Dragon Meridian Crystal, Black Dragon Remains. Dyke Tien Van held the spoils curiously. What are a Black Dragon Meridian Crystal and Black Dragon Remains? Detailed information immediately appeared on the system panel. The Black Dragon Meridian Crystal is an energy condensation that can be absorbed for cultivation, especially suitable for those with attributes. Black Dragon Remains include bones, plus the Black Dragon Soul and Meridian Crystal, which can be used to summon a Black Dragon. Reading the last line, Dyke Tien Van excitedly exclaimed, "What? You can summon a Black Dragon? To fly you'd need at least core condensing, but if you can tame a Black Dragon as a pet, couldn't you ride it to fly?" He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "But with this Black Dragon Soul, even if I trigger Lucky Radiance, I won't gain anything. What a pity. If my reputation met the conditions, Lucky Radiance might upgrade another level. Then there would be gains. But now that Black Soul Patriarch is dead, what's left to harvest. Just as he was about to leave, some villagers poked their heads out and cried in surprise. The Black Soul Patriarch is dead. He's dead. Wonderful. He's really dead. Dike Tien Van paused slightly, then quickly walked on, muttering to himself. Looks like a few fish still slipped through the net. Can't leave them unhandled. The villagers suddenly knelt, blocking his path, their voices sincere and urgent. Wait, hero. Thank you for killing the Black Soul Patriarch and saving us. We were forced to join Baolong camp. If we refused, our families would have been killed. Please spare us. Dike Tien Van glanced coldly at the crowd with no emotion and replied. Reflect on the vile things you've done. If anyone lies, don't blame me for being cruel. Then we'll see whether you run faster or my fists come quicker. All of you follow me. Hearing this, everyone froze and looked up in astonishment. At that moment, Lu Monglin stepped forward, took his arm, and introduced, Young Master, this is Dike. Dike Tien Van cut in softly. I don't know how many of them were forced to come, so I need you and everyone to help judge who's telling the truth and who's lying, so I can deal with them accordingly. Suddenly someone in the crowd pointed and accused. This one is with those bastards. He's been to our village before. The accused clenched his teeth in anger. Huh? Damn you. Before he could act, he took a piercing blow and only managed a pained cry. Ah! Dike Tien Van tossed the stone in his hand and sneered coldly. Of course you can accuse each other too. Let's see who among you has actually done evil. With hearts unburdened by the prompt, villagers spoke up one by one. He's from our village. He joined Baolong camp to protect everyone. This is my husband. He was forced to join too. He was forced here as well. He often cooked for us. Shortly after, a pleasant system chime sounded. Quest Eliminate Baolong Camp. Completed. Plus 150,000 experience, plus 10,000 frenzy points, plus 100 reputation. Lu Monglin, seeing everything settled, suggested, Young Master, let's go home. Dike Tien Van turned back, his gaze softening. You all go back first. I still need to look for a few things. Lu Monglin nodded in understanding. Then we'll return to Vanla village to wait for you, young master. Be careful. He smiled and replied, all right. At the former residence of the Black Soul Patriarch, footsteps echoed steadily along the long, silent corridor. Dike Tien Van looked down and thought to himself, the Black Dragon Meridian must be beneath that cave. This power feels familiar. Indeed, it is the Black Dragon's force. He stopped before a large door and examined it carefully. Right behind this door, he hoped he could obtain the Black Dragon's soul. Dike Tien Van exerted force and pushed the door open. A blinding light erupted as the door swung open. A strange, booming voice echoed through the space. Do you want boundless power? Dike Tien Van immediately raised his guard. Who's there? He moved toward the source of the voice. The voice continued to tempt. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to have everything? Come, take me. I'll grant you the greatest power. Dike Tien Van froze and exclaimed in surprise. It's a living black dragon. He quickly activated Heavenly Eye to probe. Information displayed. Black dragon corpse, no cultivation level, no weaknesses. Upon defeat can obtain black dragon soul, black dragon bones, black dragon meridian crystal. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. So it's just a corpse, but I can still get the black dragon soul. I just need to defeat it, so I found it after all. The voice from the black dragon corpse spoke with enchantment. Human, do you crave immense power? This time Dike Tien Van replied without courtesy. Of course I crave it. Do you even need to ask? The black dragon corpse, pleased, continued. Good. If you accept me entering your body, you'll gain that power. Then no one will be your match. You'll rule over all. Dike Tien Van feigned doubt and asked, what about that Black Soul Patriarch? Didn't he also merge with you? He didn't seem very strong to me. The corpse's pupil flashed and it sneered. That worthless fool couldn't withstand my power, so he remained weak. Only those inherently strong can accept my power. I am the Black Dragon King of Legend. If you agree to merge with me and provide sacrifices, you'll obtain numerous martial arts that surpass all. Ascending to refining core or core condensing will be as easy as porridge. Hearing those grand claims, Dike Tien Van remarked calmly. Sounds good, So what must I do? The black dragon corpse crawled closer. You need do nothing. Just relax and let my energy seep into your body and merge with you. Dike Tianwen lowered his head, stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. Sounds tempting, hard to refuse. Then let's become one. Having said that, he suddenly executed the great essence absorption technique, activated double experience, and triggered lucky radiance. The black dragon corpse was taken aback and cried out, "Ah, what are you doing?" Score notifications popped repeatedly before its eyes. 36,000 points, 38,000 points, 40,000 points, 42,000 points. Dike Tianwen curled a lip at it and said calmly, "Nothing? Didn't you want to merge with me? I'll just drain your power completely. Then we'll be merged." The black dragon corpse immediately retorted, "It's not merging like that. The proper way is for my soul to enter your body." He arrogantly replied, "Oh yeah? But I prefer it this way." The black dragon corpse, furious and crazed, launched an offensive. "Damn you! Then let's die together." Black Dragon Claw, seeing that, Dike Tianwen immediately unleashed the Bloodline Dragon God technique. He scoffed arrogantly. "Die together? In your dreams." The black dragon corpse stared in shock, stammering. You have the dragon bloodline?"
Impossible.
A clear ting rang from the system. Congratulations to player Dike Tianwen for successfully advancing to the peak of core condensing. Dike Tianwen muttered with satisfaction. Finally my cultivation advanced to the peak of core condensing, getting closer to refining core. The black dragon corpse, still unafraid, bellowed, "Damn human, let me go." But soon after, as it felt itself weakening, it began to plead miserably, "Human, you've won. Please spare me. I know many martial arts, many secrets, and the locations of treasures. If you spare me, I'll tell you everything." Dike Tianwen looked at it coldly and replied harshly, "Too bad. I have no interest in any of that. You've killed so many. It's time you paid." Seeing no chance of survival, the black dragon corpse screamed with malice, "Ah, I curse you to never find peace for all eternity." The system chimed again with good news. Successfully killed the crystalline corpse of the Black Dragon King, plus 100,000 experience, plus 5,000 frenzy points, received Black Dragon Soul, and Black Dragon Meridian Crystal. Dike Tianwen looked at the items in his hand and said happily, "Got the Black Dragon Soul. Good, now I have all the materials." Suddenly, the surrounding space shook violently. He froze. Not good. The cave is about to collapse. As he tried to flee, large boulders fell and blocked his escape, making him cry out, "Oh no! Can't get out in time." In that desperate moment, Dike Tianwen risked using the Black Dragon Bones, the Black Dragon Soul and the Black Dragon Meridian Crystal to merge. Just as the massive stones were about to crush everything, a majestic black dragon emerged. System message. Congratulations to player Dike Tianwen for obtaining the Black Dragon Mount. Note, the Black Dragon Mount has cultivation, core condensing level 1. Its scales equal a lower-grade soul weapon. Its claws as sharp as lower-grade soul weaponry, virtually impenetrable. Its rank 5 potential will grow with cultivation, and the fire it breathes can incinerate everything. Outside, the sound of falling rocks thundered across the area. Moments later, a massive shadow shot upward from the rubble. Dike Tianwen rode the dragon and looked down, exclaiming, "Almost got trapped in there." The Baolong camp had completely collapsed. It's powerful, especially that rank 5 potential. Keep in mind, even the Snow Wolf only had rank 2 potential. He patted the black dragon's neck gently and said, "From now on, you're my pet. Follow me and you'll be well fed and cared for." Then he ordered, "Land outside the village. If the villagers see you, they'll be terrified." As soon as they saw his silhouette return, the villagers' eyes lit up and they cheered. "Young Master Dike. Young Master Dike is back." Dike Tianwen stepped forward and announced clearly, "Baolong camp has been completely destroyed. No one needs to fear them anymore." Hearing this, everyone looked at him with gratitude. "You are our savior. If not for you, we wouldn't have survived to leave Baolong camp. Please allow us to express our thanks." The whole village held a jubilant celebration. Lu Monglin watched the lively scene and smiled. It's been a long time since the village has been this happy. Dyke Tien Van tilted his head and asked gently. Little Sister Lean, you seem very happy too, right? Lu Mong Lean's face flushed and she replied shyly. After surviving such misery, of course I'm happy. It's just I don't know how to thank you. Dyke Tien Van laughed. Little Sister Lean, don't be so formal with me. After the celebration, let's go to Tien Phong City together. I still need to buy some materials to take back. Lu Mong Lean nodded in agreement. All right, in Tien Phong City.
Dyke Tien Van suddenly paused.
He looked at the tavern before him and remarked, Tien Phong Inn is gone, replaced by Tien Vu Inn. Suddenly a familiar female voice sounded behind him. Young Master Dyke. The one who approached was Tu Vu Vai. Young Master Dyke, long time no see. Please come to our Tien Vu Inn for a cup of tea. Seeing her, Dyke Tien Van cheerfully greeted. I just happened to be here to buy some materials. Any discounts? Tu Vu Vai smiled warmly. Young Master Dyke, you're too polite. It's on us, free of charge. He hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. No need. Just sell them to me at the regular price. Tu Vu Vai stepped forward to lead the way. Please, young Master Dyke. She guided him through the stalls and enthusiastically introduced. These are premium materials we just put on sale. Please choose, young Master Dyke. Dyke Tien Van walked past the shelves, scanning carefully, but still couldn't find what he needed. He turned to Tu Vu Vai and asked, Don't you have materials here for forging soul weapons? She fell silent to ponder. Materials for forging soul weapons? She was secretly surprised. He asked that he very well might already be able to refine soul weapons himself. How old is this young Master Dyke to have reached that level? After a moment, Tu Vu Vai hesitantly said, Well, Tien Phong City has very few people who know how to craft soul weapons, so Tien Vu Inn didn't keep such materials in stock. But if young Master Dyke needs them, we can go purchase them for you, though it will take quite some time. Hearing that, Dyke Tien Van pointed at several items on the shelves and smiled. Fine. I'll take these materials to take back. I'll buy whatever you have. Tu Vu Vai replied, Very well, no problem. Sir, wait a moment. Then she ordered the staff. Quickly bring all those materials from the warehouse here. The workers immediately obeyed. Yes, several large chests were soon arranged. Tu Vu Vai announced. All the crafting materials Tien Vu Inn has are here. Dyke Tien Van looked at the pile and nodded slightly. He pondered and calculated. Is this all? This amount only suffices to craft 20 or 30 soul weapons. Tu Vu Vai, seeming to read his thoughts, said, Yes, for now it's only this much, but we can requisition more from headquarters. Dyke Tien Van's eyes brightened. Take every last bit you have, including pills. Higher grade the better. I don't have enough money, but I can forge some items for you. For each top-grade soul weapon or 4th-rank pill, exchange it for 2 portions of materials. Does that work? Tu Vu Vai couldn't hide her excitement. Such an exchange was outrageous. The average person would fail 4 or 5 times to produce 1 top-grade soul weapon. Top-grade soul weapons and 4th-rank pills are valuable goods, yet he offered just 2 portions of materials in return. She quickly agreed, afraid he might change his mind. No problem, young Master Dyke, that's very generous. She secretly rejoiced. This deal will be hugely profitable.
Dyke Tien Van finalized. Fine.
In that case, I'll buy up these materials first. Deliver the rest to Tien Ton Palace for me. Once I've finished refining them, send someone to collect. Tu Vu Vai smiled like a flower. Of course, no problem. Once we receive the materials from headquarters, we'll deliver them to young Master Dyke immediately. Then she signaled the staff. Quickly start the banquet. We must entertain young Master Dyke properly. Dyke Tien Van hurriedly stopped her. No need, it's done, I must be going. Tu Vu Vai felt a little regretful. Why is young Master Dyke leaving in such a hurry? She thought. Not even staying another minute. How am I supposed to build a relationship this way? An elder who had been following behind suddenly called out. Master Dyke, please wait. Excuse my rudeness. I'm Elder Lu Hang of Tien Vu Inn. He looked at him and asked, Is there something you need? Lu Hang hesitated, looking apologetic. The matter with the Don Then sect last time was our fault at Tien Vu Inn. We truly wanted to help, but Tien Vu Inn's strength is too weak. Please understand. Dyke Tien Van waved calmly. Oh, that issue? I hold no grudge. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Lu Hang hurriedly tried to persuade him. What about the position of patron? He smiled and replied, Patron? I agreed to be your patron before, and that's still the case. But I likely won't have time to come here often in the future, so consider me failing you. My apologies. Seeing that, Lu Hang quickly looked to Tu Vu Vai for help. Mistress Tu, aren't you and he very close? Please persuade him. She understood the etiquette and gently coaxed. Elder, him returning to buy from us already shows great favor toward us. Sometimes you must accept regret, because nothing can be done to salvage it. On a mountain range near Tian Tone Palace, Lu Monglin walked behind and said, Young master, we're almost at Tian Tone Palace. Dyke Tien Van nodded. We should surprise the palace lord. He surveyed the surroundings, thinking, next is to complete the key mission. With so many pills, I don't believe I can't build a second-rank power. Suddenly, Dyke Tien Van widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Huh? Lu Monglin was also a little startled, stammering, This is a giant eagle. Dyke Tien Van pressed his lips, narrowing his eyes to assess. It seems some force has come calling. To be riding in that carriage, they must at least be a second-rank power. The original value of that giant eagle was already astronomically high, so expensive it couldn't be measured in gold. He led Lu Monglin past the two eagles. Let's go. Let's see who's there. After they had walked a short distance, a superior voice called from within. Palace Lord T, please consider carefully. If you join the Tan Huin residence and submit to us, there will certainly be many benefits. I can even make you part of our faction, which would nominally make you equivalent to a third-rank power. Then you can show your authority here without issue. The speaker was Cat Envoy, an envoy of the Tan Huin residence. Tien Loi Van, Palace Lord T, looked at him with unwavering determination. Envoys, sorry. Tian Tone Palace has no intention of submitting to your residence for now. I only wish to preserve Tian Tone Palace's current state and protect the foundation left by our patriarch. Envoy Fuang sneered with displeasure. Humph, are you sure you refuse the offer to become a third-rank power? This is an invitation others would kill for. We came here personally out of respect for you. Without our help, you wouldn't be able to rise to second-rank power. Palace Lord T, think carefully. At that moment, Dyke Tien Van suddenly stepped in, his voice ringing out decisively. How will you know you can't unless you try? Tian Tone Palace will develop according to our own direction. We will not let outsiders like you interfere.
Tien Loi Fan exclaimed in surprise. Tien Fan.
She smiled at him, greeting, Tien Van, you're back? The patrol elders glanced at Dyke Tien Van with hatred and contempt. Elder T, are these your people? Interrupting others isn't polite. Tien Loi Van replied calmly. He's an elder of Tian Tone Palace and has every right to join this discussion. The patrol elders repeated in doubt. An elder of Tian Tone Palace? He sneered at Dyke Tien Van, his tone full of disdain. So young and already sitting in an elder's seat? He narrowed his eyes at the old man and replied bluntly. Yes, I am the fourth elder of Tian Tone Palace. Why do you say Tian Tone Palace could never rise to second-tier power? I believe it won't be long before our palace becomes a second-tier force. It's not difficult at all. Patrol Elder Cat scoffed. So what if you rise to second tier? There's still a long way to third tier. If you want more resources, there's only one way. Join us. Tan Huin Mansion has many genius disciples. Combined with yours, the next generation certainly won't be weak. If we unite, our power will grow. Then no other force will dare to mess with you. Dyke Tien Van responded without ceremony. An offer, huh? Then why didn't you support us when those three forces ganged up on us before? Now you suddenly come here asking us to join. The patrol elders sneered. Do we need to explain that? Back then your Tian Tone Palace was too weak, so Tan Huin Mansion abandoned you. But now your strength meets the standard, so we allow you to join. Don't tell me you don't know this rule. If you're too weak, do you think we'd need you? Don't be naive. We're not 3-year-olds. Dyke Tien Van calmly adjusted his sleeve, his tone sharp. Of course I understand that principle, but being weak and therefore unqualified to join, and being abandoned are two entirely different things. We want to rely on ourselves and not join any sect. We'll defend Tien Tone Palace by our own strength.
Tien Loi Fan nodded in agreement. Tien Fan is absolutely right.
The patrol elders, finding it ridiculous, burst into loud laughter. Fine. Talk of relying on yourselves to resist Tien Tone Palace. You think defeating a few second-tier forces is impressive? Let me tell you, even an ordinary third-tier force could wipe you out. The Grand Elder couldn't hold back and snapped angrily. Is this a threat? Tien Loi Van could no longer keep his polite smile. His face turned icy. Indeed, an ordinary third-tier force could wipe us out. But as long as we don't make trouble, this remote place of ours will never have issues. So we don't need to cooperate with anyone. Leave. The patrol elders grinned, their expressions dark and menacing. Good. You refuse the offered wine. Then you'll drink the penalty. I won't beat around the bush. Tan Huynh Mansion wants to seize this territory, so we need a sect with influence here. Conveniently, you are that sect. Now you have two choices. 1. Submit to us absolutely and you'll live comfortably and gain many resources. Or 2. Disappear from this world. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in anger, but inwardly worried. Tan Huynh Mansion was too strong. Although the cultivation of these patrol elders was lower than their patriarchs, their momentum was twice as powerful. If the opponents turned hostile and sent stronger people, could Elder Dyke handle it alone? It was unimaginable. Meanwhile, Dyke Tien Van quietly observed with his heavenly eye. Patrol Elder Phuong, Nascent Core Stage Level 7, Combat Power 150,000. Patrol Elder Truong, Nascent Core Stage Level 7, Combat Power 150,000. The other patrol elders are also Nascent Core Stage 7, wearing top-grade spiritual armor, each with combat power 160,000. He pressed his lips and calculated. Without using martial arts or weapons, his combined combat power was already 160,000. If he used his skills, it could surely reach 180,000, 190,000, even 200,000. No wonder those elders of that second-tier force could only trail behind a third-tier power. Tien Loi Van's gaze turned icy. It seems you never had good intentions from the start. The patrol elders no longer bothered to hide it and declared bluntly, "That's right. You either surrender to us or die. There is no third choice." He sighed, took a sip of tea from the cup on the table and said slowly, "If you refuse, then it's a pity. We'll have to choose another power. But from today on, Tien Tone Palace will likely be wiped out and never recover." Tien Loi Van glanced at him, her tone sarcastic. "You confident you can wipe out our Tien Tone Palace?" Patrol Elder Cat curled his lip. "I know you have backing. Probably a peak nascent core level, right? It might even be a powerhouse who just broke into core formation. Then call them out quickly. Let us see exactly how strong he is." The Grand Elder secretly glanced at Dyke Tien Van, thinking to himself that they didn't realize Dyke Tien Van was the one who killed the powerhouses of those three great forces. They only heard that some supreme expert had come to help eliminate them. The patrol elders suddenly spat out their tea in contempt and mocked. "What's with that taste? It's disgusting. Where are you?" "Hiding like a turtle withdrawing its head." He looked at Tien Loi Van with a lewd gaze. "Mistress T, if you don't want Tien Tone Palace's blood to flow like a river, obediently come back to our mansion. Our lord has ordered her to be kept. With your talent, becoming our lord's concubine would be a great fortune. Your offspring would surely become powerhouses." No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a resounding slap across the face. Dyke Tien Van, furious, cursed. "What right does your mansion's lord have to demand she be his concubine? Your lord is only fit to be an animal." The patrol elders clutched their faces, trembling with rage. He ground his teeth and hissed, "You brat! Do you know who you're messing with? How dare you hit me and insult our lord? Tien Tone Palace, prepare to be slaughtered. We'll tear you limb from limb." Dyke Tien Van glanced at him, an intimidating aura radiating from his whole body. "Threatening me? Calling your lord an animal was probably still too polite. Now I feel he's not even worthy of an animal. Got a bit of skill and you think you're the center of the universe?" Beaten and humiliated, the patrol elders looked up at him and stammered, You Tan Huynh Mansion will not forgive you." Before he could recover, Dyke Tien Van grabbed the old man's collar and hoisted him upside down. The old man was terrified. You. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand to threaten. Tan Huynh Mansion spares no one? The patrol elders, frightened, trembled as they cried. Ah! Dyke Tien Van showed no mercy and struck down another blow. Say it again! Two attendants following behind, horrified by the scene, rushed forward to intervene. How dare you? Stop! Tien Tone Palace? Are you trying to oppose Tan Huynh Mansion? Let go now or you'll surely die. Tien Loi Van suddenly raised her hand to stop them and shouted. You two shut your mouths. Her eyes coldly flicked sideways, full of warning. Tien Tone Palace doesn't provoke others, but that doesn't mean we'll sit idly by and let you trample us. She swung her arm and struck, sending the two men flying away. Suddenly, loud laughter rang from the courtyard. Ha ha! No wonder youthful talent shines. So young yet such strong cultivation already.
Tien Loi Fan warned, Tien Fan, be careful.
In the courtyard, a tall figure was slowly approaching. You must have reached nascent core level 8 or 9 by now, right? I don't know where this helper came from, but he looks quite formidable. The patrol elders, seeing him arrive, shouted excitedly like drowning men clutching at a straw. Elder Noi! Dyke Tien Van scanned with his heavenly eye. Elder Noi, core formation level 2, wearing a lower-grade soul-armored suit. Martial art, Fierce Claw, mid-grade earth tier. Dragon Scale Step, lower-grade earth tier. Combined combat power 280,000. The Grand Elder sitting behind fell into worried silence. A core formation powerhouse. Tien Loi Van's expression tensed. She pursed her lips and thought. So they did prepare before coming. No wonder the patrol elders acted arrogant. They wanted to force the hidden powerhouse to reveal himself, then continue attacking us. Only the concealed powerhouse hasn't appeared yet, and Elder Noi has shown up first. Elder Noi then spoke slowly. Release my people at once. Of course, you can keep fighting, see what the consequences are. Buoyed by having backing, the patrol elders laughed and provoked. Fight then! Weren't you arrogant just now? If you're capable, continue. Without a word, Dyke Tien Van delivered a thunderous slap. Bitch! The patrol elders were slammed into the wall by the blow, instantly knocked unconscious, sliding down to the floor like a heap of rags. Dyke Tien Van glanced at Elder Noi, sounding arrogant. If you begged me like that, I'll grant your wish. Tien Loi Van heard that tone and her face fell slightly. Elder Noi took heavy steps forward, radiating murderous intent. Not bad, your nerve is impressive. Whoever you are, today you will die. With that, he used the dragon scale step technique to charge forward. Dyke Tien Van launched a strike, sending him crashing to the ground. He warned coldly, keep your hands off my aunt. Elder Noi, unwilling to accept humiliation, surged with oppressive momentum, leaping up angrily, eyes rolling. My teeth! You dare strike me? You have guts. Dyke Tien Van glanced at him, his tone icy. Whether I'm bold is none of your business. If you don't die today, then I will. With that, he immediately activated the divine dragon art. Tan Huynh Mansion's people gasped in shock. How is this possible? Elder Noi's cultivation isn't even higher than that brat. Unable to bear the humiliation, Elder Noi drew his divine weapon, his face serious. I will kill you. Dyke Tien Van assessed the weapon in his hand and thought, this is a sharp claw, lower-grade soul weapon. When fully unleashed, its combat power will reach 300,000. Can't be too careless. He curled his lip mockingly. After all that you still can't kill him, your face must be thick. Blood heated, Elder Noi roared. Tired of living, Tien Loi Van cried out in alarm. Tien Van, watch out! Tan Huynh Mansion's people, fired up, boasted excitedly. Such strong aura. Angering Elder Noi leads only to death. Elder Noi unleashed the fierce claw technique. Dyke Tien Van countered with the frozen bone fist. Freeze him! Immediately, Elder Noi was restrained within a thick layer of ice. Dyke Tien Van leapt up and delivered a slicing strike through the ice block, then looked with satisfaction at his ice sculpture. The people of Tan Huynh Mansion gaped in astonishment and exclaimed, Elder Noi is completely frozen solid. It took Elder Noi a moment to break free of the ice. His tone was grim. What kind of heretical art is this? Dike Tien Van glanced at him and retorted, Is that so important? He pursed his lips, thinking that the stronger the cultivation, the shorter the freezing time. Unfortunately, Frozen Bone Fist could not be upgraded further. Elder Noi laughed, but his eyes were chillingly cold. Ha ha! So the brat has a deadly weapon and dares to act arrogant. That palm just now was good. I must seize it. Dike Tien Van snickered with interest. Then come take it, by all means, no need for manners. Now it's my turn. I must finish this quickly. I don't have time to play with you. Immediately, he activated a series of support modes. Berserk Damage Mode and Frenzied Experience Mode. Tien Loi Van sensed the aura around them and thought that it was even stronger than Elder Noi's by a rank. Could Tien Van's cultivation have reached core formation already? Those not participating in the fight were also affected by the pressure and cried out in pain. Ah! Elder Noi gritted his teeth, his gaze cautious. Who exactly are you? Dike Tien Van curled his lip and revealed his identity. The powerhouse who helped Tien Tone Palace, the one you've heard about. That's me. Elder Noi, hearing this, couldn't believe it and exclaimed in doubt. You're so young and yet you've reached core formation?
Impossible.
Dike Tien Van scoffed. Nothing is impossible.
Thanh Huynh Man Xian, Hiu.
If you've pushed us to this point, don't blame us. He launched another freezing attack. Elder Noi gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! It's ice and snow power again. Before he could regain his composure, Dike Tien Van unleashed a windfire palm. Elder Noi was struck terribly and screamed, Ah! He lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. P. Cock cock. Elder Noi suddenly widened his eyes as the pain flared. Ugh! My organs feel like they're being burned. This brat actually knows both ice and fire techniques. Dike Tien Van looked at him and mocked. Can you still hang on? You're surprisingly resilient. At that moment, he coldly activated the Lucky Radiance. It successfully started, multiplying his luck tenfold while consuming 1,000 frenzy points per second. Dike Tien Van drew a long spear and thrust forward. It's time to end this. Elder Noi, seeing he was about to die, croaked a threat. If you kill me, Tan Huynh Mansion will not spare you. We'll surely raise Tien Tone Palace. Before he could finish raise, the system announced the reward. Successfully killed Elder Noi. Plus 200,000 experience, plus 5,000 frenzy. Received martial arts. Fierce Claw, Dragon Scale Step, Thunder Claw. Received Dragon Bone, Divine Armor, and Tyrant Dragon Claw. Received 2x experience cards and the Gale God Pill. Dike Tien Van looked at the pile of rewards and thought to himself. Although not a perfect set, they're all soul weapon grade treasures and include Earth tier martial arts. After all, for a core formation powerhouse, dropped gear shouldn't be inferior. After leveling up Lucky, everything changed. Basic items all appeared. It's a pity there are no superior combat rewards. Thinking this, he sighed in disappointment. The people of Tan Huynh Mansion backed away in fear when he approached. The patrol elders, having tasted pain, trembled and begged. You killed Elder Noi. I advise you to stop. Otherwise, our mansion lord will raise Tien Tone Palace. Spare us. We'll beg our lord to help you when we return. A dangerous glint flashed in Dike Tien Van's eyes as he twirled the spear in his hand. Who said we're kids anymore just now? Why are you still thinking so naively like a child? If I spare you, won't Tan Huynh Mansion launch an all-out attack on Tien Tone Palace in a few days? If I spare you, you still die, and if I don't spare you, you still die. So why not keep you here to die with us for fun? All right? The patrol elders wept with fear and begged urgently. No, we're just following orders. If you spare us? A shriek cut off their pleas. System notice. Successfully killed the patrol elders. Plus 140,000 experience. Plus 3,800 frenzy. Received martial arts. Transform Heaven Palm. Shadowless Step. Received treasure. Heaven-splitting sword. And 10,000 pill experience points. After dealing with them, Dike Tien Van turned to the remaining men with a friendly yet deadly smile. Now it's your turn. They trembled and stammered promises. We won't tell anyone. We'll stay at Tien Tone Palace as servants. Please spare us. Dike Tien Ven nodded after hearing this. Is that so? Fine then. If you've agreed to be servants, be proactive. Sacrifice yourselves for your master and turn into experience for me. With that, he waved his hand to absorb their power. Experience surged in 38,000, 42,000, 48,000. They were drained of life and screamed miserably. Dike Tien Van curled his lip. Arrogant. Tan Huynh Mansion. Even if you don't seek me out, I'll come to your doorstep myself. The system chimed repeatedly. Successfully killed Patrol Elder Fuang. Plus 160,000 experience. Plus 3,800 frenzy. Received Ancient Heaven Spear. Successfully killed Patrol Elder Truong. Plus 160,000 experience. Plus 3,800 frenzy. Received Lac Van Blossom. Tien Loi Van suddenly stepped forward and asked him, Tien Van, has your cultivation broken through to core formation? Dike Tien Van smirked and replied, Not yet, sir, haven't broken through to core formation. The Grand Elder couldn't hide his astonishment and exclaimed, What? You haven't broken through to core formation yet? Could casually kill Elder Noi like that? How did you do it? The woman beside the Grand Elder spoke up. If Elder Dike can break through to core formation, wouldn't Tien Tone Palace be on par with other sect mansions? Dike Tien Van replied solemnly. Tien Tone Palace has been steadily increasing its strength. But now, I'm afraid we're about to face major trouble. The Grand Elder understood and narrowed his eyes and thought. Once Tan Huynh Mansion learns of this, they will surely commit all their forces to attack us. How should we defend? She hesitated and said, For Elder Dike, defeating Tan Huynh's old ancestors wouldn't be difficult, but our current strength not only can't assist him, it has become his burden. Dike Tien Van suddenly grew serious and cut in. I've had something to tell you all for a long time but kept hesitating until now. Follow me. Coincidentally, there are carriages outside that Tan Huynh Mansion brought. Rain poured down, and the wagon wheels rolled along the muddy road. They looked around in confusion and asked, Is this Tien Tram Relic? Tien Van? Is this our destination? Dike Tien Van nodded in confirmation. Yes. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the gate to unseal it. The main gate here had a strict seal. The interior was extremely secure. From today onward, this Tien Tram Relic will be the territory of our Tien Tone Palace. The Grand Elder looked at him, a little hesitant and awkward. Once this Tien Tram Relic is closed, it cannot be opened for 3 years. Dike Tien Van paid it little mind and signaled. What are you standing there for? Get inside. They stepped in cautiously, unable to help exclaiming, We can actually enter. Tien Loi Van looked at him and asked curiously, Tien Van, how did you manage this? Dike Tien Van replied matter-of-factly, Very simple. I previously took the trials here seeking martial arts, but unexpectedly I inherited the Tien Tram Relic, so now I am its heir. Everything here belongs to me, including this Huynh Elder. The two of them stared at the old man before them in shock. He clasped his hands and respectfully greeted them. Young master brought everyone here? Welcome. Dike Tien Van led them deeper inside and explained. There are no treasures in the Tien Tram Relic. It's much the same as before, but it's a perfect place for everyone to hide and cultivate. Moreover, from a cultivation standpoint, this place is far better than Tien Tone Palace. He said in a low voice, If we bring all the disciples here, Tan Huynh Mansion certainly won't find us. But doing so is tantamount to abandoning Tien Tone Palace. It's difficult, and I don't know what else to do. This is the best way. The Grand Elder folded his arms and said sadly, Yes, we have no choice now. Dike Tien Van shook off his thoughts and resolved, For Tien Tone Palace, we must train hard and improve our strength while we're here. Tien Loi Van nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with faith. Exactly. Once we're stronger, no one will dare look down on us. She tilted her head to the Grand Elder and ordered, Quickly summon our disciples here and forbid them from going out on their own. The space within the Tien Tram Relic can comfortably hold everyone. They immediately replied, Understood. Dike Tien Van and Tien Loi Van fell back, and he looked at her and said, Hiding here will put my mind at ease. Miss, I need to go out for a while. She blankly asked, Where are you going? Dike Tien Van immediately answered. To train. I can't break through here. Tien Loi Van, hearing this, worriedly advised. Tien Van, in such a critical time, if you go out now and the enemy sees you, it will be very dangerous. Dike Tien Van pulled out a strange mask to reassure her. Don't worry. I'll return soon. As long as I wear this mask. He put the mask on. After a moment, the mask transformed into a perfect layer of human skin. He looked at her smugly. See if you can recognize me. Tien Loi Van smiled and replied, I really can't recognize you. He gently tapped the back of her hand, eyes resolute. So don't worry. Wait until I'm a bit stronger, and I'll be able to protect you and all of Tien Tone Palace. Dike Tien Van produced a key and handed it to her. This is the control key for this place. I'm giving it to you. Now you are the second master here. Then he patted his chest and promised, just 3 months. No matter how strong I am by then, I will return to you. Tien Loi Van replied somewhat reluctantly, then you must be careful. I'll wait for your return. She watched his figure fade away, silently praying in her heart. Tien Van, you must come back here safe and sound. Meanwhile, Dike Tien Van rode a black dragon, soaring across the wide sky. He quietly calculated that he wanted to visit the Tien Song continent, because here the second-grade forces were the strongest and there were essentially no third-grade powers. Tien Song continent was different. It was larger, had many more powers, and far richer resources. Tan Huyn Mansion was just one of the factions. There were countless other forces far stronger than them, so I should break through very quickly. After flying for a while, Dike Tien Van saw an island appear before him. That was the Tien Song continent. The people on the ship screamed in astonishment when they saw him. Look! A black dragon! They could hardly believe their eyes. Indeed, a black dragon. They never expected anyone to tame the dragon clan as a mount. They couldn't fathom how he had done it. Dike Tien Van ignored them and flew straight toward the island. He approached the steel and scrutinized it with his gaze. The spiritual energy is so abundant. No wonder so many people flock to the Tien Song continent. This is truly a great cultivation environment. At Tien Tan City, a man struck the large board loudly and barked. Can't you read what's written here? If you want to enter, you must pay 10 taels of gold. The man blocked at the gate argued helplessly. 10 taels is not a small sum. My cultivation is only a body refinement. I don't have that much money. The guard pointed at his face and yelled, If you don't pay, you can't enter. In Tien Tan, you must follow the rules. No fighting, no stealing. He glared at them, grinding his teeth in disgust. Want free protection? There's no such thing. The other man watched Dike Tien Van's retreating figure and respectfully said, Go on. Young man is very generous. Dike Tien Van strolled around, thinking to himself, so prosperous. No city on the Dayakan continent can compare. A large gold ingot was slammed onto the table. Dike Tien Van sat in the chair and leisurely ordered, Bring me the detailed introduction materials on the Tien Song continent. The old innkeeper's eyes lit up at the money. Yes, honored guest. Please wait a moment. Not long after, he pulled out a book. Honored guest. The materials you need are all in here. Dike Tien Van held the book and pondered. The dangerous zones were clearly marked, but they weren't described in detail, only cursory notes. He looked up and asked the innkeeper, Do you have any materials that explain these dangerous areas more clearly? The innkeeper replied, We don't have that here. If you want more, go to the Spirit Pavilion. They sell all kinds of information you need. Dike Tien Van murmured, The Spirit Pavilion? Looks like I'll have to go there and ask. At the Spirit Pavilion. Honored guest, what do you need? Dike Tien Van answered, I want to buy information. The man nodded. All right, follow me. Along the way he glanced back several times, inwardly amazed. Even a condensed pill stage expert is only a steward here. Indeed, cultivations on this continent are very high. The man led Dike Tien Van inside and announced, Chief Steward Hong. A guest has arrived. Chief Steward Hong propped his chin and glanced over. The masked young man looked strange. Probably not from the Tien Song continent. Am I right? Dike Tien Van was exposed but calmly stepped forward and replied, Does it matter whether I am or not? I'm here to buy information. Which danger zones have the most demonic beasts? And the cultivations there shouldn't be too low. At least the condensed pill rank. Chief Steward Hong teased and then pondered. It seems you want to hunt demonic beasts. There are two choices. 1. Sell the beasts you catch to us at a favorable price and we'll provide information for free. Or 2. Pay 1,000 taels of gold to purchase the information. Dyke Tien Van answered without hesitation. I'll choose the first option, but I want to exchange demonic beasts for materials, not for money. He smiled, thinking, I need to buy materials anyway, so I'd rather trade the beasts for them and avoid the hassle. Old Hong immediately agreed. Fine. The system announced successful acceptance of the demon beast hunting task. Kill 100 demonic beasts of the condensed pill rank. Rewards 500,000 experience points, 10,000 taels of gold, 10,000 frenzy points, 1 lottery draw, and plus 100 favorability with the Spirit Pavilion. Chief Steward Hong completed the deal and began providing information. Demonic beasts rarely gather in packs, especially those at condensed pill rank or above. But I just received the latest intel. The beasts are currently concentrated in the perilous zone Manhwa. Dyke Tien Van glanced at him and asked skeptically, Manhwa perilous zone? Don't tell me those beasts are under the sea. That would be tricky. He pondered. There are 5 perilous zones on the Tiansong continent. Manhwa is one of them, likely ranking 3rd in danger. Chief Steward Hong paused, glanced at him and denied it. Of course not. The Manhwa I mean is on Mavin Island. For some reason, many demonic beasts have suddenly appeared there. They swam up from the sea and gathered together, with cultivations ranging from spirit refinement to condensed pill. But we can only observe from afar. We don't know the exact situation. It's very possible there are beasts stronger than condensed pill among them. Dyke Tien Van smiled with satisfaction. Your information is useful, just what I need. Do you know the way there? He took an item from his hand and handed it to him. This astrolabe will guide you there. Consider it a free gift. Dyke Tien Van looked at the item determinedly. I'll take it then. Wait for my good news. Chief Steward Hong suddenly produced a paper and asked, Young master, wait a moment. May I ask how many people are going with you? Dyke Tien Van curled his lips and replied, I'm going alone with no company. Old Hong froze and was speechless. Following the astrolabe's directions, Dyke Tien Van set off. He stood on the cliff looking into the distance, muttering, Probably this way? He summoned the black dragon and rode it into the sky. Let's go! To Mavin Island. After flying a short distance, he froze and looked down. Pirates! Below, a ship was being besieged by a school of sharks. Watching them, Dyke Tien Van silently assessed. Anyone who can tame shark-type demonic beasts as mounts must not be simple. An orange-haired man in charge spoke up menacingly. I advise you to surrender quietly. Do you really think you can fight us? In these waters, we are the rulers. On the large ship, the others answered defiantly. We are all from TNCUC Mansion. I suggest you leave quickly, or don't blame our sect leader for dealing with you. The man sneered mockingly. People from TNCUC Mansion? That ragged sect? Claiming to be a mansion, you're not even comparable to a second-grade power. Duong Tich Tuet, worried, asked, Chief Steward Tien, what should we do now? Chief Steward Tien bowed his head, his tone patient but sinister. Perhaps we should surrender. That's the best option right now. The whole ship exclaimed in shock. Surrender! The young man nearby couldn't hold back, glaring fiercely. Chief Steward Tien, what the hell are you saying? Even if we die, we must fight to the end. We absolutely can't let them have their way. Chief Steward Tien sneered and shoved him overboard. If you want to die like that, then go ahead and die first. The people on the ship were terrified. Chief Steward Tien Yu, the man shoved into the water, screamed miserably. AAA, ha! He turned back, his face fierce and threatening. Who still dares to refuse to surrender now? The pirate leader riding a shark leapt up and said, Old Tien, why are you acting so hastily? We're not done playing. Let us keep scaring them a bit longer. Chief Steward Tien replied, Brother Tat, strike fast and win quickly. Duong Tich Tuet widened her eyes in horror and challenged him. Chief Steward Tien, how could you betray us like this? Did you bring us out to train this time so we'd be captured? Chief Steward Tien bared his teeth, revealing his true face. Tansisi Mansion is about to die out. If I stay there, when will I ever break through to the core formation stage? Better to follow Brother Tat and become a pirate, roaming the world. You are all the strongest cultivators with the best talent. Of course you should be offered as gifts to Brother Tat. As he spoke, they subdued Duong Tich Tuet and dragged her inside. Senior sister, you should obediently join them. That's the better future. There's no future at TNCUC Mansion. Why cling to it? She couldn't contain her anger and shouted, "Shut up!" Although TNCUC Mansion's resources are meager, they've used the best they had to nurture us. Don't you feel any guilt for doing this? Dyke Tien Van finally couldn't hold back and called down from above. TNCUC Mansion may be a bit poor now, but I believe it will become glorious sooner or later. He sneered. Good. Having a disciple like you is their blessing. Chief Steward Tien glanced at the figure above and asked aggressively, "Who is that?" Dyke Tien Van answered, "A friend of TNCUC Mansion." He raised his hand and activated the star-sucking great technique. Chief Steward Tien had all his life force drained out, screaming pitifully, "Ah!" He gritted his teeth and tried to endure. This is what kind of evil art? Dyke Tien Van looked down at him arrogantly. If it can deal with you, then it's a fine skill. Chief Steward Tien felt himself growing weaker and weaker, panic-stricken. Save me! What are you standing there for? The pirates below rushed forward upon seeing this. Get him! Before they could reach Dyke Tien Van, the black dragon streaked past and sent them flying into the air. The leader looked up, astonished and stammering. Black dragon. He trembled violently. How could such a rare mount appear out here at sea? Dyke Tien Van continuously drained their life force, his tone mocking. Don't you like preying on the weak? Eradicate this pile of trash. The black dragon beat its wings, creating a gale that knocked the sharks away. It let out an earth-shattering roar and breathed fire, incinerating everything. The pirates screamed in agony. Hey, run, run! The black dragon gave them no chance. It lunged forward and spat fire onto the water. The pirate leader was burned to death, his corpse floating lifelessly. System notification. Successfully killed Pirate Tat Van Dao. Plus 48,000 experience points. Plus 200 frenzy points. Gained skill. Controlling flying sand. Martial art, underwater repeated strike. Low-grade earth attribute. Mount Black Dragon successfully upgraded to Condensed Pill Rank 2. The TNCUC Mansion people, seeing this, cried out in horror. So powerful! The surviving pirates glanced at Dyke Tien Van and stammered in plea, "Spare us!" Before he spoke, they had already jumped overboard to escape. "Run!" Dyke Tien Van glanced at the Black Dragon indifferently and ordered, "Black Dragon, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." No sooner had he finished than the people's anguished screams rang out. "Ah, spare us." He looked at the floating corpses and smiled in satisfaction. "All right, it's all taken care of. As for these traitors, how do you want them handled? Escort them back to the sect or deal with them here?" Duong Tich Tuet looked up at him with admiration. "Senior, are you from TNCUC Mansion?" Dyke Tien Van fell silent at the question. "I inherited from Shuyan Tien Ling Wang, so am I a disciple of their great ancestor, or could I be considered their forebear?" After a moment he slowly said, "How to put it? In short, just know that I am not your enemy." Duong Tich Tuet clasped her hands respectfully and bowed. "I am Duong Tich Tuet. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We will take this traitor back for the Mansion Lord to deal with. If you are not busy, please accompany us back to TNCUC Mansion." Dyke Tien Van looked at them and politely declined. "I have other matters and cannot go with you. You should return quickly. I don't think there are any more pirates nearby. When you return, you'll have many things to handle. Be sure to report everything clearly to your Mansion Lord. I just saw your loyalty plainly. I'm sure TNCUC Mansion will grow strong in the future." Duong Tich Tuet heard him and pleaded, "Thank you for your kind wishes, Senior. When will you have time to visit TNCUC Mansion? We want to repay the debt of your rescue." He gave no answer and rode the black dragon away swiftly, If fate permits, we'll meet again. His system suddenly displayed a notification. Completed the mission of saving a life above level 7 tower, received the title Novice Savior, and gained plus 200 virtue points. Dike Tien Van looked at the title he had received, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to get the Savior title. Saving these people plus the previous village rescue must have met the requirement. His previous soul energy refining success rate hadn't even reached 10%. Yet this time he gained 20%. With the luck aura added, it probably reached about 50%. After flying a while, Dike Tien Van's eyes brightened. Is that Ma Ven Island up ahead? He brought the black dragon closer and surveyed the whole island, silently assessing. The beast's cultivations here range from spirit refinement to condensed pill. The lowest are already spirit refinement level 4 or 5, and the highest may reach condensed pill level 7 or 8. He looked up, observed carefully, then nodded. Good, no one here. Just the opportunity one needed. With that, Dike Tien Van dove off the black dragon's back and activated a series of combat states. The Dragon God Bloodline, Quadruple Crazy Damage Mode, Quadruple Crazy Experience Mode, 5-fold Experience Card, 10-fold Experience Card, Double Frenzy Card, and equipped the Hun Tian Sacred Statue. A massive, powerful axe appeared in his hand. Dike Tien Van plunged down and swung the axe in a sky-shattering chop. The system immediately displayed. Successfully killed a giant octopus, plus 200,000 experience points, plus 4,000 frenzy points. Obtained an octopus tentacle, consuming it double strength for a short time. Successfully killed a giant nautilus, plus 350,000 experience points, plus 6,000 frenzy points. Obtained a nautilus horn. Successfully killed a giant sea elephant, plus 400,000 experience points, plus 6,500 frenzy points. Obtained sea elephant hide. While sweeping through, the system suddenly displayed good news. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for breaking through to core formation level 1. He curled his lips smugly. Leveled up. Dike Tien Van felt his power surge through his body and exclaimed, Amazing! This feeling is incredible. Next, he raised his hand and swung the axe again, testing his new power. Is this the core formation stage? This really strong. As expected, only leveling up your cultivation makes you stronger. Seeing the monsters on the island, Dike Tien Van shouted excitedly, Become my experience points. The system's mechanical voice chimed repeatedly. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for breaking through to core formation level 2. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for breaking through to core formation level 3. After a frenzy of slaughter, Dike Tien Van looked around the silent island, slightly downcast. No more beasts to kill? He immediately opened his character panel.
Player Dike Tien Van.
Level 33. Cultivation. Core formation level 3. Experience 226/133 million. Frenzy points 875,538. Dike Tien Van was a bit stunned when he saw a new line. Huh? Now there's crime points too. He curiously clicked to view details, murmuring, What the heck are crime points? The note displayed. Crime points. After the new player protection phase ends, the crime point system will be activated. Crime points. After the new player protection phase ends, the crime point system will be activated. Killing a life adds 1 crime point. The higher the crime points, the easier it is to attract enemies. Killing more wicked enemies grants more crime points. Crime points can be exchanged for frenzy points, experience, and proficiency, or used to purchase items in the Crime Commerce Center. Dike Tien Van narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. What's the Crime Commerce Center? The equipment there immediately displayed before him. The evil set requires level 30 to buy. Wearing it transforms you into a 100-meter-long evil dragon, strength x10, defense x20, grants flight and devouring ability. Price, 10,000 crime points. The Swordmaster set requires level 30 to buy. Wearing it lets you freely control sword techniques. All top-grade spirit swords within 10 kilometers can be controlled, up to 10,000 swords. Also grants sword riding flight. Price, 100,000 crime points. Dike Tien Van was a little excited. How am I supposed to earn 100,000 crime points? Suddenly he looked up, squinting and muttering, Huh! Two giant hawks appeared in the sky pulling a flying carriage.
Dich tien von guest inwardly. Ovu koirt?
Who's here? That old informant didn't mention any other forces eyeing this place. The carriage landed and stopped, and an elegant man stepped down. Ton Lu Van, condensed pill level 8, wearing low-grade spirit armor, holding a low-grade celestial spirit umbrella, possessing the techniques transforming sky palm and dark abyss step. Combat power total, 43,000. Dyke Tien Van concealed himself in the shadows, his sharp gaze assessing the situation. People from Tan Huynh Mansion, truly an unavoidable feud. Suddenly, Tan Lu Van loudly called, "Get off the carriage, we're here." Immediately, from the second carriage a pink figure drew back the curtain and stepped out. It was Vu Ti Tin, whose beauty was breathtaking. Tan Lu Van hurriedly tilted his umbrella to shield her, his tone full of care. "Little T, take it slow. Don't get wet in the rain." In response to that attentiveness, she coldly formed a layer of spirit force around herself and brushed past him like a stranger. "No need. I can protect myself." At that moment, another girl's voice came from inside the carriage. "Tan Lu Van, we're here to train. Why are you following us?" The girl who spoke was True Nok. Tan Lu Van turned to look at True Nok, trying to keep a concerned expression. "I've heard there are many beasts here. I'm only worried for you too. What if little T or little Nok were injured?" True Nok walked after Vu Ti Tin, blunt and sharp. "Beasts here? Open your eyes and tell me where these beasts are." As they walked, True Nok suddenly halted, her expression suspicious. "Did someone get here before us?" Tan Lu Van's gaze swept over and quickly spotted Dyke Tien Van. He squinted and called out, "Hey, you there. When did you get here?" The attendant beside him, Tu Kim Nam, immediately glared and loudly shouted to ingratiate himself with his master. "Big brother Tan Lu Van is asking you? Why aren't you answering? Are you mute?" In contrast to that aggressive tone, Vu Ti Tin was polite. She looked at him and asked, "Young master, you arrived before us. May I ask if there are any beasts here?" Dyke Tien Van stepped out of hiding slowly and replied calmly, "There were beasts, but I killed them all." Tu Kim Nam burst into mocking laughter, his face full of contempt. "You killed them? Haha. If you really killed them, where are their bodies? Don't lie so much. Don't tell me you're an associate of that old man from the Spirit Pavilion. You said there were lots of beasts here, yet there aren't any now. So he sent you here to cover something up, right?" Dyke Tien Van didn't bother arguing. He only curled a lip and thought to himself, "They're hunting beasts here too? This place must hide other secrets. I shouldn't act against these two from Tan Huynh Mansion yet, and I don't know the backgrounds of the two girls. If it's exposed that I killed a Tan Huynh Mansion disciple, it'll be troublesome now." After thinking a moment, Dyke Tien Van shrugged and said indifferently, "Whether you believe me or not is none of my concern." Tu Kim Nam bristled with anger until his face reddened and he clenched his fist. Tan Lu Van saw this and raised a hand to stop him, lowering his voice. "Don't be hasty. Little T and little Nok are here. Bloodshed isn't appropriate." The attendant grumbled, spat a mouthful of saliva to the ground, and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'll spare him this time."
Thanh Lu Van Then Resum Follow Vu Thi Tin Closey. Chattern non-stop.
"Little T, let's circle around here to see if there are any beasts. Since something strange happened here, we might even find a treasure."
Vu Thi Tin Frauen. Her Tong Showing Dispeller.
"I hope you show some restraint, young Master Tan. Don't use such familiar forms of address." He appeared a bit offended. "Hey, little T, don't be like that." After walking a short distance, the group suddenly stopped. "Humph, it's you again." The dark figure blocking their way was none other than Dyke Tien Van. He crossed his arms, his attitude as indifferent as ever. "It's me. Any problem?" Seeing he didn't seem intent on starting trouble, Tan Lu Van turned to admonish his companions. "Ignore him. Let's examine this stone steel first. Other matters can wait." Before turning away, Tu Kim Nam couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. "Not everyone is fit for exploration. You need talent for that." Dyke Tien Van's expression didn't change. He replied coldly, "So you discovered something from this steel already?" The man grinned, full of boastful pride. "I didn't discover it myself. but my big brother did. Tan Lu Van looked clearly pleased but feigned modesty, puffing out his chest and acting like a learned scholar. Although the inscription on this stele is obscure, I can understand a bit. For me, the gain is substantial. Dike Tien Van, hearing this, knew he was bragging and unceremoniously exposed him. Is that so? Then can you tell us what it says? Pressed, the man awkwardly evaded. Are you stupid? Who tells others what they've discovered? Don't you get that? If you're so capable, discover it yourself and tell us. Dike Tien Van's face grew dark and he pressed his lips together, then announced calmly, Too bad for once. I happen to know what it says. Before anyone could react, Dike Tien Van read it aloud. The characters on the stele were in the language of the spirit tribe. The text was simple. It read Tomb of the Illusory Zither, and below was the name of the stele's maker, a powerful figure named Lei Van. Upon hearing this, Vu Titin fell into deep thought. Dike Tien Van curled a lip, eyes full of mocking amusement as he looked at Tan Lu Van. You can deduce truths from a single tombstone? And claim great gains too. Truly impressive. I couldn't discern anything else, so call me stupid. It's just a tombstone. Do you think it can invent a celestial-level martial art? Tan Lu Van's face hardened, his tone sharp with embarrassed anger. A lying tombstone? Prove what you say is true. Show me. Dike Tien Van turned away, expression nonchalant. Me lying? Think about it. If something precious were carved here, someone would have stolen it long ago. Although this place is dangerous, that doesn't mean no one comes here. Moreover, while the spirit tribe's language is rare, a few people do understand it. If you don't believe me, find someone who can read spirit script and ask. Tan Lu Van, publicly humiliated, ground his teeth. Don't act smart with me. Do you think saying that will make people believe you? Dike Tien Van didn't bother arguing further. He left a line and walked off. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Continue your enlightenment here. I'm going ahead. He didn't bother to look back, laughing inwardly. Enlightenments from a tombstone? Does this guy want to climb into the coffin early or what? Tan Lu Van quickly shot Vu Titin an affectionate look to salvage face. Little T, don't listen to his nonsense. The stele isn't a tombstone. She turned away at once, her tone cold and decisive. Whether it is or isn't doesn't matter. Later I'll find someone who reads spirit script to come examine it. Then she looked to her junior sister. Sister True, let's go. Check elsewhere. You two don't need to follow us. True nodded repeatedly in agreement. All right. Strange. Why did they say there were many beasts here but now none at all? Watching the two girls leave, Chu Kim Nam behind them trembled with fury. Big brother, I can't hold it in any longer. Tan Lu Van narrowed his eyes. A cold, ruthless glint flashed. Some people are saying I'm too long-lived. Dare oppose me and there's only one road, death. Go find him. Elsewhere, Dike Tien Van had found a desolate area. He murmured, calculating. I feel there's a cemetery in this area, but where exactly? His steps suddenly halted. His keen senses warned of danger. Indeed, they'd followed him all the way here. Dike Tien Van glanced bluntly toward the large rock, his voice icy. No need to hide any longer. Come out now. Tan Lu Van stepped forward, tilted his face up and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha! You know you're about to meet your ancestors, right? Seems you have some skill after all. Dike Tien Van looked at them, pursing his lips as he asked, You want to kill me? Is your hatred that great? Chu Kim Nam drew his weapon, murderous intent surging. We just want to show you the outcome of facing us. Go di. With that, he lunged like a crazed beast. Dike Tien Van smiled with satisfaction, his eyes cold. Good, if everyone from Tanhuin Mansion wants to die like you, all the better. Then I won't have to bother causing trouble for you. Chu Kim Nam raised his weapon high and roared at the sky. Go die! Dike Tien Van lightly grabbed the man's wrist, his movement lightning fast, stopping the attack. He applied a twist with a little force. Ah! My hand! Chu Kim Nam cried out in agonizing pain. Without hesitation, Dike Tien Van drew his blade and delivered a decisive slash. The system announced, successfully killed Chu Kim Nam. gained 68,000 experience, 100 frenzy points, received the martial arts transforming sky palm and dark abyss step, and 1 recovery pill. Tan Lu Van stood rooted, mouth agape, too astonished to speak. What? Dike Tien Van smiled and slowly took a few steps toward the man. Your turn. Tan Lu Van backed away in terror, his face drained of color. Monster. His legs trembled violently, his voice wavering with panic. Why you? Do you know who we of Tan Huynh Mansion are, and yet you dared kill my junior brother? Huh? Now you even dare to kill me? Dike Tien Van looked at him and replied calmly. Of course I know. I even killed Elder Noi and your patrols, let alone you. Did you think I wouldn't dare touch you? Tan Lu Van's eyes widened in utter shock. What? Elder Noi and the patrols are all dead. Dike Tien Van no longer wanted to joke. He surged forward like an arrow. They tried to seize Tien Tone Palace, so I sent them straight to the King of Hell. I didn't mean to kill you at first, but you kept starting trouble, so don't blame me. Then Dike Tien Van unleashed a soul-annihilating palm. Hey! Tan Lu Van took the blow, cried out in pain, and was flung, landing flattened under a heap of earth and rock. Dike Tien Van bent down and picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. Tan Lu Van forced himself up. Seeing that, he coughed in terror. Cough. Cough. Spare me, I don't want to die. Dike Tien Van inspected the keen blade in his hand, feigning regret. Don't want to die? I don't want to kill you carelessly either. But sadly, you tried to kill me first and angered me. The sharp point plunged in. In his final moment, Tan Lu Van shouted hysterically, Our ancestors will avenge us. System notice. Successfully killed Tan Lu Van, plus 72,000 experience, plus 100 frenzy points, acquired martial arts transforming sky palm, dark abyss step, a Lu Van longsword, low-grade soul aura. Looking at the loot he collected, he pouted in mild disappointment. TCH, nothing good. Tan Huynh Mansion. Wait until my strength rises and I'll visit you in person. After a short rest, Dike Tien Van decided to check the surrounding areas. He scanned around, murmuring his speculation. There should be some treasure here. Maybe it's related to the spirit tribe. Otherwise, why would the beasts be acting up? Strange characters were carved on nearby rocks.
Dike Tien Van pondered.
Is this the spirit tribe's language? The passage to heaven. You probably need the spirit tribe's language to activate the formation. He thought and immediately pronounced each word clearly. Gate of the passage to heaven. Dike Tien Van looked around expectantly, but nothing happened. He squinted and muttered, Do I also need to use spirit power? Dike Tien Van repeated the incantation, this time channeling power. Gate of the passage to heaven. Spirit energy radiated strongly. He squeezed his eyes shut to feel it. In an instant, his whole body was transported to a strange place. Dike Tien Van had successfully entered inside. He opened his eyes and exclaimed joyfully, I'm in! Before him were countless glittering objects. Dike Tien Van couldn't help but marvel. So many gems. This is a treasure trove? Going deeper, Dike Tien Van frowned slightly and fanned the air with his hand. It's hot. Wonder what's being hidden here. Looking toward the center, he saw a blazing red stone and said in wonder, Humph. This is a fire dragon stone. Dike Tien Van stepped closer to inspect and was startled. There's someone alive inside. In the center of the stone, a girl hung suspended, sealed inside. Dike Tien Van assessed silently. Her aura suggested her cultivation was at least into core formation. Being trapped here had weakened her. Her true strength was likely much greater. The girl in the stone suddenly opened her eyes wide, her voice wary. Who is it? Dike Tien Van looked at her and calmly affirmed, You are not of the spirit tribe. The girl replied at once, Of course I'm not of the spirit tribe. I was just passing through. May I ask, do you know someone named Huynh Cam? Hearing the name, the girl was a little surprised. How do you know my name? I saw a tombstone outside engraved, Tomb of Huynh Cam, carved by someone named Loi Van. I thought it was a grave. I didn't expect you to be sealed inside. Huynh Cam gritted her teeth and hissed with hatred.
Loi Van.
It seems that if I hadn't revealed that secret, he would have buried me here forever. She then looked down at him, arrogance in her eyes as she interrogated. How did you get in here? One who doesn't know the spirit tribe's language shouldn't be able to enter. Is someone directing you from behind? That person's name is Loy Van, isn't it? Dyke Tien Van crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly. I don't know this Loy Van you speak of at all. I merely knew a bit of the spirit tribe's language and bluffed my way to open the entrance. Are you serious? Her eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment's thought, she nodded. All right. I believe you weren't sent by that man. Can you get me out of here? If you save me, I'll repay you handsomely. Not only will I grant you a terrestrial-level martial art, but I'll also give several pill-refining formulas that will surely help you advance to powerful status. Dyke Tien Van looked pleased. The terms aren't bad, but inwardly he weighed things. The reward is tempting, but how does she know I can open this prison? Even if I free her, I don't know why she was sealed here. What if she's a demoness who will go on to do evil after I release her? As if reading his thoughts, Huyn Cam spoke up. I'll tell you. The reason I'm sealed here is simple. Loy Van wanted me to reveal the spirit tribe's secrets, because I am the next generation's holy maiden of the spirit tribe. If I'm sealed, I can't assume the position. If I'm replaced, he still has a chance to uncover those secrets. So right now I'm treated like disposable trash. Dyke Tien Van was not pleased and snorted coldly. A holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Power struggles exist everywhere. It seems. Huyn Cam immediately retorted. Humph, the spirit tribe has always been peaceful with others. But that Loy Van is a traitor. He's become a hunting dog for the Umbral Empire. Driven mad by lust for power, he dared risk everything to seize the chieftainship. Dyke Tien Van now understood the situation and spoke seriously. The Umbral Empire fully supports him becoming chieftain of the spirit tribe. The condition is that once he becomes chieftain, he must make the spirit tribe a colony of the Umbral Empire. Huyn Cam narrowed her eyes, voice firm. Our spirit tribe has always lived freely, not beholden to any power. At that moment, a system voice rang in Dyke Tien Van's ear. New quest. Rescue the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Accepting this quest means you will take part in changing the world's balance. Please consider carefully. Do you accept this quest? Dyke Tien Van curled his lips and smiled, eyes flashing with interest. Change the world's balance? Intriguing. He narrowed his eyes and resolved inwardly. How could I not accept if I'm not going to rearrange the order of this world? Quest accepted. Rescue the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Completion rewards. 200,000 experience, 10,000 frenzy points, plus 100 favorability with Huyn Cam. Dyke Tien Van grinned brightly and called up, I believe you. I'll help break these chains. As he reached to act, a voice suddenly shouted, Wait! Huyn Cam looked at him and hurriedly instructed. You must first break the outer seal, the steel outside. Only then can you destroy the main formation imprisoning me. After that, I'll be able to break the chains around me myself. Huyn Cam then took out a few items and tossed them to him. These are restorative pills. If you consume too much spirit power, remember to take them. Also, that up there is the spirit tribe language used to Jechu the steel seal. You just need to pronounce it clearly. He held the vial. System info displayed that it was a spirit tribe restorative pill. One pill fully restores both spirit power and physical strength. Immediately, Dyke Tien Van nodded. All right, I'll go dismantle the formation now. Wait for me. Dyke Tien Van stood before the steel, holding the red cord, murmuring to himself. I didn't expect this steel to be a seal, and that I had to use the spirit tribe's language to Jechu it. Incredible. Now then, let's begin. Dyke Tien Van circulated his chi and activated the rune-destroying technique. After gathering sufficient energy, he made a hand seal and an astonishing force radiated in all directions. The stone cracked in one place, then the fissure spread rapidly until the entire slab shattered into pieces. Dyke Tien Van curled his lips in excitement. Indeed, the spirit tribe's innate talent is truly formidable. If I had Jechu the seal in Tien Tram Relic, that place would probably have collapsed long ago. I should spend some time mastering these runes. The seal is broken. Let's go back. With the pact fulfilled, Dike Tien Van returned to Huynh Cam's side. She couldn't hide her surprise and exclaimed, "So you even have dragon lineage blood? No wonder you could achieve that formation so quickly. Thank you so much." Dike Tien Van looked at Huynh Cam and replied sincerely, "The best thanks you can give me is to get out of here quickly. Then my effort won't have been wasted." Her eyes flashed and she shouted, "I'll definitely escape this damned place." The two ice slabs restraining her were enveloped by a surge of spirit energy and cracked apart within moments. Dike Tien Van observed closely and murmured, "They only cracked a little? Still not enough strength? Or can you not break these chains yourself?" Huynh Cam heard this and looked helplessly at the two ice blocks on her wrists. "Although the main seal has been Jiachudi, I've been imprisoned here so long that my power is heavily suppressed. I may never break free. Forget it. Still, thank you." Dike Tien Van immediately stood and waved decisively. "Then let me handle it. I won't let my effort go to waste." He then activated the star-sucking great technique. Huynh Cam grew a bit panicked. What cultivation art is that? Experience numbers from the system began spiking. Plus 16,000 XP, plus 17,000, plus 15,000. As if realizing something, Huynh Cam cried out in shock. Don't tell me you're absorbing all the energy in this fire dragon stone? With that much, you'll explode." Dike Tien Van paid no heed and continued to steadily draw spirit energy. Plus 76,000 XP, plus 78,000, plus 75,000, plus 79,000. The system announced, "Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for breaking through to core formation level 4. Huynh Cam felt her hands gradually loosen and rejoiced. "It's almost destroyed." Before her words finished, a sudden attack struck Dike Tien Van, sending him flying to the ground. Huynh Cam panicked and shouted, "This is a heavenly thunder formation." Loy Van inscribed the heavenly thunder formation he's best at. "Don't go there, run." He harnessed the lightning of Mavan Island as a final defensive line. "Anyone who gets close will be struck dead by lightning." Dike Tien Van immediately swallowed a restorative pill, forced himself up, and reassured, "Did you think I'd give up that easily?" He then activated the Xian Tian Divine Technique, his tone arrogantly defiant. "It's just thunder and lightning. Only numbs me a bit. I don't believe I can't break it." Huynh Cam saw him taking such a risk and urged him, "Don't. You must leave now." The thunder continued to strike, explosions shaking the sky. Dike Tien Van gritted his teeth and bore it, roaring in pain. I can't believe even this many restorative pills can't help me break this lightning." He kept stuffing pills into his mouth. "Use restorative pill. Use restorative pill. Use restorative pill." Huynh Cam, eyes filled with tears, pleaded with a quivering voice. "Please stop. I'm begging you. This heavenly thunder formation has been activated. If you keep going you'll..." Dike Tien Van paid no attention, his gaze cold and calculating. "The absorption rate is still too slow. The next volley of lightning will certainly be much stronger." With that thought, he lunged forward and activated the phantasmal devourer soul. He looked at her with determination. "Don't worry. I will definitely get you out of here." He immediately switched into berserk mode and grabbed the ice band on Huynh Cam's wrist with bare hands. She screamed in panic, "Let go! That's corrupt flame stored in the fire dragon stone. It will incinerate you to ashes instantly. If you keep going, no matter how strong you are, you'll die." His whole body trembled violently from the pain, but he stubbornly said, "So what if it's corrupt flame?" He continued swallowing pills like candy. "Use restorative pill. Use restorative pill." He forced a reassuring smile. "I won't die before I save you." Huynh Cam was moved to tears, choking, "You." A few minutes later, a miracle occurred. Dike Tien Van successfully shattered the shackles. The heavy ice blocks fell to the ground. At the same time, from extreme exertion, he collapsed. Huynh Cam hurried over to catch him. "Young master." He fell into her arms, breathing faintly. "Thank you." In his daze, Dike Tien Van murmured, "It feels so cool." System display. Acquired innate eyes. Huynh Cam, tears in her eyes, called anxiously, "You're awake." Dike Tien Van felt his body and hesitated. "My body." He looked himself over, astonished, fully recovered. Incredible. Hearing his praise, Huynh Cam smiled and replied immediately, I transferred my runes to you, so you also have my spirit tribe abilities. Transferring runes to me? Is that like you giving me half your power? What are you doing?
13 Van was stunned.
You risked your life to save me. Consider this a thank you gift. It's nothing. We can't stay here long. We must leave quickly. Meanwhile, Dike Tien Van quickly took a gem from the statue. He looked at the crystal in his hand, visibly excited. This is very valuable. Leaving it would be a waste. Besides, I'm short on money for pills. The sky turned pinkish purple, and the mountain peaks jutted up toward the heavens. Dike Tien Van followed after Huynh Cam and said, I want to go to the nearby town. It's time to part ways. Use that carriage. Its owner I've already executed. Huynh Cam obediently replied, Thank you. Before leaving, she turned back, reluctant. Young master, will we have a chance to meet again? I have another gift I want to give you. He touched the seal on his chest and smiled. You transferring your runes to me is already a very precious gift. Huynh Cam pushed something back to him and said shyly, I want you to keep this for me. Do not refuse. He tried to activate it and exclaimed in surprise, This is rune memory. You can make use of it, but under no circumstances let it be exposed, or it will bring disaster upon your clan. Dike Tien Van closed his eyes and felt the runes Huynh Cam had transferred. These were advanced rune suppression methods and the spirit tribe's secret teachings. He looked at her puzzled. Why are you giving me these things? Huynh Cam smiled, a trace of sadness in her eyes. I don't know how long I'll live after I return this time. If I can't resist Loi Van's forces, the spirit tribe will be absorbed by the Umbral Empire. So I'm giving you all these secret teachings. That way, if the spirit tribe is ultimately destroyed, these secrets will still be preserved in the world. Suddenly she stepped closer and asked softly, I still don't know your name. He removed his mask, revealing his true face, and looked at her sincerely. Dike Tien Van, this is my real face. I only wore a mask before. Huynh Cam placed her hand on his face, pulling him closer and carefully memorizing every feature. This is your true face. I didn't expect you to be so young yet so powerful. I'm eager to see how far you'll rise. She paused, then smiled and continued. Oh, right. Huynh Cam is just my nickname in the spirit tribe. My real name is Deep Ton Tone, the spirit tribe's holy maiden.
Tien Van murmured.
She turned away, her voice full of regret. I hope fate brings us together again. Deep Ton Tone stepped onto the Wu carriage as it slowly rose. Dike Tien Van shouted after her. You must survive. When you do, I'll come find you. Deep Ton Tone drew the curtain and called down. If you can find me while I'm still alive, I'll marry you. At the same time, the system alerted Dike Tien Van. Quest, rescue the spirit tribe's holy maiden, completed, plus 200,000 XP, plus 10,000 frenzy, plus 100 favor with Deep Ton Tone. He stared blankly as the carriage's silhouette receded. Dike Tien Van gave a soft chuckle, then put his mask back on. He rode the black dragon off the island, telling himself he must return to Tien Tan City to report the results. The island had grown empty. Suddenly a flash of light appeared overhead, and a figure descended at terrifying speed, landing with a thud. He carried a great blade on his shoulder, eyes fierce as he looked around. Huh! Has the monster of Ban Ko Tu Chao stopped breathing? He stomped heavily, walking a circuit to inspect the area. At the place of the confinement formation he was slightly shocked and muttered doubtfully, How can this be? Could the dual formation set up here by Lord Loi Van have been Jiechudi? Did an elder of the spirit tribe come here in person? He hefted his great blade, resolved to return quickly and report to Lord Loi Van. He raised the blade high and struck it hard into the ground, obliterating the traces of the old formation to cover them up. Then he rode the flying blade and departed swiftly. Scene shifts to Tien Tan City inside the provisioning officer stared at him in astonishment and exclaimed, What? You cleared out all the demon beasts there? That fast? Dike Tien Van tossed over a spatial pouch and nodded. Yes, I hunted them all. I'm selling them to you now, count them as you like. I only need the materials. Pricing is up to you. The provisioning officer was still stunned and fumbled to take it. This amount, a few hundred demon beast carcasses? Unbelievable. Did you kill them all by yourself? Dyke Tien Van thought for a moment, then added plausibly, together with my friend as well. Any problem? The provisioning officer's suspicion eased. Fair enough, I've more or less tallied them. Do you have any requirements regarding the materials? Dyke Tien Van replied bluntly, no special requirements. Just make sure the materials are of a quality suitable for forging soul arms. Hearing that, Old Hong widened his eyes and asked, what? Forging soul arms? You or your friend intend to forge them? Dyke Tien Van, sensing the attitude, asked suspiciously, is there a problem? The provisioning officer chuckled. Nothing. It's just that there are very few blacksmiths who can actually forge soul arms. If possible, we'd like to get to know master soul arm forgers and ask them to craft soul arms for us. Dyke Tien Van forced a smile and politely declined. Is that so? My blacksmith friend can't help right now. Let's leave it for later. The provisioning officer pulled out a ledger and continued. If you can, we'd like you to come here to assist us. We'll pay handsomely. The demon beasts you hunted can be exchanged for 15 sets of common soul arm forging materials. Does that work for you? He nodded without hesitation. No problem. System notice. Quest, hunt demon beasts completed, plus 500,000 XP, 10,000 gold, plus 10,000 frenzy, 1 lucky draw ticket, plus 100 favor with the spirit pavilion. The provisioning officer clapped and called, then please wait a moment. Xiao Chu, come here. The young woman stepped in and politely asked, provisioning officer, do you need something?
Untinkingly, 13 van blurted in surprise. Chu Shu.
She looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Chu Yu?
I'm Chu Vu Tone. I don't have the status to be called Chu Zhu. Through Heavenly Eye, her information appeared clearly. Name, Chu Vu Tone. Cultivation, 9th level core formation. Equipment, amethyst soft armor, top grade soul arm. Martial arts, cloud splitting palm, cloud stepping steps. Combat power, 16,000. Curious? Dyke Tien Van probed. Do you have any younger sisters? The provisioning officer seemed to realize something and brightened with hope. Young man, can you explain further? Could you have met a girl who looks very much like her? Dyke Tien Van nodded in confirmation. Yes, I have met her. The provisioning officer couldn't contain his excitement. Excellent. Then tell me where she is and I'll pay you even more. Chu Vu Tone, full of expectation, stepped forward. Could the person you met be my younger sister? Where is she? Dyke Tien Van repeated in puzzlement. Your younger sister? Chu Vu Tone lowered her eyes, composing herself, voice hushed. Sorry, I got carried away. I haven't seen my sister in a long time. Since she left home, she vanished without a trace. I don't know where she went. Dyke Tien Van looked her over, wary and probing. Left home. May I ask your sister's name? Chu Vu Tone replied immediately. Her name is Chu Vu Vai. She left home several years ago. Could you tell me where she is? Dyke Tien Van, curious, asked, why did she leave home? Chu Vu Tone shook her head slightly. Avoidance is a private family matter I can't disclose. Just tell me her whereabouts and I'll pay you double. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Dyke Tien Van stiffly answered. In that case, I can't tell you. Your sister is my friend. She chose to leave home because of something she didn't want to face. I won't betray that, so I can't reveal her location. Chu Vu Tone fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, her voice hardening. It seems this young master absolutely refuses to tell. He glanced at her and, a little helplessly, explained. Because I'm her friend, there are matters I must clarify before I decide whether to disclose anything. The provisioning officer, who had been silent until now, darkened and threatened. Young master, this matter is closely related to the spirit pavilion, so you are required to speak. If not, I will lead you to a place where you can think carefully about whether you should speak. Before Dyke Tien Van could react, the provisioning officer shouted an order. Seize him! He rolled his eyes and replied calmly, Oh! Dike Tien Van lightly spun his foot, delivering a perfect round kick. Hiya! All the henchmen toppled to the ground, groaning. Dike Tien Van looked at him, eyes squinting as a threat. You'd better not act rashly, or I can't guarantee the next palm will be gentle. He cast a cold glare over the crowd. So, do you choose to fight or to speak properly? Old Hong was now sweating with fear, forcing down his emotions. Young man, we don't mean to trouble you, but Chu Vu Vai is very important to us. Her leaving home these past years has caused many problems for the Spirit Pavilion. Dike Tianven looked at him, voice resolute. If I'm not mistaken, you must have coerced her into something, which she couldn't endure, so she left. From what I know of her, she's very responsible and wouldn't vanish like this for no reason. Chu Vuton sat in his chair, fingers twisting his sleeve, seeming to have made up her mind. Young master, since you want to know, I'll tell you the truth. My sister ran away from her wedding. For the Spirit Pavilion's honor, we didn't want to disclose it. He asked suspiciously, ran away from her wedding?
Chu Vu Toang answered, yes.
It was all arranged properly. There was no turning back. But when she found out, she secretly left without leaving any trace. At this she looked up, feigning innocence. I admit we pressured her a bit, but it wasn't really a bad thing. The groom's family is powerful and could support her greatly in the future. Dike Tien Van asked again, what kind of family is the groom's? Chu Vuton stood and slowly enunciated. He's the son of the second elder of the Tan Huin house. I think you know their influence here isn't small. If the two families became in-laws, it would benefit both my sister and the Spirit Pavilion. She bit her lip and looked at him pitifully. Young master, don't you think that's right? At that, Dike Tien Van's expression darkened. Tan Huin house? He thought he hadn't expected it to be involved. After hearing this, Dike Tien Van held his ground. If she truly felt it was good, she wouldn't have run. I know you have your difficulties, but after hearing this reason, I'm even less willing to reveal her whereabouts. If there's nothing else, give me the materials I need. I have other important matters to attend to. Chu Vuton hurriedly blocked him and begged, young master, please tell us. If I hadn't been betrothed early, I would have married in her place to Tan Huin house. If this continues, the Chu family won't be able to hold out. Dike Tien Van immediately seized the point and retorted. So you plan to force Chu Vu Vai to marry into that family, sucking up to Tan Huin house to raise the Spirit Pavilion status? Chu Vuton lowered her head, a little ashamed. It's unfair to her, but we had no other choice. Dike Tien Van bluntly said, honestly, relying on one person to defend the whole Chu family is naive. Only by becoming strong yourself can you have a voice. If you rely on others, they'll discard you without hesitation when it's convenient. Old Hong was furious but speechless. Dike Tien Van remained firm. Enough talk. Bring out my stuff. At this point, continuing to pressure me is pointless. I won't reveal it. Old Hong rose, turned inward, his tone gloomy. Vu Tone, quickly fetch his goods. The Spirit Pavilion shouldn't stoop to this. Everyone present looked at him with extreme anger. Seeing this, Dike Tien Van narrowed his eyes, thinking his favor rating had dropped. Apparently because he refused to reveal Chu Vu Vai's whereabouts. Chu Vuton produced a spatial ring and respectfully offered it. These are 15 sets of lower-grade soul arm materials. Please inspect, young master. He glanced at the favor bar, puzzled. Why did only her favor increase? Dike Tien Van took the spatial ring, smiled. 15 sets of lower-grade soul arm materials, very good. After checking the goods, he turned to leave. Pleasure doing business, farewell. Dike Tien Van suddenly stopped, kindly reminding, oh, I forgot to tell you. If you're looking for backing, you'd better not turn to the Tan Huin house.
Chu Vu Toang Frore, why?
He waved his hand and answered bluntly. Because the Tan Huin house is about to be wiped out. He stepped out. Chu Vuton snapped back to her senses and rushed out, calling after him, young master, wait! Dike Tien Van tilted his head and looked at her. What is it? You still won't give up? She rummaged for something on her person and pleaded, young master, if you meet my sister, please give this to her for me. He looked at the jade in her hand and asked curiously, This is? Chu Vuton gave a sad smile and replied, the pendant I always wear. Please give it to her and tell her never to return. I won't hide it. I was the one who told her to run away. Dike Tianwen took it, astonished. What? So you were just acting before? Chu Vuton pressed the jade into his hand and carefully instructed. Give this to my sister and tell her to live well. I have my own suffering. If the Chu family is annihilated, at least she can survive. Having done that, she wiped her eyes and quickly turned and walked back inside without looking back. Scene change. The system suddenly issued continuous notifications. Lower grade solarm forging successful, plus 100,000 XP, plus 500 mastery points. Lower grade solarm forging successful. Immortal flame upgraded to earth level successfully. Effect increased tenfold. Forging and pill refining time halved. Success rates increased. Next level requires 100,000 mastery points. He looked at the two newly trained skills and marveled. This immortal flame is truly good. Normally refining would take more than half a day, yet now it succeeded in an instant. I'll sell everything to convert into frenzy points. He calculated that although he'd spent the 1 million frenzy points he'd just earned, upgrading the frenzy mode to level 3, multiplying all effects eightfold, was well worth it. He still had 10 more reward draws, but unfortunately none were good. He decided to look around for demon beasts to kill. Dike Tianwen strolled out. Near where he stood, two cultivators were chatting animatedly. I heard many of Tan Huynh House's powerhouses have shown up, and there are 7 or 8 large hawks. No idea where they went. They say it's for vengeance. Apparently someone from another sect killed one of their disciples, so now they're going for revenge. Dike Tianwen said little, stepped up and placed a gold ingot on the table. Whoever knows the current situation of the Tan Huynh House, tell me and this ingot is yours. Hearing the large sum, the two men's eyes lit up with greed. I know, let me tell you. A third-rank force angered the Tan Huynh House. I heard he's quite strong. He even killed one of Tan Huyn's elders. The companion opposite suddenly stepped forward and clamped a hand over his friend's mouth, scolding, young and reckless? What do you know? Shut up. I heard it's only a first-rank force that provoked Tan Huynh House. And because they killed one of their elders, that's why so many powerhouses mobilized. Abruptly cut off, the man muttered, Dike Tianwen then pressed further. Tell me when this happened. The thick-lipped man recounted. Just a few days ago. Today the Tan Huynh House all moved toward the Great Continent's domain. No one knows what they're planning. He fell silent in thought. A few days ago, Dike Tianwen pushed the gold ingot back toward them and turned to leave. Keep the ingot. He narrowed his eyes, lips pressed in thought. He had assumed they'd need 3 months to prepare, yet they deployed in less than a month, impressively fast. Just then, a flustered subordinate ran in to report. Elder Hong, that man has already left. It seemed he had immediately departed after probing news about the Tan Huynh House. Hong the attendant began to harbor doubts. He left right after hearing about Tan Huynh House? Could he be from Tien Tone Palace? But the thought was quickly dismissed. Tien Tone Palace is only a first-rank force. How could it have such a deep young male disciple? The subordinate, seeing him brooding, awkwardly asked, So what do we do now? His face darkened as he coldly ordered, Quick! Investigate Tien Tone Palace. Get detailed intel. I want to see if Chu Vu Vai is there. Scene shift to the dense forest outside Tien Tram ancient ruins. A group of people were rummaging everywhere, searching every bush and tree root. They definitely couldn't have gone far. The chief elder of Tien Tone Palace crouched behind a rock, helplessly muttering, First unlucky, now cursed. Why did we have to run into people from Tien Vu Manor? Going to buy food and we run into Tan Huynh House. Meanwhile, Dike Tianwen was sprinting at full speed, repeatedly telling himself, Hope I make it in time, please, let nothing happen. On the other side, shouts rang out in all directions, harsh and ferocious. Search over here. Look carefully. You won't escape. The chief elder broke out in cold sweat, becoming extremely anxious. He hadn't expected Tan Huynh House to send so many experts to hunt them. The brown-haired woman beside him anxiously asked, Chief Elder, What should we do? The chief elder tensed and replied in a low voice. Seize the right moment. Those who can run, run. Suddenly, a group of people loomed up behind them. A mocking, arrogant voice called out, Elders of Tien Tone Palace, why are you in such a hurry? The speaker was Kang Hao Tien, an attendant of Tan Huin House. He frowned, his tone pressing. The attendants and elders we sent to you haven't returned. What happened? Can you tell me? The chief elder, of course, wouldn't reveal that those men had been wiped out. She replied coldly. They left Tien Tone Palace and didn't return to the hall. Why ask us? I don't know where they are. It's none of our business. Hao Tien's voice turned severe, a glint of killing intent flashing. None of your business? Do you think we'll believe that? It seems you don't mourn until you see the coffin. Bring them in for interrogation. Suddenly a loud shout rang out from somewhere, cutting through the tense atmosphere. What are you doing? Seeing the newcomers, Hao Tien immediately recognized familiar faces. He sneered, Oh, so you're from Tianvu Manor. If you don't want trouble, leave now. Don't blame me for being rude. The old man leading the Tianvu Manor group anxiously turned to the young woman beside him. Vu Vai masters, they're people from Tan Huin House. Let's withdraw. But Chu Vu Vai showed no fear and firmly declared, Young Master Dike is my friend. Now Tien Tone Palace is in danger. I must help. The old man heard this and could only shake his head in exasperation. Speechless. Chu Vu Vai then raised her voice to threaten those before her. You dare to confront Tan Huin House on your own? If you keep acting recklessly, I'll expel you from Tianvu Manor at once. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, taking a combat stance, her voice sharp. From now on, I have nothing to do with Tianvu Manor. Then Vu Vai turned to the chief elder and said, I'm here to help. Let's break the encirclement together. The chief elder looked at her gratefully and nodded. Very well. If we survive this crisis, mistress, you will be the most honored guest of Tien Tone Palace. Seeing this, Kang Hao Tien swung his arm forward and unleashed the Tan Huin palm, his tone full of contempt. Ha! Capturing you will be easier than eating porridge. The chief elder raised her sword to block the blow and shouted, Over my dead body! Upon impact, she inwardly marveled in shock. Why is this palm so weak? It has no offensive force. Seeing her master being dominated by Hao Tien, the female disciple of Tien Tone Palace cried out in alarm. Chief Elder, Vu Vai, standing nearby, also felt the terrifying latent power from Hao Tien and warned. This technique strikes first and releases power later. You mustn't underestimate it, he sneered contemptuously, looking at the two struggling women. With such pathetic skill you dare fight me? Finish them. Capture them alive. Anyone who resists, kill on the spot. In the dire situation, Vu Vai unleashed a powerful move at the Tan Huin House's subordinates. Heaven-shattering thunder, taking advantage of the dense smoke after the explosion. The two fled quickly. The Tan Huin House lackeys still screamed in pursuit, faces full of rage and ferocity. Bastards! They even used heaven-shattering thunder. Seize them for me. I'll make their lives worse than death. Kang Hao Tien turned to a comrade and urged, Nin Shuyan? What are you waiting for? Charge in. This man was another attendant of Tan Huin House, Nin Shuyan. He raised a sharp crescent blade, a smug smile on his lips. Kang Hao Tien, your skill seems to have declined. You can't even handle a bunch of weak women. Pathetic. Nin Shuyan swung his arm, launching the crescent blade toward the chief elder, shouting, Nowhere to run! The crescent blade sliced through the air and tore a line across her robe, making her gasp in shock. Fortunately, Vu Vai leaped out in time to rescue her. She shouted urgently, Chief Elder, run! She hurled a weapon forcefully at Nin Shuyan, causing a large explosion that shook the ground. But before the smoke cleared, he had suddenly appeared behind Vu Vai. He pressed the cold crescent blade to her neck, his tone mockingly lethal. Try running again. Heaven-shattering thunder's potent. Let's see how you throw this time. Vu Vai was restrained. She threw her remaining magical treasure to the ground in vain and could only cry out, Release us! Their chief is an honored guest of Tien Vu Manor. Hao Tien ground his teeth angrily. He hadn't expected Tien Vu Manor to dare interfere. Seeing the situation turn against them, the old man from Tien Vu Manor rushed forward, hastily trying to excuse and shirk responsibility. No, she acted on her own. This has nothing to do with us. She's no longer of Tien Vu Manor, so do as you wish with her. Vu Vai, hearing those cold words, immediately retorted in indignation. He'd always told her to build good relations with Tien Tone Palace, yet now he behaved like a coward. The old man, ashamed and angry, drew his sword and moved as if to strike. What nonsense are you spouting? This is a grand official of Tan Huin House. Appointing you as master was a mistake. I will punish your foolish self on behalf of Tien Vu Manor. Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice rang out above the wind. A mistaken decision? I don't think so. Dike Tien Van descended from above, his imposing aura like a god incarnate. He strode forward confidently, his cold gaze taunting those before him. Tan Huin House, I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. I also want to see how many of you'll send for me to kill. At the sight of him, the old man immediately trembled in fear, stammering, Dike Tien Van. Vu Vai cried out joyfully as if she'd found a lifeline. Young Master Dike, Hao Tien angrily demanded. Which Dike Tien Van? Are you from Tien Tone Palace? He then snapped his fingers to command his men, his voice icy. Destroy them. But before they could move, a strange light suddenly appeared above Hao Tien's head. It turned out that from above, a colossal black dragon opened its mouth and spewed a blaze that incinerated everything. Hao Tien didn't even have time to cry out before the flames consumed him. System notice. Successfully killed Kang Hao Tien. Plus 120,000 experience. Plus 300 frenzy. Plus 20 crime points. The remaining men screamed in panic at the dragon's fire and scattered in flight. It's a dragon, a dragon! Nin Shuyan stared in horror at the scene, his face stunned and unbelieving. How can he command a black dragon like that? No sooner had he spoken than Dike Tien Van appeared before him and slapped him hard across the face, replying coldly, That's something you don't need to know. The slap was so strong it sent Nin Shuyan flying several meters, tumbling on the ground. Dike Tien Van gave him no chance to rise, stomping hard on his shoulder and growling, You got some intel and rushed here, didn't you? Nin Shuyan, though in pain, stubbornly replied, You won't get anything from me. Without hesitation, he pressed down with all his weight, as if to crush bone, and said coldly, Then go die. System notice. Successfully killed Nin Shuyan. Plus 120,000 experience. Plus 300 frenzy. Plus 20 crime points. Dike Tien Van glanced at the trembling Tan Huin House subordinates and asked, What about you? Do you intend to say anything? They were so terrified they fell to their knees, kowtowing and confessing the whole story. We saw Elder Hoi Noi gone too long without returning, so we assumed something happened. Conveniently, we have a disciple on a mission at the Continental Land Realm, so we sent him to investigate. By now, almost all the elders of Tan Huin House have appeared, even the House Lord. Dike Tien Van frowned and asked, They all left the cave? Then where are they? The man trembled as he revealed the crucial information. Someone saw a disciple of Tien Tone Palace appear nearby, near a place called Tien Tram Ancient Ruins. At that, he widened his eyes in shock. What? They've already reached Tien Tram Ancient Ruins? They've been discovered so soon. At Tien Tram Ancient Ruins, a blinding beam of light struck down from the sky. Smoke and dust billowed up, shaking the entire area. From the dust, the Lord of Tan Huin House stepped out, his face cold as he spoke with authority. You killed an elder of my Tan Huin House. Did you think you could hide here and I wouldn't act? Tan Huin lowered his head, ambition scheming in his mind. He had been wary of rules and avoided casually entering the Continental Land Realm. But now they'd handed him a perfect pretext. Taking this chance, he would intimidate the powers of the Continental Land Realm a bit. He then waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to prepare for the next assault. Looking at the sturdy stone door ahead, he sneered, I don't believe this door is that strong. Inside, Dike Tien Van had just arrived and frowned, growing uneasy as he sensed the external presence. Too many Lin Dan Kai powerhouses, ranks 2 to 8. The strongest is probably the Lord of Tan Huin House. That door won't hold for long. No sooner had he finished speaking than the stone door began to crack and slowly open, a stream of spiritual energy seeping out. Seeing this, Tan Huin ordered a halt. Seeing the Tien Tone Palace people emerge from behind the door, he mocked loudly. I thought you'd hide in your shell like turtles forever and never show up. At the sight of Loi Van, the leader of Tien Tone Palace, stepping out, Dike Tien Van, from a distance, sensed something amiss and his chest tightened. Mistress, her breath is too weak. She seems gravely wounded. He clenched his teeth and fists in hatred. You dared to injure her. I'll tear these bastards apart. Tan Huin continued, brazenly proposing terms. Mistress T, hand over the killer who murdered an elder of Tan Huin House, and marry my son Tan Lu Van, and I'll have T-Tone Palace's punishment. Of course. Thereafter T-Tone Palace must become a subordinate sect under our Tan Huin House. But Loi Van showed no fear. Full of resolve, she replied plainly. You will not touch anyone from T-Tone Palace. I will go with you. Tan Huin insisted stubbornly and firmly. I said it already. You must also hand over the murderer for this to be acceptable. Then he changed tone to a cold, brazen threat. Right now you're begging me, not negotiating. Soon we'll break this door. When that happens, you'll only be able to watch us slaughter them. The terms won't be so simple then. Think carefully. Driven to the brink, Loi Van swung her arm and declared decisively, if that's the case, if you don't die today then I will. Tan Huin ordered his men to attack. I didn't expect you'd come, how foolish. Seize her alive. The two women behind shouted in worry. Mistress, it's dangerous. Don't rush out. You told us to hold our defense here. The Tan Huin House forces surged forward, cries echoing, capture her alive! Surround her! Loi Van ignited flame along the blade of her sword, her eyes blazing with battle intent. Catching me won't be that easy. She summoned scorching sword chi to surround herself and unleashed a fierce slash at them, shouting, Get out of my sight! The white-haired disciple of T-Tone Palace recognized the move in alarm. Mistress, are you going to violently release your latent power? Doing that will shorten your lifespan. The green-haired disciple beside him was equally uneasy. There's no other option. If we can buy even a little time, Tien Tram ancient ruins might recover somewhat. Seeing this, Tan Huin laughed savagely and taunted Loi Van. Ha ha ha. Resist then. I love watching the weak struggle in vain. Come on. Send them in. Loi Van continued cutting through the Tan Huin House ranks, but inwardly thought, this is hard to deal with. Their men seem not to fear death. Suddenly Loi Van sensed something odd beneath her feet, as blue lights flashed up and bound her. She gritted her teeth. This is a trap formation. How despicable. Tan Huin stepped forward, smugly retorting, Despicable? You walked right into the net yourself. But his smile hadn't faded when a loud explosion erupted behind him, the agonized cries of his subordinates ringing out. Tan Huin hastily turned, bewildered. Wah! What happened? Seeing the piles of fallen disciples before him filled him with horror. How is this possible? Why are so many disciples dead? Dike Tien Van plunged down from above with his sword aimed at his head, shouting, Like master! Like dog! Tan Huin quickly glanced upward, reacting instantly, and immediately activated a trap formation to strike back at the ambushing Dike Tien Van. At that hair-raising moment, Dike Tien Van, midair, clicked his tongue. Teach, discovered already. He then struck, knocking aside each Tan Huin house blocker. Then I'll take care of all of you. System notice. Successfully killed a Tan Huin house disciple. Plus 185,000 experience, plus 1,000 frenzy. Successfully killed a Tan Huin house disciple. Plus 190,000 experience, plus 1,200 frenzy. Dike Tien Van rushed to Loi Van's side, exclaiming, Mistress, I'm back. System notice. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for breaking through to core formation level 5. He scooped her up, his voice soft and full of remorse. "Mistress, I'm sorry. I'm late." Then Tien Van gently set Loi Van down in a safe spot and instructed the disciples. "Everyone, take care of her for me." He turned back, radiating killing intent as he stepped forward and declared clearly, "I'll go deal with those bastards." Tan Huin's face went cold as he barked, "Who are you?" Dyke Tien Van ground his teeth, each word burning with anger. "I am an elder of Tien Tone Palace, the very person you demanded Tone Palace hand over. You forced our hand, so I'll return the favor twofold." Then he ordered the black dragons circling above, "Kill them." Immediately the black dragon spread its wings, opened its maw and spewed a deadly stream of fire. The Tan Huin house forces were instantly engulfed in the dragon's sea of flames, their agonized screams rising non-stop. "It's a black dragon." Dyke Tien Van's voice was terrifying, as if death itself named them. "Today I will kill you all. Next time, I'll personally raise Tan Huin House." System: 5-fold experience card used, 8-fold damage mode activated. Kang Hao Tien, now only a watching spirit, was stunned. "This is core formation? No, this is the aura of refining core. He's so young and already at refining core. What kind of monster is he?" "Retreat!" Tan Huin shouted as the situation reversed. But Dyke Tien Van raised his sword to block them, his gaze icy and threatening. "Try to run? This day next year will be your death anniversary. Don't think anyone will escape." A notice displayed, Tien Tone Palace Elder Dyke Tien Van. Total combat power 245,000. Dyke Tien Van frowned as sacred flames rose over his body in brilliant blaze. "I must teach you the price of daring to touch Tien Tone Palace." Tan Huin panicked, tossing his lackeys forward as human shields in a bid to flee. He shouted, "You're covering the rear." The pushed forward lackey raised his sword and tried to resist Dyke Tien Van in desperation. "Damn it!" He quietly looked at the sword in his hand and mused, "This sword's not bad." Then Tien Van flicked his sword hard, unleashing the masterful Lac Vu sword technique. System notice: successfully killed Tan Huin House Elder. Plus 600,000 experience, plus 12,000 frenzy, plus 30 crime points. Received weapon: Leet Diem Ring. Tan Huin bolted away, and upon witnessing the outcome he was terrified. 1/ killed a core formation martial artist. He frantically ordered the others, "Are you kidding? Stop him now." Another elder charged out, forming a dense ice barrier. "I don't believe you can break through my iron defense." But Dyke Tien Van still lunged like an arrow, his gaze deadly. Tired of living, he flashed past the elder so fast the eye couldn't follow. System notice: successfully killed Tan Huin House Elder. Plus 700,000 experience, plus 13,000 frenzy, plus 35 crime points. Received equipment: Gus stopping boots. Tan Huin glanced back at him, closing in, equal parts furious and terrified. "Damn it! How many of my men has he killed?" Suddenly, streams of spiritual mist before him converged into a dazzling point of light. Tan Huin looked up, overjoyed like a drowning man grasping a stake. He cried out, "Elder ancestors here! Elder ancestors here! Save me!" A wooden box fell to the ground, creating a shock that staggered Dyke Tien Van to his knees. He quickly regained his balance, eyes on extreme alert. The elder ancestor? That aura feels like a refining core powerhouse. From the corpses of the Tan Huin house, streams of glowing red blood chi rose into the air, as if an invisible force were pulling them toward that strange wooden box. All the blood chi converged, and the box trembled violently. Tan Huin and the remaining troops hurriedly prostrated themselves, trembling as they reported, "Welcome, blood slaughter ancestor." Dyke Tien Van wasted no hesitation and leapt forward with his sword. "Welcome your head." Suddenly, a shadow burst through the wooden shell of the box, a roar like thunder echoing, "Don't be insolent." Immediately after, a gigantic blood-red hand from the blood slaughter palm shot out, grabbing for Dyke Tien Van. He reacted with lightning speed, slashing a powerful strike that cleaved that massive hand in two. Dyke Tien Van snorted coldly, "Ha! It's merely an illusion." But before he could steady himself, a fierce shout rang out, "Die!" A huge wooden block loomed above his head, coming down with the heavenly gaze-crushing apex. Dike Tien Van braced himself and barked, "Break it for me!" Sword chi swept across, and the wooden block was instantly cut into splinters raining down. Dike Tien Van immediately activated his probing skill, and information appeared clearly. Opponent, Blood Slaughter Ancestor. Cultivation, Refining Core Level 2. Equipment, Mid-Grade Solarm Armor. Martial Arts, Blood Slaughter Demonic Palm, Blood Slaughter Divine Skill. Weakness, Water Attribute attacks can weaken power. Expected rewards, Blood Slaughter Demonic Palm, Blood Slaughter Divine Skill. Total combat power 130,000. The Blood Slaughter Ancestor looked at him, speaking in an aged, admiring voice. So young and already attained such cultivation. No wonder Tan Huynh asked me to come help you. Truly shameless. Dike Tien Van gritted his teeth, assessing inwardly. This Blood Slaughter Ancestor indeed lived up to his title. Merely by absorbing others' blood chi, he could greatly strengthen himself. He straightened and lectured. "I think you old men should go home and discipline your descendants. Teach them what's right and what's wrong." The ancestor replied sternly, his killing intent flaring. "How you rear your descendants is none of your business. It seems if we don't make you taste some suffering, you'll think you're the center of the universe." His combat power began skyrocketing. 160,000, 180,000, 200,000. The ancestor declared firmly, "As long as we do not die, this era will remain ours." The combat numbers kept leaping crazily. Dike Tien Van was slightly surprised. Power had surged to 210,000. Is this truly the strength of refining core? He gripped his sword hilt and asked, "Is this your real power?" The ancestor curled his lips, eyes full of contempt. "Not a bit inferior to my prime. But even this is more than enough to deal with you." Then he spread his arms, and a blood-red spiritual force enveloped the space. "You cannot escape my domain. If I don't drain you dry, I'll be letting down the descendants who died." Contrary to his expectation, Dike Tien Van calmly replied, "Drain me dry? As it happens, I was thinking the same." He thought to himself that he couldn't waste this fat experience bounty. Immediately, he activated the star-sucking great technique. System notices popped up repeatedly. Plus 63,000 experience, plus 62,000 experience, plus 63,000 experience. The ancestor sensed something amiss and snarled angrily, "You dare to absorb my killing aura? You truly are foolish, tired of living." Then he shouted, pouring out all his strength, "I'll let you absorb." The ancestor clenched his fist and commanded, "Explode for me." Red spirals coiled around Dike Tien Van like blood serpents. Tien Huynh watched from outside and burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha! The ancestor just killed that brat." But his smile vanished, his face turning horrified. Within the red smoke, Dike Tien Van's palm continued ravenously absorbing the ancestor's killing aura. He smiled in satisfaction. "Good. Thanks for the invite." Dike Tien Van's combat power kept rising exponentially. System notices repeatedly. Plus 63,000 XP, plus 65,000 XP, plus 68,000 XP. The ancestor was terrified. "How is this possible? You absorb so much of my killing aura and aren't harmed at all." Dike Tien Van swung his arm and launched a freezing counter. "Nothing's impossible. You think I'm young, so I'm weaker than you." Immediately, a thick layer of ice engulfed the ancestor's body. He roared, smashing the ice into shards. "Ha! Pathetic cat-scratch techniques." He continued to use the eagle claw skill, looking up to the sky trying to break free of the pull. But when he turned back, he was stunned to see Dike Tien Van right behind him. He screamed, "What is your technique? It not only absorbs killing aura but also drains my power." Dike Tien Van sneered mockingly. "Weren't you trying to drain me dry? Go ahead. Let's see who drains whom first." The disciples of Tan Huynh House charged up when they saw the ancestor falter, attempting to intervene. Dike Tien Van turned, gritted his teeth. "If I don't deal with you first, my power absorption will be disturbed." He unleashed an immensely powerful palm strike at the ancestor, shouting, "Break!" Then he faced the remaining troops and coldly ordered, All of you die. A terrifying chill swept through, instantly freezing the Tan Huynh House followers into statues. Dike Tien Van swung his sword hard, shattering the ice into 1,000 fragments. System notice. Successfully killed a Tan Huynh House Elder. Plus 67,000 XP. Plus 1,000 Frenzy. Successfully killed a Tan Huynh House Elder. Plus 68,000 XP. Plus 1,100 Frenzy. Suddenly behind him a tall shadow rose in fury. You little bastard. You've truly angered me. The Bloodslaughter ancestor raised a gigantic greatsword, his body wreathed in red flames, entering a berserk state. At this moment, his combat power had surged to 250,000. Dike Tien Van thought, burning blood to boost combat power, true to a refining core powerhouse, exploding from base strength. The force is truly terrifying. He immediately activated the Dragon God Blood Vein, equipped the Endless Sword, and his combat power shot up to 280,000. The ancestor ranted like a madman, muttering, You brat! Die, you brat! Die! He swung his sword and yelled, Blood-slaying God trial. Dike Tien Van watched quietly and taunted, Then try me. Notice. Lucky Light Ring activated. Dike Tien Van tossed his sword upward, and a cataclysmic clash sent the ancestor flying far away. Tien Huynh stood far off, petrified and unbelieving. The ancestor exhausted his blood and still can't beat him? How is this possible? The ancestor's sword shattered into fragments as he hacked and coughed, blood spurting from his mouth. He glared at Dike Tien Van, trembling with rage and fear. Impossible! This brat! Impossible! The ancestor lunged at Dike Tien Van in desperation, shouting, I must kill you! Dike Tien Van remained calm, activated his skill, using double damage. He continued to execute the sword-shattering frame technique. The ancestor was gradually swallowed by sword chi, screaming in panic, No, no! System notice. Successfully killed the Bloodslaughter ancestor, plus 980,000 XP, plus 15,000 Frenzy, plus 100 crime points. Received. The rare top-grade martial art Devour Heaven Divine Decision. Blood Dragon Bone Ring, top-grade Solarm. Bloodslaying Divine Armor, top-grade Solarm. A rare Blood Jade Stone, and the Pandragon Treasure Map. Successfully killed an ultra-grade elite. Additional rewards. Chance to upgrade an item by 1 tier. Refining Core uses 100 Frenzy points. 1 enhanced will pull. Tien Huynh cried out in horror. Our ancestor, a refining core powerhouse, died just like that? The disciple beside him collapsed to the ground, trembling in shock. You killed the Bloodslaughter ancestor?
Monster.
Dike Tien Van turned and coldly replied, Your ancestor is the real monster. He probably sucked the blood of many to live until now. If you can't bear to leave your ancestor, then go with him. Tien Huynh quickly turned his back and fled. Run! There's a U-carriage over there. The disciple scrambled up and followed. Wait for me! Dike Tien Van watched them go, his voice echoing like a death sentence. I warned you. If you came here, don't expect to return. Tien Huynh mercilessly shoved the accompanying disciple aside. You go block him for me. The poor disciple was pushed down, eyes full of disbelief and despair. Prefect, you! Dike Tien Van swept past like a gust of wind, cutting him across with a decisive slash, then continued to pursue Tien Huynh. The disciple fell, his last breath full of hatred. Tien Huynh, I curse you to die unpeacefully. Tien Huynh had already climbed onto the craft and urgently commanded, Take off now! He looked out, laughing loudly, face smug at having escaped. You can't catch me, brat. Just wait. But Dike Tien Van just curled his lip and snorted coldly. Ha! I told you. If you come here you won't leave. He waved his hand. The black dragon roared and shot off, pursuing Tien Huynh. Immediately, the carriage was smashed by the dragon and the prefect was hurled out of it, crashing to the ground in a pitiful heap. Cornered, he tried bargaining. I admit defeat. Spare me and I'll make you prefect. Give you the entire Tien Huynh house. Dike Tien Van, as if reading his thought, coldly replied, Really? After I become prefect you'll stab me in the back and die horribly. Then you'll openly inherit the seat. right? Seeing Dike Tien Van's sword at his throat, he panicked. No, no. How could I do that? Dike Tien Van still coldly listed his crimes. Whether you intended it or not, forcing the leader of Tien Tone Palace to marry your son is enough to deserve 100 deaths. Here's some good news. Your son planned to ambush me, so he died before you. Tien Huin sobbed in terror, hurriedly explaining, I only meant to discipline that rebellious son long ago. I'm to blame, I failed as a parent. Please, hear my explanation, Dike Tien Van shouted. You admit you deserve to die? Then die. The sword swung down. System notice. Successfully killed Tien Huin, prefect of Tien Huin House, plus 785,000 XP, plus 13,000 frenzy. Received the treasure Baoming Pearl. Congratulations to player Dike Tien Van for successfully breaking through to refining core level 8. Dike Tien Van finally exhaled in relief. Phew! It's finally over. Loi Van stepped forward, eyes full of pride, exclaiming, Tien Van, you're incredible. He hurried over, anxiously asking, Auntie, are you all right? Loi Van replied softly, I'm fine. I'll rest a moment and I'll be okay. Dike Tien Van took out the glowing red stone he had just obtained and handed it to Loi Van. Take this. It will replenish the blood energy you've lost. But she hesitated, unwilling to accept it, waving him off. No, I can't take it. You keep it. You've already suffered so much for the sect. He shoved the stone into her hand, beaming. No, you must absorb it now or I'll be mad. Seeing that, Loi Van reluctantly accepted. All right then. As soon as she absorbed the stone, Loi Van's complexion instantly flushed with health. She cried out, Amazing! I feel my blood energy fully restored, and I'm much stronger than before. Dike Tien Van stood beside her and said confidently, Of course, anything I give you is never low quality. At that moment, the chief elder came rushing over, his face anxious. Sect leader, we're late returning. Loi Van called, Chief elder. Dike Tien Van said with satisfaction, Not late. Just in time to clean up the bodies of the Tan Huin house. The chief elder was stunned. All of the Tan Huin house people have been wiped out? The female disciple with him shouted joyfully, Chief Dike is amazing. Dike Tien Van turned to Chu Vu Vai and asked, From your household? Would you like to join our Tien Tone Palace? She perked up at once and asked with interest, You want me to join Tien Tone Palace?